Okay, and we better get that blurb out of the way, and then you can call everybody you possibly could think of.
Okay. I'll try to do that right now, and you can follow along with me. I will find the, first I gotta find there it is. There's the live, and I'm hitting the thumbs up.
Thank you. Bless you.
Upvote. That's important for everybody to do that right away, because these things affect the algorithm, and they're needed to balance out downvotes that are placed that are not shown by YouTube. That's how it often is these days, but they're placed there by enemies of Douglas, sometimes with bots. Well, I think you said they get removed eventually, but by then he gets kind of buried in the algorithm, and less people are able to discover him in searches and other suggestions. And so that is important. So hit the upvote. Make sure you're subscribed. There's a subscribe button. There's a notification bell. Please hit that, turn that on, so you can be notified of a reminder of the program. And as far as the upvotes, you can go under your account settings. You must have an account to do these things, as far as I know, because I was never able to do them until I was signed in. And so under your account settings, you can create sub-channels. These are usually used to partition content under your main account. And you do not need separate login or password. They're just kind of subgroups under your main account, and they can all do their own upvoting, which is kind of cool. So I usually place about 3 upvotes right in the beginning of the program. You could do so also if you were so ambitious. I'm also going to put the donation link in the chat right away. So help Douglas get the month started out right. Some donations, and if possible, please share the link to the program. The live and the show afterwards is the same link. So if you share it, if you grab it now and save it, share it, it'll be the same link, and people should be able to become introduced to Douglas, and you can help them out in that way too. So
yes, beautiful. Thank you. That's wonderful. As always, very professional. And now our dear friend Aristides is going to pull everybody onto the call while I try and burn bandwidth. That way we can all avoid multitasking. At the same time, I'm going to be multitasking and yawning until I get into decompression mode. Enough of this ginseng tea should help with that. And everybody should know it's the middle of Asian Lunar New Year. I'm very preoccupied with that, and definitely got home to work on production balls to the wall, as I always do. And then just also communicating with a bunch of people who left messages. As soon as Heather's on, if she comes on, I'll thank her for the package that arrived. Bless her heart. And so let me tell our man here, my prayers ascend, prayers be with thee. There we are. And this is for a good friend of ours. All right. And aside from all of that, we want to thank T-Tank Barry for telling us that we're in the all clear. He says, good evening, loud and clear, brothers, 100, support Douglas Dietrich. And, of course, he accompanies that with the ̔Gန့RNN, the lightning bolts, in their stylized fashion that we get on YouTube. And our dear Vril, who is Aristides, placed the link by which to provide donations. And so let me give Aristides an emoji hug. There we are, our thumbs up, yes. Here we are, thanks so much. Yeah, well, you always get the hug. I always hug everybody who comes into the, all the hugs for the men, kisses for the ladies. I'll give you something more unique, since I always give the hug with the greetings, so I'll say thanks with a thumbs up, emoji person with a thumbs up. Thanks so much. Dear Aristides, there we are. Avril, of course, is what it's going to say. Okay, there we are. So entered that, where numbers are building quickly. And I take it you're still adding people, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, take your time then.
Yeah.
I'll keep rambling. So tonight we'll talk geopolitics. We're going to do geopolitics tonight, hot and heavy, and we've already got some things entered into the call. Or maybe this is in Aristides' private messages to me. Oh, yes, this is some stuff from Aristides' private messages. Let me take a look at this. And, okay, consider for later discussion. So thank you for that. Yes, hi.
Hi.
So, honey, how are you?
I'm just fine. Just fine. Nice quiet night. After
What?
the big storm.
Yes. Oh God, the storm. Oh God. So
Yeah.
So in thumbnail of tonight's live stream, we have a biofax simulacra acknowledging the amount of rain that we've been through. So you do recognize a biofax when you see one, honey?
Sort of, yeah.
Okay.
I'd like to think so.
Oh God.
But I can't. I'm not seeing the YouTube. I'm just seeing the Skype.
Okay. Yeah. And do you know how?
I'll check it later.
Sure. I was about to say, ask you if you knew how to do that. At any rate, what I can always do is share a screen, and then I can show you. So here, I might as well do that now. And let's go back to the call on my part. Oh, we're joined by Amy Como. Oh my fucking God. So Amy, what a surprise. Pleasure to have you with us. And Heather Holman. So now that, and Brendan Zogit. So now that the whole gang is here, I want to greet everybody. And I do want to, we can always get back to the thumbnail later. I do want Heather to know that your package arrived just before the program started. So just before transmission, your package arrived. Tea and a little teapot. That's so beautiful. Nice little green teapot. Kettle, little porcelain tea kettle. It just are beautiful. I'll treasure it forever, along with this fabulous tea that Heather sent. That'll go good with the wonderful tea provided, the herbs provided by Brendan Zogit, along with some crystals that he warned me not to snort or sniff or huff, because they're not, this isn't Peter Moon with his, what did he call it? Crystal elixir. He has a crystal elixir that the so-called TCM specialist, and no traditional Chinese medicine specialist.
It's better than whatever freaking crystal elixir he was huffing.
Which, tell them no TCM would ever do that before we go to 80s.
No, of course not.
Thank you. That's not
Yeah,
part of
TCM would use like minerals, but they wouldn't make a gem elixir, like whatever the fuck that is.
Yes, thank you.
He just got scammed by the, by the
They
voodoo
show the
practitioner
water to
that
the
said,
crystal.
yeah, it was something like
know?
that.
Yeah.
He thought that would like, heal his whatever, rupture his eye. What was it called? Aneurysm.
Yeah, his brain death. Oh, so dear Amy, I want you to know that as soon as you and I got onto the private conversation, or was it even, no, it wasn't even private. They cut us off again. So our last show was cut off twice, believe it or not. And it was cut off as soon as Amy came on. And at that point, I was burnt. I was exhausted. I was dead. And I just had to, or was it right after we went private? I'm trying to remember here because I had to just call the executive producer, Aristides, let him know that I got cut offline. So it had to, I know we got cut off, but was it before or after we ended stream? It was before we ended stream, was it not? Amy, Aristides, how do you remember this?
I didn't know if we were live or not. And I just was talking that, that thing that happens where you think you're talking to everybody.
Yeah.
You're not talking to anybody. And then it sounded like you were gone. It sounded like your mic had been cut.
Yeah.
And Aristides said, I'm still here, but I don't know if we're actually online. And that was the end. But you had kind of, I think you made like a broad loop with your conversation where you were going between like something about like focusing on the rapist instead of blaming the victim, and then you were bringing it back around to something related to
overwork and
Yeah.
burnout.
Yeah, which, it's so easy when you think of that kind of situation to get burned out, to just be like, that's really overwhelming. And pretty much every woman I know has dealt with some kind of sexual harassment in her life. So, just have to step back and kind of readdress, I guess. I don't know.
Oh.
Like, we definitely, we're over. It was after 9 o'clock before
Did you?
we.
Have you been properly introduced to Holly Kiefer? Holly? Okay, Holly,
No.
this is
I
Amy
did.
Como. Amy Como, this
Hi.
is Holly Kiefer. Yes.
Yeah, I've heard you lots, and I'm delighted to meet you.
Thank you. Yeah, I haven't heard you. Sometimes we have a lot of issue with your audio.
Huh.
I'm not sure
I
why that
know.
is.
I was going to ask Brendan or Aristides, should I get some kind of earpiece?
Of course.
Yeah, I
That
don't
goes-
have that.
That goes without saying. So that explains it.
Do
Okay.
you have an iPhone, or is it a
Yes, I
different
do.
type of phone?
An iPhone. Old one.
Yeah, their wired headphones are quite good, so
Okay, good to
it's
know.
quite cheap to get one.
And that mics you.
Better.
Mhm.
Yeah, better than
Uh-huh.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, better than what we deal with you, which is basically the movement of your hand and the movement of your phone that happens naturally.
Yeah, I've got it clipped to my shirt right under my chin.
Okay, but
So if it sounds okay so far, that's a good
Sounds
sign.
dangerous.
it sounds
Yeah.
okay quality wise, but we want you to get your earphones as soon as possible because number one, they're cheap as hell, and number two, they help you put distance between the cell phone and yourself while maintaining technical quality of sound, which is what you want to do because having it pinned to yourself, you don't want to do that regularly for hours at a time. It's just, why put yourself through that risk? It may be
Well, and
harmless.
I always have it on speaker because I don't want it right next to my face,
Understood. Well, we hear you clearly despite that at the moment. So obviously, whenever you speak, just make certain to bring it back to that position. But when you're not speaking,
That's right.
then of course you can consider moving it away from your body a little bit. I personally don't think that it's that much of a threat, but obviously over time, too much of anything is bad. So yeah, you don't want to sit there for hours with something like pinned next to you like that, a cell phone like that. But yeah, thank you for asking about that. And before we turn back to Heather and her gift, because she hasn't responded to about that yet, thank you so much, Heather. I hope that Vinny's feeling better. Matter of fact, maybe you should answer a little bit about Vinny's condition before we go back to Amy again for a few moments before we catch up with Brendan. Yeah. Heather? Maybe she can't come off mute. Maybe that's what's going on with her. That's she's kind of like, I wonder if she's relocated already. Maybe she's in that new necropolis, and they have to get permission from the overseers, the groundskeepers, caretakers is what they call them in the old days. Just so people understand, a care provider, which is what I was for many years for my parents, what Heather Holman was for many years professionally, what Holly Kiefer is today even. Care provider is very different from a caretaker. A caretaker is supposed to be someone who cares for cemeteries, like a groundskeeper. That's what they used to mean when they said that. But yeah, Heather seems a little bit indisposed. So back to Amy for a few moments.
I'm here.
Yeah, and I wanted
Oh,
to
I'm
say,
sorry, I'm here. I was just listening.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay.
So feel free to respond, Heather. How's Vinny with dealing with the illness? How are you?
Well, he went to the dentist today and took care of that, but he's okay. I'm not doing too good.
I'm sorry to hear that. Did you hear I got your package?
Yes, I heard that.
Okay.
I'm glad that you got that.
Yes, it's lovely.
I figured since you're making tea out of a crock, maybe you could use a teapot instead of a crock.
That's so cute. You're adorable. The crock is better for me, but the tea kettle is such a nice little thing you got me. I'll cherish it forever, and I'm sure.
Well, just use it. If
Yeah.
you use it, that'd be great.
Oh, sure, sure. I mean, I'll get to that point sometime, I'm sure. Yeah, nice little emerald green, a lovely color, and wonderful tea as well. Thank you
It's
so
from
much.
Taiwan.
Yes, thank you, so delightful.
Welcome.
Love you dearly, and so darling. And so he got something taken care of with his tooth, but are you feverish, headache? How are you symptomatic?
No, I'm just a maniac. That's about it.
No worries. Have you relocated yet?
No.
Okay. Yeah. Still. So is there? Forgive me. Is there a place waiting for you at this?
I don't know. It's like everything is crazy right now. I don't know. There's a place that is waiting in Sun City. I don't know if I'm going to go there or not. I don't know if I'm going to be welcome there. I'm really just crazy, and I don't have anybody that. I mean, and I don't expect anybody to want to be around me, because I'm crazy.
Honey, that's awful. Don't talk like that. That's terrible. Well, what I mean, but you were packing. You were packing. So
yeah, I've been packing. I don't know where I'm moving the stuff to. I mean, and it's really kind of frustrating.
Okay, that's okay. These things happen. I don't blame you for wanting a few changes in life, but you seem to know this area so well, and but it seemed like Vinny was in on it. So was he just swept up by the enthusiasm, or?
No, his mom has moved into the house where we were going to be moving to, and he just had some doctor's appointments that have been holding us up. But I've been packing, and the house is almost packed. It's just a lot of stuff, and it's overwhelming.
So it's inevitable then. So you are going. There we are. Yes.
Well, I could stay here through March, and then I'd be homeless, or I could go with them.
I think we know what choice you're left with. Yes, that's not a choice at all. So yes, of course. Yes, this sounds. But it's in this community, and they allow that. They allow that.
Allow me to be there under 55.
Yeah.
Yeah, as long as I don't yell.
Well, don't worry about that. You never do. Yeah, I've never known you to yell. Yes. And so that sounds exciting. How about yourself, Amy? You had me all confused. You're out in the middle of bumfuck nowhere where you had to give me a warning not to send a money order because you didn't even have a bank or something. So did you?
Yeah. No.
Where
we're
are you?
We're only somewhere. We're just wintering. We're snowbirding it.
Okay.
So we're only south for now, and then in a couple months we'll go back to the frigid cold. That won't be frigid cold anymore.
Well, one of the
It'll
ladies
just be manageable.
One of the ladies in chat said they remembered you and Tokyo talking about relocating during the winter months to Guatemala or something of that nature.
Oh, that would be fun. No. No, that was a friend of ours was going to surf down in South America.
Okay. Ecuador
But,
or Guatemala? Do I remember which?
Ecuador, yeah.
Ecuador.
Was Ecuador.
It was Ecuador. Yep. That was it. It was Ecuador. So sorry.
I mean, he's been all over there. He's been like to Costa Rica and to Guatemala, so they might have actually heard me say that. But no, he's down there. He's having a lot of fun. He sends pictures of the beach, which is gorgeous. For somebody living in the frigid cold, that's a great place to winter.
Yeah.
And we're hanging out in Pittsburgh. We're doing okay. I just today found a doctor to help me with some issues with my hands. Like my hands have been going numb, and so
really
I found somebody to help me do that. I know that's. Like you're like, Amy was just bitchy. She just turned bitchy. And I'm thinking to myself, I haven't talked to him in so long. He has no idea how really just had a lot of health stuff just come up and just be debilitating.
Well, what does the doctor say? What is the doctor?
No, he's given me spinal adjustments, which I haven't been able to get in over 6 months. I'd gone to my chiropractor while I was in Vermont, but it was I only had so many visits per year, and it was the end of the year, so I was kind of stretching those out. And now I'm in the city, so everything's right here. But I don't have the health insurance, so I have to pay out of pocket.
How?
Which, you know,
Well,
if it works, I'll pay.
of
If
course.
it works, I'm okay with that. Like,
Well,
and
always.
listening
Yeah.
last week to you and Brendan talk about your trip to the plastic surgeon it just made me smile. It just was like you two were obviously taken with her. And all I could think was, how much has she been under the knife herself? And like, I just had to wonder, like, you were so impressed with her, like, how much of her work is actually her work? Like, is she really like just like all plastic surgeon, or is she just naturally beautiful and wants to make everybody else beautiful?
She was all natural.
Thank you. That's what I was
Right?
about to say. Brendan and I are in agreement on that. I mean, first, not because we are madly in love with her to the point where we feel the need to defend her. I mean, quite seriously, if a plastic surgeon,
Yeah, I don't think I can handle someone that spicy. But
yeah. No, she's definitely natural. For one thing, she's young. Yeah, she doesn't need to go under the.
Right.
Yeah. She's and obviously a surgeon can't operate on themselves. So you really can't. Even if a surgeon has undergone plastic surgery, the only way they could boast about it would be to say, "See, I myself have undergone it," and they could say that I have good affiliates who also work with my department or with my, staff or something like that. But other than that, they're not going to brag about it. But you can usually tell. You can usually tell if somebody's older and they just don't look it or something. But she's just too young to have gone on. Yeah, she hasn't had any. Yeah, definitely.
Huh.
Yeah, but
Must be a pretty
the
high
only-
achiever to be a surgeon like that, so young and gorgeous.
it's Tell him, Brendan, what we think happened, what our speculation is about this.
Well, it's just when it comes to like Asian families in general, they'll pressure you to go to school, and if the family has money or they're middle class, they'll basically make it mandatory. Like, you have to be a high achiever in those cultures, so that's just part of it.
Yeah,
and she did well, Yeah.
And I think it was combined with also a need to escape her family, and the only way to declare independence was to achieve something so spectacular that they would leave her alone. Yeah, and it was
exactly. It's like she was able to basically be more successful than her parents, perhaps, or something. That's why she had that kind of air about her.
Yes, and what though we're only speculating, our speculation is that all the while she was going to school, because she's so obviously ethnic and chestnut brown while being attractive, she's going to get the worst of all worlds, where everybody is going to want to talk to her, especially the guys, and especially Asian Indians, our fellow ethnics. They're going to come to her, and they're going to be the worst of all, and they're going to say, "Where are you from?" And that would just, because she seemed to be American acculturated, that would just build up like radiation over the years, where it's just going to become part of her attitude of
annoying.
Yeah, I'm American, to say the least. Because she certainly responded pretty strongly when I came up with, "Yeah, my man Brendan here speaks."
Well, you should have talked to her for at least 30 seconds first before you started saying shit like that. But,
oh, hey, it's
she handled it well.
It all worked out in the end. But I do appreciate Amy asking.
Now, if you talk to them for a second and they start sounding like "hello," then you can. Then you could start asking.
That was pretty bad of me. That was bad.
Yeah. So.
That's probably.
I mean, but you who have access to gorgeous women all the time, to have for her to throw you off your game.
Since when?
Like, good on her. I'm so glad. I'm so glad you got to meet a woman who you were attracted to and who you respected, and were able to talk about something to her.
I think you're misreading it slightly, maybe, perhaps.
Well,
not in like a rude way. I'm just saying,
Well, what Amy's saying is that she
we weren't smitten, or at least I wasn't. It was just I just was deprived of any chances because of some people's People skills.
Some other person's people skills, not Brendan's own. Yes. What Amy is saying is that she was impressed that I was thrown off my game, having access to escorts, that I would be thrown off my game by this young doctor to the point where I would fuck up like that. That's what Amy's saying. Does that make more sense? Does that make it more coherent?
Yeah, it makes sense, but it also doesn't make sense.
What Brendan is saying is, Amy, don't you get it that Douglas is just naturally an asshole and just doesn't pay attention to other people half the time when he says what he does? Yeah. At any rate, so Amy, honey, what I'm concerned about is we don't want you to pull a Peter Moon. You remember Vinnie well, what I mean, I mean with your own health. Vinnie Barbaric, if you might remember, look, chiropractors are great. As soon as I can, now that I've been through the whole physical therapy thing and the physical therapist has kicked me out of physical therapy saying I'm too fit to be in physical therapy, then I can now say the physical therapy did not work and then appeal to the Kaiser system to then insure or through the insurance pay for my chiropractic treatments. So yeah. I have been waiting for this for years. Took me forever to get to doing it. Finally did it, and now I'm getting ready to dive into the world of chiropractic to finally realign, particularly my neck. But so I'm looking forward to that. And chiropractic is great, but remember, Peter Moon had a serious health condition that required medical help in the more conventional sense. But he decided he was going to go completely alternative because he was too scared to go to conventional because he knew what they were going to say, which was pretty much make peace with your maker and get your affairs in order is almost certainly what they would have told him, because he waited too long before ever seeing them and drove himself to an extreme condition. Now, when you have your hands are going numb, okay, this is concerning to me. Of course, I could come up with smart aleck remarks like, maybe you should try wearing some gloves sometimes inside of that, icebox environment of yours. But assuming it's something neurological, this is frightening. So, but
no,
I don't think
it's clearly my neck. We did all of the scans.
Okay.
And this guy has a machine that I've never used before. Like, I've done a lot of chiropractic care all over the nation, and this guy has something that I've never seen before, and it's really cool. It gives you all the data. It shows you in graphs, like, well, after he does the adjustment, it shows like how many the thing, it vibrates, and however many pulses are necessary to get the line. Anyway, it's a very technical thing. I've never seen one before. It seems very appropriate. It worked really well. And part of it was just that, like, we had to throw our bedding out, and I didn't have a good bed. Like, and Toke was telling me that. He's like, we just need to get you a better bed. And, I got a new bed in November. Okay. And I did sleep very well on my new bed before we came down here. And I have a bed down here, too. But still, like, the damage was done, and I needed manipulations. And so I'm now in a place where I can walk to go do that instead of like having to drive 4 hours for a 5-minute appointment. That's the way I have to live up in Vermont.
Get out of fucking Vermont. Get out of fucking Vermont is number one.
I know, but like, it's like you leaving the Tenderloin. Like, once you were out, right?
Yeah.
I just have to get to that place where, like, I am somewhere else. But I love the idea of us taking over Canada, so I don't have to go through a border crossing to get to the hot springs that's 15 minutes away from my house.
Yeah,
in Vermont.
Yeah, that may yet happen, and I'll go over that tonight. I did promise to concentrate specifically on geopolitics tonight, but what I'm concerned about, again, is, remember, Peter Moon was telling everyone, oh, I've got a doctor's appointment tomorrow, including the police, that I think at this point we can say it Aristides, I think we can be open about it now. When my phone was taken out of commission, and I could not call the police to do a well-being check on Peter Moon when he first started falling apart. And so I asked Aristides to do it, and he called the police. And when the police went to see Peter Moon, he just dismissed them by saying, "Oh, I'm seeing a doctor tomorrow." Now, he then, Heather Holman just left, so I hope she's okay. Like she said, she might be slightly antsy. And but when it came to what Peter did, he wasn't seeing a doctor. He was seeing a quack who was working with colonics. Now, I consider that more of a quack than I would a chiropractor. But such being said, yes, we use this term doctor, but sometimes we're not really talking about what the conventional medical industrial complex would call a doctor or acknowledge as such. So when you said, "I'm seeing a doctor," you seem to be very confident that this chiropractor has all kinds of technology that you haven't seen before. And it's good that you put your money where your body is. So if you have money you need to spend on this, by all means, spend it on this. We don't want your hands going numb. But
well, there are doctors that are essentially chiropractors. They're called DOs.
Yes.
Director of Osteopaths.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, DO. And so
is that what this
so
is?
those people are.
Is that what this is? Yeah.
Here in Pittsburgh, they have several osteopath schools. One is at Duquesne University downtown. So there's all kinds of DOs in this area because of the school. So that was the other thing that I was doing, but I still can't get in to see them for months. Like, it's still like the same problem. Like, you saw the doctor I have in Vermont who's like doing nothing, like like looking at my situation and throwing her hands up and going, "Here, I'll fill out the new form for the state for you."
God.
And right, like you were like, the last time I showed you what she did for me, like last summer, you were like, "I've never seen anything like this." I mean, it was just dumb. And I got a new form for her to fill out, like just before we left in January. New form. Try to get into housing. There's no housing in Vermont. None. Like, just moving from one moldy place to another. It's not cool. Don't like it. And it's different here. Like, it's lots of suburbia.
Then why don't you just stay there? I mean, isn't this
just not home either? It's not. It's so many stop signs everywhere you go. So many people.
I don't think it's enough.
Busy.
I don't think that's enough of a contra argument. I think that everything else that you brought in terms of the positive should have you both staying in Philadelphia and moving into Philadelphia rather than staying out there in bumfuck. Honestly, I'll continue to advocate for that. But such being said, you stay there long enough.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
But if we can let Trump tear down the border wall on Canada, I'd be so much happier. Just 15-minute drive up into Montreal, and I'm, doing all the stuff I can do here up north.
Look, why don't you just see if you can marry a Canadian and defect to Canada, where you'll be in the social welfare system and cared for the rest of your life, rather than... You
read my mind. That I did try that. I did try that before I moved back to Vermont. I was like, I just want to be close to them, but have an international border between me and them. And I did try to talk my Canadian friend into marrying me, and he chose not to. God bless him. He saw something there. He certainly did see that there was too much for that. But yeah, I did think of that. And I did press it upon somebody, and I was rejected. And you need to get rejected from things that aren't the right thing for you. So
I guess. But okay. Such having been said, we'll be discussing Canada tonight. Certainly, I will during monologue, along with Greenland and to an extent the Gaza Strip and all the madness that Trump intends. He believes he comprehends that America is an empire, and he comprehends himself as an imperial president, and we'll explain a lot about that tonight. Now, but such having been said. So is this a doctor of osteopathy or a chiropractor or what kind of a doctor is?
It's an East Asian Indian woman who was available in March and not in June. So that's what I signed up for. I mean, that's just it. Like, you have to get in line. Like, you can't get appointments, like, in a timely way. And then by the time the appointment comes up, you're like, oh, by the way, my hands have been numb for 6 months.
Yeah, ethnicity helps, but that's not like a title. You know, like, what are they certified in?
Brendan, what did you say? I missed it.
I said ethnicity helps, but it doesn't mean we can identify their profession necessarily.
No, I did. I looked for DOs that were right here, that were close, and they were all booking out into April was the closest one.
So she's a DC then, this lady?
No, she's just an MD. She's like family medicine.
Oh, okay.
Well, then she's an actual MD.
Yeah.
An actual doctor.
But I couldn't. She was the first one I could get, and it's in March.
Okay. Oh,
So
the one in March, but not the one you're seeing now.
The one I'm seeing now is around the corner, and I pretty much just walked in and was like, I need help. And he could tell I needed help, and he gave me a deal. I got x-rays for the first time in 8 years, and I was shocked to see how I had deteriorated. The last time I had x-rays on my neck, I was like, oh, it looks better, you know, like, because I had a terrible accident, and I'd seen x-rays in the past that didn't look good. And the time before, 8 years before now, they looked better than what they look like today. And I mean, I was just so excited that, like, I could see exactly what the problem is. There's an S shape to my neck. I'm unbalanced from left to right, which I knew because one has more pain than the other. But this condition is the Raynaud's disease, which is secondary to whatever your problem is. It's not even, like, they can't even treat it. It's just something that happens when you have issues, like when your immune is compromised. You get this autoimmune issue, Raynaud's disease, and that's what they've been diagnosing me with. But the only treatment is they cut off bits of your hands, and I don't want that. So, right, like, that's how they treat it. And
but
I don't want that.
Right. Okay. So you are seeing an MD in March, which isn't too long from now. So that's good. But in the interim, this individual is keeping you functioning, and so so things are working out as well as they can. So that's good. That's excellent.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely doing a lot better than I was, like, even 2 weeks ago. Just because it was so cold. Like, we got that she shed bill, and it would, like, turn into a little sauna with, like, the wood stoves going, but we still, like, you have to, like, shove wood in it at least once every 4 hours, and it's maintenance all the time. And it was cold. It was, like, seriously cold all the time.
How about, like I said, just stay out of Vermont? Nothing's
I know,
worth
like,
that.
it's too cold up there. What was I thinking? But then, you know, it was cold down here. It was cold in Florida, snowed in Florida this year.
It's nothing like Vermont. Okay, it's there's no comparison, and it's definitely altogether, just for the sake of your health, put your money where your body is. Relocate for now to Philadelphia. I mean, you're there, looks like you're finding your way around, looks like you're getting, acquainted with how to work with what's around you. Stay there. I mean, there's nothing to work
Oriented.
with. Yeah.
I call it orienting when I go out in the car and I just drive around until I get lost enough to find my way back. Just orienting, just finding my way. Like, no other way to do it. Just got to go get lost and find your way, see what's there. That's all you can do. I mean, I've done it so many times where I move to a strange place where I don't know anybody and I have to figure my way around, and it's a lot of negotiation. But I mean, where we're at has access to a trolley line. I can take the trolley for $2. It's a hell of a lot more convenient to be here.
Okay,
and
there
I'm
we are.
being spoiled. So
then every reason to stay there. You're not driving to get water from a well. I mean, already you got water on tap, right? Water you can drink
oh
on
no,
tap.
it's just like a city. We don't drink it. I wish there were a spring I could drive to and fill up my water jugs. No, we have to shop for water. It's awful.
But still, that's better than driving to the well to fill up your water jugs, right? Or driving to take your garbage out. I mean, how do you?
But we still have to do these things. Like, we still do those things.
But they're
we
not
still have
as
to,
inconvenient.
Take our drive.
Yeah, it's not as inconvenient though. Who's picking up your garbage? You just moved in. Who's picking up your garbage? How do they know where to go to pick up your garbage? I mean, it's like
It's not so much that. It's like we live in like the family museum. Like, this is like, you know, 2 generations back. So it's like everything that's here is like 2 generations worth of stuff. So it's, you know, there's a lot of stuff that just needs to go, but nobody knows who it is. We don't know if it's important. Like, you know,
bloker stuff. Bloker stuff.
Sepich.
Sepich. Oh, Sepich. Do you mean Dracula?
Yeah. Vladimir's. Yeah. That's kind of how he feels about it. And, you know, being home, it's the same way. Like, being in Vermont, it's the same way. Like, there's all this stuff. We can't really do anything with it. It's kind of belonged to everybody for generations. And, yeah. But I have been talking with my aunt, or I call her my aunt, but she's really a cousin. And I'd never met her or seen her, and she called me, and because my grandmother had passed and nobody had ever talked to her about anything to do with that side of the family, but her mom named her after her grandmother, my great grandmother. So we have the same middle name. Like, Rose is our middle name and her daughter's name. And
interesting.
so I've been talking to her, and she sent me all kinds of photos of my grandmother and her sisters who were World War II veterans. And she has all these photos because her sister, or her mom, was sister to my grandmother and her other 2 sisters who were in the Army or in the Navy. And so she had all the pictures of the other sisters in uniform. And I was telling her how the National Archives sent me a letter telling me there was no record of my aunt ever having been in the Navy. And this cousin of mine, who we share the same middle name, she was saying, oh, I think she was a lieutenant. I think she was lieutenant. And I was like, well, we definitely have pictures of her in uniform. If she wasn't in the Navy, why was she dressed like she was? Like, so that was something interesting that I wanted to, you know, get your feedback on, as far as like what, you don't have to say anything, but I was sending you some of those pictures of my aunties from World War II who served and, you know, had these fantastic experiences, and we knew a little bit about it, but if I tried to look it up, there was nothing. Couldn't find any information on them at all. So, and I just got a bunch of photos of them in uniform from this woman who I'd never met before, but she wanted to know where all the money went from my grandmother, and I was like, not to me, sorry.
Yeah. Well, I saw the photo. I did have a chance to look at that. And remember, in World War II, many women were mobilized into the various services as Woman Auxiliary Corps. It was called WACS, of course, for the U.S. Army, Women's Auxiliary Corps for the Army. There was the WAVES for the Navy. And, of course, it just went on and on. I forgot later on, of course, the Americans didn't have an Air Force, but the British did. So the British would call the women who were the auxiliary in the Air Force, they would call them wrens, like the bird, W-R-E-N. And they were the ones who put up various reconnaissance balloons and the like. But I was just curious, we can always return to that. But Brendan, what you brought up something about camphor here. Is this to help with Amy's hands, the symptoms of her hands? Like maybe this camphor might help with that? Or was it something else you had in mind with maybe some...
Camphor was that stuff that I gave you, the crystals.
Oh, thank you. There we are. Let me cut and paste this.
So, and you can actually eat it. That's a very rare form of it. It's edible.
Okay, so but I'll make sure to treasure it like gold. I'm not quite sure how to prepare it. Is that something I just put a little pinch into something that I'm drinking, perhaps? Or
you could just like take a corner of the piece. It's like just take a little bite, but it'll help like with mood boosting and stuff like that.
Excellent.
And you can also burn it to get rid of any kind of if you have any ghosts or entities near you, it'll like banish any dark energy.
Understood. Most of those don't bother me, but yes, go on. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's good. It creates a force field to prevent dark energy from seeping in.
Excellent.
So if you ever have the need for that. Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you. Very, very much appreciated. Thank you for clarifying that.
And it's in traditional Chinese medicine as well. I'm sure you can dig up some more info on it in that context. So.
Yes.
On like tiger balm and stuff.
Well, that's different.
Yeah, it's used in that. It's used in that.
Is in
this
there.
This is a different form of it. Yeah.
And a higher quality, you say?
Yeah, it's edible. It's edible quality, so it's
edible
very safe. Yeah.
Wow.
Interesting.
Incredible. Yeah, fascinating. And I appreciate.
Is it a mineral or a plant or what?
It's extracted from the bark of cinnamon and wood of the tree called Cinnamon camphorum. It's a type of tree.
Oh, camphorum, right. Oh,
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
And there's to make it in an edible form, it has to be done over a wood fire and all done by hand. So it can only really source from places like India, southern China, where it grows naturally. Because the one that's in Tiger Balm and like Vicks Vapor Rub, that stuff is synthetic. It's made from petroleum distillates.
Yeah.
So it's still effective, but it's not something you should take internally for long periods. But this one is all handmade, like over wood, like over the natural elements, like wood stoves and stuff like that.
Love it.
Excellent. Excellent.
Is it a dragon herbs thing?
No, this is something, Doug, you could tell it, like the appearance of it.
Oh,
right?
well, kind of like cocaine. Yeah. But go on, yes.
Where
Like
can
it's not
you
something,
get it?
it's not legal to sell usually. I don't know, like the Indians just do it. Because they know me,
It's
I
so
can just ask them for it.
endangered, probably.
Not necessarily. It's more like it's not legal
Okay.
to be. You're not supposed to eat it. It would be considered like a pharmaceutical product or something. So,
Got it.
but somehow they import it, and like I'm like their buyer. Like,
Wow, good for you. Good for you.
Yes. The man with the connections. Yes.
Yes.
And but by all means, that's an excellent explanation. And but what's your impression of what Amy's going through? Do you have any personal impression of what she's going through, or you feel that she's getting it taken care of as best she can?
Yeah, I mean, health is wealth, and there are things you could do. Just like take haldi, like do turmeric. Like you should be maxing out on turmeric every day, eating a balanced diet. Vitamin C will help rebuild any injured tissues. So there's many things you could do. And then Ayurveda has like thousands of things you could do. I mean, even for Raymond's disease. What is it called? Sorry, Rains.
Raynaud, RAYNAUD.
Yeah, Raynaud disease. That's like something to do with circulation. Like it limits your circulation.
It's autoimmune, so it's not really like that's it feels like it's circulation. That's kind of the
Well, it's autoimmune.
The problem is like
breaks down capillaries.
It shuts them off, but the thing is, it's not. It was happening like my hands were going white in 100-degree weather.
Yeah.
So it's not like, although they say it's cold weather related, and it's definitely worse in the cold weather, but the warm weather, it still happens. It's not really weather dependent, and it's not really a circulation thing. Like I'll have my hands in warm water trying to bring the sensation back, and nothing. It doesn't work. It's like they're just
because it damages nerves. Yes, that's right.
And I was doing some lion's mane, kind of as far as supplements. Like I appreciate the camphor. I think probably better grade camphor, if I could find it, would be better than the tiger balm.
Camphor is fine, but I was saying like haldi, like turmeric.
I've been doing Ginger, mostly ginger for inflammation. Just making sure I have a lot of ginger root, drinking ginger tea, mixing ginger tea with some bubbly so that it feels like a punch and a party. But no,
haldi and ginger are synergistic. You can mix if you're keen on that. So.
Yeah. But I'm trying to say, like, the lion's mane didn't do anything. Like, I was taking it religiously because I was kind of drawn to it.
Like in the brain cells. Different.
I would find it when I was out mushrooming in Vermont. I would find the lion's mane, so I would go and even purchase it and pickle it and eat it. And then I had a tincture I was adding into stuff, but it did not affect the problem with the numbing in my hands. And it just it was one of those things where I felt like it would go away. You know, like this can't last. This will go away, and then it was just week after week. So
that's not a proactive approach.
Well, I mean, I was doing everything I could. I was seeing my doctor. She could only tell me that they don't treat it. It's secondary. Take vitamin B, which I did. That might be why I'm doing better. I'm not, you know, I'm being very good about making sure I get enough vitamin B every day. That, you know, and I did think it was circulation. I was like trying to exercise it away, and it doesn't.
And a lot of autoimmune disorders can be regulated with stuff like vitamin D, because it sounds like you live in a cold climate. So there's a lot to it that you can do.
No, and that's
like
why I thought the
mushrooms.
The mushrooms would help with the vitamin D, because it's like the natural, like you were saying, like the body has to like be ready to receive that mineral in order to process it correctly. And I feel like that's important. And so getting the mineral vitamin D from a mushroom seems like a smarter solution than just taking these capsules that may or may not get peed out.
Yeah, and I mean, in the case of heavy deficiency, it's best to actually use the supplements to bring your body back to its baseline, and then you can take natural. So like, because there's like a threshold where like the natural stuff can't cross, because of it's just if you're like chronically deficient, something like this. So that's why in the hospital they give people like 50,000 IU tablets, and you take that for like months, and then when you're I've done that. There's been periods of time where I've done like excessive amounts of vitamin D, and then excessive amounts of fish oil just for blood problems. So this stuff is like lifelong. Like, it's not just a one and done. You know? That's what I would say. I'm not, saying it for everybody, not just yourself. There's lots to take in with that. Health is
thank
you. Ever heard of that website, Earth Clinic?
Yeah, it got nerfed, unfortunately. That was my go-to when I was like back in my hippie phase.
Wow.
Righto.
Yeah. Because the owner or the
Dr. Ted from Bangkok, right?
Yeah, Dr. Ted. Yeah, he died, so it's obviously been compromised.
Shit.
Yeah.
Oh no, I'm so sorry. It was a gold mine.
Yeah, it's still, you can still find some of the old pages, but it's totally nerfed by the pharmacrats. Yeah, it's unfortunate.
That's sad. Dr. Ted, thank you. Dr. Ted from Bangkok. I mean, that's hilarious. Guy was smart too, man.
Yeah. Well, he pushed the boundaries of like curing cancer with stuff like boron and different minerals. So he was able to put like tens of thousands of people into remission. So and then but he was like in his 80s or 90s, so he didn't, he just died from like old age, and he had cancer as well, I think.
Did he really?
I never knew anything about him.
Yeah, that's why he came up with a lot of these remedies and then started sharing them with people, and it helped like thousands of people.
Wow.
So, and then they nerfed the website after he died. It's the classic.
And then he makes this massive database of every physical condition you could possibly have, and just let people get on there and say what worked and what didn't work.
Yes.
And
in the early days, that was the go-to. Yeah.
That's helped me way back. I haven't gone to it in a long time. I guess I won't.
Yeah. Well, it's still there. It's just
Okay.
they made it like not user friendly. The old style was like completely user friendly and beneficial for everyone.
Thank you for the warning.
As with anything, the internet is not what it used to be, and it never will be again, perhaps.
No,
Yes.
That's right. That's right. What they did to Weather Underground killed me. Remember
Yeah,
that?
those are just a few examples. I mean, there's like
Count.
there are examples from even when I was younger where the internet was like insanely good.
Yeah.
Like, and then they literally nerfed these sites. Like, you can't even find them anymore. Completely gone, like salted and everything. Yeah.
Terrible.
It's a shame.
Or IBM buys it or something.
Mm-hmm.
I'm definitely glad that all of you are discussing this. This is profoundly important. Now, Aristides, certainly some of this resonates with yourself. Do you have any input?
I don't know too much about the condition. I do like, talking about kind of natural remedies and stuff. I don't know what's good for that one. Have to look into it. I'm sure Amy has.
Yes.
Lion's mane is good, but I guess I haven't heard about it for that.
Yeah, I can definitively say that Ayurveda could help a condition like that.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, you have to do some digging to find out something that might really help you, or just try different things. But so, what is this? Wait, Amy, where are you now?
I'm in Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
And we're in the city, so I'm on a trolley line, so I have access to a lot of different areas, which is fantastic. I haven't lived in a city in forever. What's that?
How did you end up there?
Oh, I'm with his mom. His family is from here. He's like the only son in his family, and so he's like the only one to be available for his mom. So we're here.
So why not stay there? She needs you there.
How long do you think you're going to be there?
We were just thinking like the winter, because we have like the estates, as Douglas loves to call it, with the moat and all.
That ain't no estate, honey. That's
yeah, but the thing is, it's not just gonna take care of itself either.
Why not just let it take care of itself? It's not gonna go away, and it's not gonna get any better. Why not just let it return to fucking nature? Give it back to the Indians and Bigfoot and the Indians, whichever you come first.
That sounds fantastic. I would love that, but no. I mean, even if we were to get rid of it, I mean, it's his. He's been there 30 years. There's tons of equipment up there. Like, has to go somewhere. Like, even if we were to sell it, all that stuff would have to be removed. It's still, and it's not even. You can't just leave it. It has to be dealt with. So we're gonna deal with it.
Actually, it really doesn't. You can't just leave it. Yeah, you can't just
leave it.
You can't just leave it. Yes.
Just abandon all hope, ye who enter here.
Yeah. Yes.
It's gonna be our sign next to the gate.
Yeah. That'll keep them away. And I mean, it's you can do better for yourselves, both of you, than trying to, when you enter that swamp, that's it. You're just sinking in quicksand. It's just, that's all that happens. You're sinking.
I mean, it just happened this way. Like, I had to get out of the last 3 places that I was given to live. So forgive my reservation for not feeling like secure just yet. It just happened like that, where I had 3 very good friends of mine who were helping me out, and their situation was so overwhelming that I had to extract myself and go to the next moldy house to try to clean up and live in. That didn't work.
Yeah,
You know, like that. I mean, I think about it and I'm like, yeah, there were like 3 friends of mine that I adore and have known my entire life, and they all had the same issues with, they've been here their whole lives and their houses were moldy and terrible, falling in on themselves, not maintained, not cared for, and that was one after another, 3 different places, and then, you know, having Tokyo asked me to marry him and build me a house, which was fun. That was fun.
Yeah, the freeze dry shed. Yeah, where he freeze dries you.
Freeze dries me.
It makes a certain kind of sense to winter down there and get all your medical stuff real good and rest and whatever, and then have beautiful Vermont summer.
That's what everybody else does, right? Like, I spent last winter in a position taking care of everybody's vacation properties with no help. You know, it just makes sense that...
both.
Not really, because when she's back in Vermont, she has no health care and she has no benefits.
Well, yeah, but maybe it'd only be a few months.
Yeah.
See, that is the issue, right? Like,
summer there, yeah.
Well, that is the issue, is once you commit to your place of residence, it's all run through state operations. Like, I can't keep Vermont insurance and live in Pennsylvania. And I can't switch to Pennsylvania and then go back to Vermont.
So just relocate to Pennsylvania. I think the question resolves itself.
Well, no, I do see Holly's point in that, like, we have a really good situation up there in that there's no bills. Yeah, we were just up there for 6 months.
You know, 6 months of the year, gorgeous.
I mean, I'm being really gracious saying 6 months. It's more like 3. It's more like,
yeah. I buy that.
Yeah.
Just enough time to patch the roof and get out of there. So if you hitched a full year insurance with Pennsylvania, who are they to tell you can't, like, have a little vacation in?
All the doctors do telemed. You know, it's not.
They don't have to know.
Yeah, I'm on a phone talking to my doctor in Vermont anyway.
Yeah.
It's not. I mean, it's not.
It's nobody's business if you're visiting family in Vermont.
Yeah. Well, and part of the issue with his property is that it's not a house, and you have to leave 2 weeks out of the year to maintain. You can stay in a camp in Vermont as long as you leave for 2 weeks out of the year.
Weird shit.
Isn't that great?
If you say so. Yeah.
So it's a camp that's become permanent housing.
He has always had other women that he has lived with, and so this place was his, but he was never really there. Does that make more sense? Like, if you think of, like, the folly of men who have no women in their lives for extended periods and the way they turn out.
Yeah, okay. I'm following you.
Yeah, that is the condition that I tried to, remedy, and realize that's stupid. We're going to build a she shed. I'll have my own space. You can keep the man cave.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's...
If you run back there a few months of the year, enjoy it, do a little maintenance.
That's just it. We hardly even have to. Like, it's just... it's just the way it is, and we're here, and the thing is, we know all kinds of people up there too, so what we really miss is, like, being able to, like, go to the summer sessions, which is the free music in town, like
the community.
Like seeing all our old friends. That's
your old friends, the ones that
live in moldy houses.
Honey, there's nothing idyllic up there, Holly. Everybody else is drunk all fucking day the moment they get up in the morning, like they got booze on tap. I don't know how they can fucking afford it.
Well, yeah, the kids these days, but everybody else in the state.
Everybody she knows, they're after each other with guns.
No, but all the beautiful towns.
Honey, I don't know what dimension you were fucking in, but when you were going through Vermont, you took that left turn at Twilight Zone and shit, and then you wound up in some kind of, like, Pipe Dream Ill Dill
You
Springland,
don't
Vermont.
like the woods. You don't like the woods.
Of course I don't like the woods. Every camping trip I ever took turned out to be a replay of the Blair Witch Project. But aside from that,
people like the woods.
this has nothing to do with the woods. It's the fucking creepy people you find in the woods, honey. Everybody out there, they're all morbidly inbred people with guns who are out gunning for each other because they think they've stolen each other's guns. Tell her. Come on,
Yeah,
Amy.
but I think the only
Amy,
people
tell
that can
her.
afford to
Brendan.
live up
Nice,
there.
Brendan. I like it, Brendan. Nice. No, he's making a valid point. He is, Holly,
I
but
hear you. For a certain age group, like 45 down.
Honey, they're all like that.
no.
Tell her about the
No.
kids. I mean, your neighbors have got the retard kids. It's like all of them are like morbidly inbred retards or something. I don't mean to be cruel. It's like they're like developmentally disabled, to say the least.
I picture a bunch of mostly super rich, reclusive retirees.
Honey, you better start thinking of the
she's
hills
correct.
have eyes. It's that
Thank you.
it's the retired may be outside of the hills have eyes. She's with the hills has eye crowds, okay? You know, they're all like
Yeah, it's not the
Well,
it's not the
you're
Bay
gonna
Area
have your
hills.
hollers.
This is different
and
hills.
Yeah.
Generation.
Yeah.
A degenerated
We're not talking
generation,
Danville.
let's
This is
face
like
Yeah. Holly,
like, yeah.
Holly, you lived in
She's
a different
thinking
time.
like Danville or like what's that? Alameda and shit, like past Oakland.
I think Holly's thinking of the time that she
No,
was
I'm thinking of Bennington and.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, Bennington. There you go. Not Burlingame. Yeah. What is that?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry, Burlington. Burlington. Tell her about Burlington, Amy. Tell her what Burlington is like, Amy. Not Bennington, but Burlington.
That I believe.
Yeah. Tell her about Burlington.
They have the lowest crime rate in the world because no one reports anything. They just kill each other.
Yeah.
that's probably the truth. That's probably true.
It literally is.
Burlington, you can't go into a bathroom. Burlington is like the total lockdown, war zone, too many homeless. You can't go into a bathroom. Like, it used to be fun.
Okay.
It used to be fun. And Burlington's fallen into the lake. It's terrible now. But the places you're talking about in southern Vermont are actually doing incredibly well. Like, our friend who's in Ecuador, lives in southern Vermont.
Yeah.
And he's doing really well because there are all these ridiculously wealthy people buying properties in Vermont, and then there's nobody to do their service work. So that becomes like this niche market of, if you're savvy enough to talk to rich people, you can make pretty decent money just doing the stuff they don't want to do, like rebuild their rock walls.
Oh yeah.
You know, like that kind of stuff is just rampant. And the other thing that Douglas was talking about with the woman who was taken, her baby was taken from her, that hospital was one of the choices I had when I was pregnant and I miscarried. And I went in there and I tried to switch my healthcare over, and something just made me not go there ever again. I went in there and tried to get help at that Copley Hospital in Morrisville, and everybody was telling me they're so good. They're the best center in the state. They're so good. And then you found that whistleblower who was saying they took my baby from me and said that I would be a bad mom.
Yes.
When I've never even been a mom.
Yeah.
Jeez.
And I was like, that's the place I went to, and was like, I can't come here. This is terrible. I just had like the worst feeling in that place.
Yeah. I know an evil hospital.
Yeah, it was bizarre because everybody was telling me this is one of the best birthing centers in Vermont. You'll love it. It's right next to Stowe, where all the money people live.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, the fact that they would just steal your baby and say, oh, you're a bad mom.
Is everybody white in Vermont?
You would be surprised at how different it looks. It used to be like 99% white. I would say it's 50-50 now.
Okay.
Of white and something else.
White and something else.
Variety.
Like not any one particular group, but like a lot of different people coming, because we're in the middle of Montreal and New York and Boston and Portland, Maine. Like, there's just people from other places everywhere now. And I don't know, like, I don't know how they get along. Like, we, being from Vermont, at least we have each other. You know, like the only reason we're able to like carry on without jobs is because we can rely on other people that we know to like throw us some money to do stuff.
And have a kind of bar community system.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but you can't do that.
And
Like
you're
if
in
I
the
were to,
extreme north.
Honey, they're all doing barter. It's like you said, it's like Road Warrior shit. Everybody is like, her plumber friend just did plumbing for everybody, but then, you know, everybody's just paying on deferment. Deferment. I mean, they're basically giving each other drugs. It's like, hey, I need some money.
Stuff like that.
Yeah, hey, I need some money, man. And then, oh, have these drugs instead. Then he'll come home all plastered and shit, hiring a kite, mind blown and shit. And Amy will say, what about the money? What money? Yeah, what money, honey? Yeah. It's like, no, just relocate where you are now, Amy. That's it. I mean, come on.
Well, we're here now. We're here now, and his mom's really happy that we're here. Our dog did just attack her dog, so we're all moved in.
Cool.
Yeah. Our dog, who
That's
never
good.
attacks anything or anyone, just last night got really mad at the little Pomeranian and bit him. But he
Wow.
probably deserved it. He's a little shit. So yeah, we're pretty. I mean, it's been a while. We've been here a couple weeks, and the last time we were only here a couple weeks. So I'm, you know, feeling like, okay, I got to go out and figure my way around, find out how I'm gonna get lost every time I try to leave the house.
Yeah, it's a big change. Amy likes the woods, Douglas.
No, she
She
tells,
knows.
she tells herself that she does. Yeah, she tells herself
She
that she
does.
does.
Yeah.
I do. She knows. I
born
do.
that
No
way.
matter where I am, I end up somewhere on a trail, just by myself.
Find a park at least.
Oh, God.
Oh, and there's that here too. There's plenty of that. I just don't have like ideas. Like when I'm home, I know where I can go, but here I have to ask and deal with other people in the park. Home, there's nobody.
How far is Pittsburgh from Philadelphia?
Pittsburgh is I don't know, maybe 4 hours.
That far? Okay.
Yeah,
That
it's
would be
it's a bigger
good.
state.
But it's way west.
But every place she had to drive to in Vermont was 4 fucking hours distance away.
Well, because I can't go across the Canadian border, which again, if he would just close,
Yeah, that's a stinker.
it would be
and
awesome.
I don't think Canada's feeling any more friendly about us.
Well, they're all really snotty up there anyway, so
Anyway.
you know, it's not the same place at all, but it would be so fun for me to not have to stop at a border patrol and just go
Yeah.
up to the hot springs.
Yeah.
I haven't done it since I've been home. I've been home for a decade, and I haven't been able to really. I went up one time, and it's 10 minutes away from where I live, but I can't cross the border because my car doesn't have the right sticker or
Oh man.
that kind of craziness.
Terrible. Yeah.
Stupid.
Terrible.
Just close it. Just close that right down. I'll take
But
my
I
bike.
almost can't, for residents, I'm surprised there isn't a special lane and you have a pass.
It's so jammed up. Like,
Wow.
it's never been easy to get to Canada or to come back.
That's
I
amazing.
mean, we used to do it as teenagers. We'd go up, drink like crazy people, and then drive back across the border and puke and then
Yeah.
carry on.
I can imagine.
So we used to do it as kids all the time, but that even like 5 years after I left, like they weren't doing that anymore. Like the
Was
kids
that
weren't going up to
before
Canada
Ronald
like
Reagan?
that. No, it wasn't quite Reagan. It was like Clinton,
Oh.
and let's see, it probably ended long before Bush.
Uh-huh.
Like
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
kids were not going up to Canada like they used to. Like it
No.
just wasn't the thing that they did, which everybody, like my parents would go across the border all the time. Like my grandparents would come back and forth across the border like it was nothing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like just groups would come back and forth and it wasn't a big deal. You just
Especially
showed your
local.
ID.
Yeah.
And now nobody does it. Well, I'd like for it to just be an ID, but the last 2 times I went up, it was a huge hassle. It was
That's
like
amazing.
you're waiting, you're getting interviewed, you're being pulled to the side.
Christ
They're
almighty,
calling
you're a
people.
property owner 10 minutes away.
Uh-huh.
Shit.
Yep. That's
Crazy.
the thing of it is like, well, and the other, if you have a DUI, you're
Oh,
not
God.
allowed. You're not allowed to
Who's
cross
that?
the Canadian border.
Well, you don't have a DUI.
No, I don't, but everybody I know does. So I'm stuck going by myself.
You've got to learn to make better friends.
That's true. I'm
Oh,
making
gotta
better
make
friends
money
here.
somehow.
Well, is there no way you could go alone?
Oh no, I've gone alone. I've gone up to Canada by myself. I've driven around Montreal in a snowstorm, got my car snow plowed under. Yeah. I've done it. I've been up there. I just haven't in the last 10 years gone but one time up to the hot springs. Had the time of my life.
Mm.
Was so upset that I didn't even know it was there for
I'm
years.
surprised there's one up there.
I know, right? And you'd think because
Never
it's
heard
kind
of
of
it.
the same Appalachian line, there'd be more of them on our side too, but there's not. There's not hot springs down below. Somebody
Is
said
there
maybe
more going north after that one?
yes.
Is that
I-
right? I did not know that.
Yeah. I haven't been to them, but I've looked them up, and they're all up into like the Gaspé Peninsula in Quebec.
I see.
So those are all hot springs too,
And
which
so
I didn't
is that
know
a
the East
Great
Coast had
Lakes
it.
Peninsula?
The which one?
The Quebec one.
Gaspé, yeah.
Yeah,
That one
and
that
that's
kind of
in a
opens up.
Great Lake, right? One of the lakes
No,
is
it's
not ocean.
St.
right?
Lawrence.
Oh, wow.
St. Lawrence Seaway, so it's only open for a couple
Mighty
months in the
river.
year,
Yeah. Jeez, you talk about cold.
right?
God in heaven.
I'm looking at the letters that Lovecraft wrote. I'm looking at the Joshi.
S.T. Joshi. S.T. Joshi. By the way, he's Asian
David
Indian.
Schultz.
He's
They
ethnic.
put together his
Yeah.
letters, and he said
Yeah.
he had gone to Quebec 3 times in the 1930s. He'd been
That's correct.
out to Quebec.
Yeah.
And I haven't done it. I would like to. I think that would be a fun summer thing. I don't want to go in the winter, but
That mighty river, to see the ice break in the spring on that? My God,
just
right?
cold as
I
the cold.
mean-
I mean, I can't. Vermont
think
itself
it-
is plenty cold.
Yeah. Does it run freely? Oh, no. So it must freeze and break up, and oh my God, that's an
Well,
exciting
and it's
event
flat.
to witness. Yeah.
It's not. There's no mountains to catch the wind, so it's like a prairie almost.
When it's frozen.
Yeah, it's not like mountainous. It's like it's the St. Lawrence Riverway. It's all flat.
But it thaws in the spring.
I hope so. I don't know.
And
The
that's
Chickasha.
that's what I'm
have-
talking about. When that ice starts booming and cracking and
Oh yeah, yeah.
I'd
That's
go,
fun.
I'd go to see that.
It makes weird noises. Like it
Oh,
does
yeah.
when it cracks.
Moans and
spring.
oh, yeah. That's a fascinating, exciting phenomenon to witness.
It is a little supernatural. It's like the noises.
Oh hell.
Yes.
And the immensity of it.
It's fun. Yeah, it's just a
Yeah.
different thing. You
Yeah.
know, it's
Yeah.
you don't know what's out there in nature. You just don't leave the lodge. Stay in the lodge.
I hear you.
And
No,
go on, honey.
I was reading those letters from
Yes.
that were
from
collected by that
Lovecraft.
guy
Yes. Yes.
of Lovecraft,
Yes.
and
What do you say? Yeah.
I didn't realize he was such a supporter of Hitler.
Yeah.
Like
Well, of course he was.
he
Go on.
really stood up for Hitler's
Yes.
ability to see the frugality
Yes.
of like just trying to separate people for their differences. Like just let them have their space. Like let
Yes.
whatever culture exists in that place own that place. Don't try to move in different cultures. Like
Yes.
I thought it was really something that I hadn't considered in reading his books or hearing his writings, but in his letters,
Yeah.
he was very much in support of what Hitler was saying, which I was just shocked to come across that in one of the letters, that he was he was reluctantly supportive of Hitler because of his nationalist stance.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you.
I didn't understand that was playing into how they wanted him to be quiet, right? Like he got cancer because he was going to write the
American Mein Kampf.
You keep saying that, yes.
Yeah.
And I didn't understand that it had bearing on the fact that he had been outspoken in support of Hitler.
There we are. See, there we go. And I'm going to enter something into a little link here into our conversation right here in the text box. And I'm going to enter it into your private messages as well, Amy. And
oh, good, because you had given me something before, and I went about Vladimir Sepich, and I couldn't find it again. It needs to go into my own as well, so that I don't have lose it in all of our chats with all of the stuff.
Oh, okay. So what was it that I had sent you about Vladimir Sepich? I can try and send it to you again. Usually I would do that.
I don't know what it was. I didn't get to click on it, and then I went back to look for it, and I could not find it.
Well, all we need to do,
how much is shared.
All we need to do is find out the episode that you were on that you asked about that, and then we find the call that's linked to that episode. So I'll try and go back a few calls and see if I can find it. Just be patient. If you can find it,
you're better than me, because I did go through a bunch of chats, and I'm like, where is it? I know you had given it to me. I know it had the guy's name, and I don't know if it was an article or if it was a video. It seems like it was a video. I tried to look it up in the YouTube to see if it would come up with just typing in the Vladimir Teves. Nothing. Yeah. Not anything like what we were talking about anyway.
Interesting. Okay.
So
I'm
not sure.
All I need to do is find the episode in which you asked about him, and then it was towards the end of the show. So we know we can find it towards the end of the show. So it wasn't that long ago, but it was like a few weeks ago, I think. So I'll look back and see where you're talking at the end of the show. And then I will try and find the phone call that's adjacent, or, the Skype call that's adjacent to that episode, then see if I can find it. So, with that...
Oh, very good.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you do, put it in my...
Obviously. Private. Private messages.
Just so that I
usually I do that simultaneously. Probably at that time, I was probably, because you came on at the end of the show... it was before you left. Now I remember it was before you went to sleep. So it was at the beginning of the show. Remember you said I have to drop off soon. So then you asked the question about it. So it was near the beginning of the episode, so it would have been in the opening hours and during the
somewhere,
round.
Yeah.
So okay, but still shouldn't be too hard to find it. I may not do it this week or the next week, but I'll get to it. Just be patient with me.
If you think of it, if you find
don't be afraid to keep reminding me. And by all means, everyone keep reminding me. Yeah, the only reason I put the link that I did here and then in your private is so that you can actually read that aloud to our listeners while I take a break, which I'm not taking a break just yet. But when I do take a short break, then that way you can read that, because it's about Philadelphia. But, you're in Pennsylvania. It's kind of like the same place. How different are they?
It's so funny. It's nothing. This place that I'm in is more like West Virginia than Philadelphia. Philadelphia is outside of New York.
Okay.
We're towards West Virginia. Like, everybody is like, you go through this tunnel and you're in West Virginia, and they're back. Like, all the people in this area were steel workers and coal miners in West Virginia.
Okay.
Like, I think I told you before, Tokes was raised in West Virginia before the age of 10.
Oh my God, I feel bad for him. So sorry that happened.
I thought I was explaining a lot when I was like, he's really from West Virginia.
Oh
like,
my!
That explains it all, right?
Yes, yes.
Are any of the gigantic plants there still working?
I don't know, but his dad his dad was a coal miner, and his mom was telling me about one time she went down there with him.
Immense.
And like they go like 40 feet down into the earth in this tiny little shaft, and you have to keep your arms and legs tucked in so that they don't get ripped off.
Oh.
And then they're like, they only bring people down twice a day. Like they take them down, and then 10 hours later they take them out.
Yeah. Yeah.
She was an EMT, so she went down there one day to do whatever, and she said it was frightening. And I can't, like, the photo of his dad coming home from the coal mine, he has this shitty grin on his face, and it's almost as if like he's like elated to be out of there, like to have survived it another day. I can't imagine.
Are the steel refineries still working?
No, they've all been
Go.
transformed into cosmopolitan art galleries and
I see.
that kind of thing.
Breweries and stuff.
Yes. Everybody drinks here. I went to one of the funniest, most aggressively degenerate beer establishments ever, where it's just like you drive through. You just pull in.
Yeah.
It's a warehouse. The guy comes up to your car, says, "What do you want?" And you get cases of whatever you want and drive away. You don't even leave your car. Yeah. He was waiting to show me that one, and it was phenomenal. I loved it.
Pabst isn't Pittsburgh, is it?
I don't know. I don't think so. That's the Midwest.
Does Pittsburgh have a beer?
They must. I don't know what it is.
A cheap beer.
I don't know. This
Milwaukee,
neighborhood,
like that. Yeah.
This neighborhood is Polish. This is mainly Polish, so they all drink hard liquor.
Mm-hmm.
It's all like there's this club on the corner called the Yugoslav. It's been there since 1933, and I was making jokes like, I'm gonna go get a job at the Yugoslav.
Oh, I love an old man's bar.
I know. I was like, that's what I need. I need to just like hang out with a bunch of veterans. But like they don't even go. Like they live on the street. They don't even go down there.
The ones in Jersey went all hipster.
Right.
Yes.
Yes.
Because it is a trend.
The thing that's kind of coming back here is you're allowed to smoke cigarettes in the bars here. Yeah.
Oh, right.
So fun.
Yeah.
No, because I don't drink. So if I can go to
Vermont. Yeah.
No, you can't smoke cigarettes anywhere in Vermont.
I'm saying.
No. They're all
you
against
can
it.
smoke a butt in the bar. God in heaven.
Yeah, and it's kind of like the new, like they're all bringing it back. Like they have to compete with the other bar. So they're like, okay, well, you can smoke in here too. Wow. And that's what's so fun is like, I think that's like one of my favorite things is we went to a skate park across from this Catholic church, this Polish, original Polish Hill Catholic church.
Oh boy.
And across the street was a place called like the Friar's Den or the Pope's Pub or something. Oh. And you could smoke cigarettes in there. And the bartender was like, yeah, nobody here leaves their neighborhood. Like, we don't know anything about other neighborhoods. Like, nobody ever goes anywhere. They stick to their 4-block radius.
Jersey was like that too.
But why?
It's funny.
Why?
I don't know. It's a thing. It's an ethnic thing, and they, there was actual community and family ties then.
I don't know if that's indicative of community or family ties.
It's a thing,
No, maybe not so much out west. They don't do that anymore. But here in Pittsburgh, they have, like you were saying, like they have a Polish neighborhood. They have an Italian neighborhood. I went to this yoga class. Was in a different neighborhood. His mom wanted to know, like, was it Italian? Was it Jewish? Like, what neighborhood was this yoga class in? And we couldn't tell. We just couldn't tell. It was very much gentrified. It was very like the old pubs had all been converted into fancy new pubs.
Yeah. Kill me.
And Yeah, I mean, it's
Well, I
nice.
mean, in Jersey, the grandparents lived on the second floor. The parents lived in the first floor, and the kids lived in the basement.
Yeah, that's pretty much, that is what we're doing. We're in the basement apartment. She's
Yeah, and if they
upstairs.
die,
Nobody's
you
on the
move
third
up.
floor.
Yeah.
Oh,
It is very
You
much
didn't
that way. And it's so funny you said the Jersey's like that too, because his friend he was here the last time we came to visit, but now he's moved away and they're in Jersey. Like, so like the
Big
people
diff.
we were hanging out with last summer, they're not here right now. So we're like, oh, we wish you guys didn't move to Jersey, but anyway.
Hey, the food's better in Jersey.
Maybe he's
I'll do
really
the,
struggling because
out over
he's
that.
not from Jersey. He's from here, and so he didn't
Got it.
really enjoy it. Like, he didn't want to
You
move.
can have some real pizza.
Ah!
You've had the rest. Now try the best.
That is, yes, that's very Jersey for
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah, there's a lot of resentment. It's friendly rivalry between the two states.
You're so, yes.
And Pennsylvania has an eerie quality to it out in the.
Oh, you don't say.
And what I didn't know, the geology of Pennsylvania underneath is karst, which is petrified white clay.
Oh yeah, it is.
And
It's
so
weird.
It's riddled with caves and tunnels.
Yes.
Caves and tunnels.
It's all
And no
hills.
hot springs. Yeah, and with the deciduous forest and the changing of the seasons that you sure do get there. It ain't tropical, that's for sure.
Well,
Like
it's
40
not.
there instead of 2.
Well,
the
the foliage, there's so many more varieties because it's warmer. Like, we get magnolias in Pittsburgh where we don't have magnolias north in Vermont at all.
Yeah, it's all pines.
Pines and cedar and maple, hardwoods,
Yeah,
poplars everywhere.
right.
but-
Maple syrup.
Yeah. The landscape though, what you're talking about, like, Tokyo gets mad when people up north call him a flatlander because he says he's from Pennsylvania, and clearly the people in Vermont don't realize that this area is all hills. Like, my walk to the chiropractor a block away is up and down like a 30% grade hill.
Oh, you need the exercise.
Right.
But go on.
I get the exercise just walking. Yeah. Are there
it's mine
hilly.
tunnels under Pittsburgh?
Oh yeah.
Oh
yeah.
A lot of cities did that, boy.
Yeah,
And that's creepy.
that's what
Get your
that's what his
sinkholes
dad did, was mine.
Yeah.
Like, when they
under
moved back here.
Pittsburgh proper, not someplace going the other direction.
Don't know.
Like, it's under the town riddled with mines from the old days. Like Butte, Montana. Oh,
Oh, of course.
Oh my gosh.
scary.
It's nothing like Butte, Montana.
And
no.
you get sinkholes and collapses and stuff.
No,
Because
it's mainly
as
ledge.
the town was growing, they built those houses over those old mines. They didn't care. You know what I'm saying? When it went to suburbia.
It is definitely suburban, and you're correct to be like, yeah, a lot of that might have stuff underneath, but a lot of it is solid earth. Like, when they built these mines, they had to go through ledge. It's rock. It's really
Yes.
hard clay.
Okay,
Like, it's-
karst. Yeah.
It's-
We had a word. Oh God. Caliche.
Huh.
Nietzsche.
But yeah, that's the karst, I guess.
I don't
Petrified,
know.
Mineralized or something. Is it white?
It is like an off-white yellow.
Yeah.
Yep. And it has kind of, like, when you said Butte, Montana, it did kind of, there is some kind of comparison there, but it's not at all. Like, the Rocky Mountains are so much taller, and they're so much more fragile.
It's not karst under Butte. I don't know. I forget what they were mining up there, but they built a town right on top of that shit.
Yep. No, not the West is different entirely. Like this is very hilly. It's very like you say, there's caverns and caves everywhere.
Are there boils where the water comes up?
I don't think so. I'm in the
Like
city.
Florida? Okay.
I don't know. I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't
Fair.
think they have
Weird
the water's
boil.
we're kind of dealing with like industrial pollution here because there's
Oh,
like a
God.
the Koch brothers, the KOCH.
Yes. Yes. Coke brothers.
They have a giant facility just a couple miles away, and sometimes when the wind changes, you can smell their.
God.
The shit
What
they're
are they
cooking.
making there?
Yeah.
What are
Yeah.
they making?
I forget. He told me, but it's like it makes it really distasteful to be outside.
Oh God. To this day,
So
fuckers.
you know.
Can't even scrub those smokestacks. Bastards.
no, So there, the industrial stuff is still going on here, and it's not. Nobody's changing that. Trump isn't shutting them down.
No.
So that's the
No
other.
more coal, probably. Or
I think-
hey, there's still coal. Maybe that's what the
I
Koch
think
brothers are doing.
I think they're very much in support of using coal again here.
Of course they would be. Of course they would be.
Well, it's plentiful, and to ship it all out to another country because they don't have the standards.
Right. Easy enough.
Like she was explaining, when they lived in West Virginia, they had this one kind of coal, the anthracite,
Yes,
which would
that's the
burn
best.
so much better.
Yeah.
And I had another friend who owned 20 acres here, and this is before I even knew Tokyo and knew that I would be moving down here. But she had 20 acres, and she was rescuing people's roosters. Like she would take in roosters from people
Yes.
on her 20 acres, and she burned coal. She said, I can just go out and get it on
yeah.
my land.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, throw a couple chunks in the stove. Yeah.
It's a little harder to get going. Like you have to have a wood fire going, and then you cover it with coal.
Yeah, okay. Got it.
And it's kind of tricky. Like they remembered some pretty cold days where mom didn't get the fire going right.
Going right.
Ooh.
But
Hey.
yeah, that anthracite is gold, man.
That it just burns
and
really
to come
warm.
up pure like that.
Well, and
They'll
that's the thing
rip
we
that
don't
thing
have.
open. Yeah.
We don't have that in Vermont. There's no
No.
area to go harvest coal like that. It's we're a 12-hour drive away, and we don't have the same mineral that is plentiful down here.
I
So
don't
the
think
landscape.
Vermont ever did much mining.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
did they?
we have definite mines, but we have more fossils. Like we have so many protected areas because of the fossils.
No kidding.
Yeah, it used to be an underground sea. So there's all these crazy like shell fossils in the rock bed that people used to come and chisel them out and sell them.
Oh yeah.
And so they had to like put up signs like "Leave our fossils," like that.
I had no idea.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Fascinating.
That's the mining that goes on there, and then the rock is people love the granite. Like we have
Yes.
a quarry that I didn't even know was there. Tokyo took me to it, and we went the other day, like less than 4 months ago, and pulled out all these round balls of granite that, I mean, they're just gorgeous. Like we could cut
Granite
them.
Inclusions.
No, they're balls of granite
Okay.
in this quarry,
Okay.
and they're gorgeous. Yeah, and he knew where it was. I didn't know it was there, and he drove us down the road. I thought we shouldn't be on this road, and he drove us down there, and we go to the quarry, and there's just like you could just be there, pick out balls of granite from the rock bed.
So they were naturally formed.
Yeah, and it's deposits. Like that, you can
Yeah.
quarry it. Like you can break it off in sheets, which
Right.
they do in some places. Like Barrie
Yeah.
had a lot of quarry. Barrie, Vermont
Uh-huh.
has a big
Oh yeah.
granite quarry.
Granite is wanted for sure.
and it's beautiful, and it,
Yeah.
you know, it makes really gorgeous kitchen counters for sure.
Yeah.
But we can just go and pull it out of the ground if you know where to go.
Got it. A high
And that's-
quality.
Yeah, I mean, it's so beautiful. And we were using it as a, so his man cave has the wood stove there, and he's got the bricks lined up to keep, once the wood stove gets hot, it heats the hearth. And so we were just using the granite balls, like, to add to the hearth to keep it warmer.
Oh,
Yeah, I mean,
that's
it's just
cool.
what you do in the north.
Yeah.
It's incredible how much knowledge both of you ladies have of geology. How did you both acquire this knowledge?
I think it's, yeah, just I wanted to know, and I figured it out. Really?
Yeah, and learned. And there's some wonderful writers. Don McPhee. God, he makes it interesting. Not all dry. Yes. he
You know what,
does.
I was reading that Ignatius Donnelly.
Okay, yes.
Huh.
That
Brendan, you can come in and tell people who Ignatius Donnelly is. But do continue, young lady, about your readings.
Well, you were the one who brought that up, and I've been listening to it as an audiobook, and it's all about the formations of this and that, and I have no idea what the story is. It's just all talking about geology.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Endlessly fascinating.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And I had like a grandmother who was a farmer and would take us, all the grandkids, out to pull the rocks out of the fields, and she built a giant hearth, and that was really all I knew about her, was like she had a
Wow.
giant hearth that she spent her life pulling rocks out of the field, and then
Yeah.
when she passed, they sold it, and none of her grandkids get to sit at the hearth anymore. But she built like this 10-foot by 6-foot hearth that was just giant, and you could like sit next to the big open pit of fire.
And
It
this
was
was
gorgeous.
in
And pretend that
Vermont?
you were burning in hell. Yeah.
No, it was cozy as hell. Get out of here. It was cozy. Was this in Vermont or Pennsylvania?
No, that's up in more remote Vermont than
Okay.
even I am. Like
Oh, that
it's
sounds so cozy.
way far away.
Yeah.
Nothing over there. Nothing at all. Like nobody
Wow.
should live there. That's why the giant hearth was like such a wonderful thing to go to Meme's house, and and it was such a huge family. Like she had 11 in her family, and then she had 9 kids of her own. So
Mm.
there were always people. They were always speaking French, and it was just gorgeous when they built the new house and had all the holidays up there when I was young, when I was really young.
And rich people haven't found it yet? That area?
Oh no, there's rich people all over up there now, and they're all buying up farm fields that have been doused with
Yeah.
Roundup. And
Oh, tell
Thinking-
people about the Roundup.
I don't want to.
And Brendan, tell people about the Roundup. Come on now. This is an area for your expertise. Let's see if we can get him off mute.
We all know about Roundup.
Yes. But he might have some juicy details since neither one of you young
Do
ladies
you
wants to go
see
in.
the giant toads there?
Toads? Tell us about the giant toads.
Oh my God, they're the size of footballs or bigger.
Yeah, no doubt.
And down in it was more southern central Vermont.
She probably can't tell them from her fucking neighbors. But go on.
They're gigantic toads. Like the size of pumpkins. They're so big, all they can do is stand up on their back legs and flop down. And stand up again and flop down. They might have been invasive.
I think you're thinking of an invasive frog. I don't think I've seen frogs that big.
And if you were sitting on the edge of a grassy field, you would see like this gorilla footsteps going into the grass. You know, it would, and you knew there was one over there, so you'd have to run and see it. And the hell roar salamander.
Hell
Like
boar
the
or
biggest
something.
salamander?
Yes, I forget. It's not hell roar, hell boar or something of that nature.
Hell
Yes.
boar or something?
Yes.
The hellebore say.
Yes.
I think they're in Vermont, aren't they?
We have a lot of
As long as there
salamanders.
are.
Yeah.
Yeah. The bright,
That-
bright yellow, orange ones, I mean. Orange, neon. You got
I've
those?
seen a bunch of orangey ones. I haven't
Yeah,
really
okay.
seen any yellow ones.
Or,
I keep saying I'm just going to get a family of axolotls, though, because they like the cold.
Yes, they can. They can at least adapt. Yeah. And,
I think that would be a fun pet experience at
Yes.
some
what
point.
is,
When things
what is the
stabilize.
animal?
Axolotls, honey. You've never heard of them? Mud puppies?
No.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I know what that is.
Yeah.
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 And,
Have like a kiddie pool, plants in it, and the
Well, like I said, this place is like a museum, and
Yeah.
I was telling his mom, I don't really want another dog. I'd rather just get a family of axolotls. And she's like, there's an aquarium in the garage. Just take it.
yeah. There you go.
there you go.
It's kind of, it's like that everywhere I go. It's like all I have to do is like figure out what I want and put it out there. And then somebody will be like, I don't need that anymore. You take it.
Good thing.
Yes, it
It's
is.
wonderful.
Yeah.
It's not bad. It's just, there's been a lot of rapid change in my life over the past 2 years, and Douglas has been the steady for sure.
Thank you.
I've definitely been through so much that like I keep coming back, and it seems like you're the only constant.
Thank you.
It's like I'm still hearing from Douglas, so this is good.
Yes.
But no,
Very
it's
good.
been a lot of change, and I don't expect that I'm ever going to be too settled, just because I kind of enjoy like shaking things up. Like I've seen people just get settled into a way that's not good for them.
Mhm.
A lot of times people end up in the place where they're at, and they don't even pay attention to that they had choices, that your situation is because you had a choice that you didn't make, or it was made for you, and you can now change it because we live in the present, but they don't want to. I know that I'm aged.
That's cute. Come on, honey.
I don't feel
Yeah,
like I don't feel the urge to like run around like I used to. Like I don't want to go travel to Denver to watch Widespread Panic play again. So I should.
Let alone the sphere.
Maybe I should, because those guys aren't going to be around forever.
Right on.
But yeah, I used to do that a lot. That was something that I used to enjoy, was just traveling and seeing music.
Yeah.
I don't have that urge anymore. I don't want to do that. And I'm fine with it. Like I did it and it was great for that time, but I'm doing different stuff now. And it's okay to just say no to the things that you used to do.
Yeah. I mean, believe me.
It's Jungian philosophy that some kind in the brain or the biology or something, at middle age in the 40s, life takes a dramatic change, ready or not. And so that's why everybody jokingly calls it a midlife crisis. But if you expect it and you can allow for it and still survive, then it's a good thing. Good thing. It's like
it's constantly like
point in life between youth and the end, and we should teach kids to expect it.
Okay.
Because it's perfectly natural. It's not you, Amy. It's perfectly natural.
and just allowing is kind of submitting to
allowing,
it.
Not thinking it's a crisis, because it isn't. It's just, but it's undeniable. So you got to find a way to work with it, not fight it.
Yeah.
You're saying, and you're doing. So, yeah, keep on.
Okay.
And you may end up, like I say, maneuvering yourself into a pretty good position where you're not stuck in one place all the time, but still have roots in both places. I always thought it was good to have a foot in two worlds.
Maybe, but it's pretty hard to maintain. Yeah, of course.
Strategically.
I like to think strategically too, but yeah. I mean, I have a foot in two different worlds, and sometimes you feel like you're snapping apart, torn between them.
Well, there's that.
Yeah.
And it does take work to maintain, and pure chance too. But I get a little bit of sense of security out of it, as long as I can maintain it. It can, that the other end can go away, or the end you're on can go away. You never know. So far.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
my other leg isn't securely planted now.
That's right. Oh my God.
Let's put it that way. I'm more like a stork.
Are you free to talk about the time you were working with the observatory?
Me?
Yeah, for a while. Weren't you
What
working?
about it?
Oh, I don't know. Like, I mean, are you comfortable talking about it, or is that something you'd like to move on from and just to kind of like?
No, there's not that much to say. It was a freaky 7 hippie guys back in the 80s or before wanted their own joint.
Okay.
So it wasn't, and I mean, to be a hippie astronomer, you have to have a day job for the Defense Department, okay?
Right.
Because there's no making a living in astronomy. The rarest few.
Yeah.
Rarest few. And they were probably really rich to get where they got making a living in astronomy.
Right. Yeah.
But this bunch of high-tech for the day weapons contracting freaks wanted their own place, and they found a dark peak. And tragically, I think, I mean, now it's like a million-pound boat anchor.
Jesus.
They actually managed it, and then went out getting contracts for it, and including scientific research, not all DARPA, but it was wild and wacky. A 36-inch Cassegrain, so it's a serious instrument with a rollback roof, and it's pretty damn exciting. And that roof rolls back, and they go to pointing it.
Wow.
And the interest wasn't, taking pictures of nebulas at all. It was more spectroscopy.
Okay.
And stuff like that. And so nothing to do with pretty pictures. But there was a guy that he was a PhD in French literature that liked the pretty pictures.
Okay.
So these old guys would go up there, and it's all night in the freezing cold, because by the time it's dark enough in the summer, it's midnight. So it's a wintertime application for sure. Get all the way up there and roll that roof back and do their thing. It's the natural science with no nature in it.
Ah, yes.
It's all machinery.
Yes. Yes.
And computers and special cameras and oh God. But it was a weird, strange, opportunity. Had the last great hippie jobs. Yeah. And that was one of them.
Incredible. And but it was only recently it all died off, or it feels like yesterday to me. I mean, literally, it feels like yesterday.
I have not worked in a long time there.
Wow.
Oh God, yeah, probably a decade. And I used to go to some of the events, but that kind of fell off, and the COVID and all that. So that tie has kind of lapsed.
So sad.
But yeah. But the older you get, the more you see, and it is like some kind of Terence McKenna sine wave that runs through life. Things do circle back if you live long enough.
Yeah.
You never know. So You never know until your dying day.
Yeah. Okay. And
those cycles go around again.
yeah.
I feel like I'll always work for Myra. There's
Okay.
a few other outlets I feel like that, one way or another. I'm just on leave.
Maya being your care recipient, yes?
No, Monterey Institute for Research in Astronomy.
Oh, okay.
Mhm.
Oh, lovely. And so I'm going to take that.
That's all I got to say about that.
Well, I'm going to take my break now. I want you ladies to continue speaking. You're both doing this so well. I mean, you know what's so incredible about this? You're always incredible, Holly. But for Amy, she usually falls asleep at this time. So, Amy, what's keeping you up tonight? Before I take my break, what's keeping you so energetic?
I'm not necessarily energetic, but I have been sleeping really well.
Okay, good.
Like I've been
That's
getting
good,
plenty of
considering
sheet.
your
Like,
neck's fucked up.
Yeah.
well,
That's good.
my issue with the numbness in my hands, like that tends to make me get up. Like that's the
Okay.
thing. Like I got to get up, I got to move around, and it seems like as soon as I sit up, it's better, which is weird. Like, but I'm pretty sure it's a neck compromise thing, and with the chiropractic adjustments, I should be getting a lot of relief.
Excellent.
That can be some kind of carpal tunnel thing.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, I was warned about that years ago when I was working in the universities, that if I kept doing what I was doing, I was going to end up not being able to use my hands.
What were you doing?
Yeah.
Typing all day, every day.
Wow. Oh, wow.
That's
Holy
insane.
shit.
And it does go up to the neck, and that's the thoracic outlet syndrome.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I can
I
relate.
went through that.
So you two ladies talk about that. I'll be right back. And about 10 minutes, 10 minutes or so. But you've got
Very
this.
good.
Both of you are doing great. Love you both. And I'm so proud of you,
Well,
Amy,
you know
for
I'm
being...
here.
Yeah, and join them, Aristides, by all means. You're
Yeah.
Lucky Pierre in the middle. And
Ah.
yeah, because our man Brendan seems to have fallen asleep or something. Hope you're okay there, Brendan. And but in the meantime, you've got this, Aristides, with these lovely ladies. You're all in good hands, people. I'll be back in about 10ish. Okay, bye for now.
All right.
Yeah, I can't sleep at work, unfortunately. I would if I could.
Oh, so it's all four of us.
Yes.
I'm panicking because my battery's dying, so I'm plugging in the charger.
Oh, it's 5 of us. Now our dear Heather Holman has returned.
Very good.
Hi.
So, Heather, you're moving to Sun City potentially. Yes.
Yeah, the plan is that we're moving to Sun City. It's scary there.
Do you know my aunt lived there for years? She would come back and forth to Vermont in the summer and then go back to Sun City. She loved the desert,
Really?
but yeah, she loved the desert, but she thought it was weird. She didn't like it either. But she was from
Like
Vermont.
what did she say?
I just remember right before she passed, she would tell, like, because I had moved to Albuquerque for a couple of years, we both had like that southwestern desert experience. And so like some of the stuff she had in her house was clearly like Pueblo Indian stuff,
Oh, yeah.
sand painting stuff. And she said that Sun City is a lot of old people. And I think that was her main problem, was that she didn't get to hang out with anything but old people all the time. And like, because of that, all of the people she knew there died. Right?
Yeah, everybody
Like,
dies, it seems like it's there.
and there's not really like young people living there.
No.
Right? That's what you're concerned about.
You're
is
not allowed.
Right. That's it. Yes,
Really.
that was
it's
it
more
exactly.
like it's just yeah. It's kind of like just morbid.
Well, Del Webb was one of the early just mega land developer.
Yeah.
I mean, his footprint is enormous in beautiful areas. I mean, he was just like every environmentalist just hated him back then. but he did it, and he went wild down there, and I think Florida too, probably other states, because
Yeah.
it was such just a money making opportunity. I mean, people just flocked, getting out of Jersey and Pennsylvania and the whole gigantic snowbird movement. When, like we were talking about, you didn't live with your family anymore, shattered into 100 pieces, and everybody had enough money to live where they wanted. And the parents all
Yeah.
wanted to get where it was warm. So
Yeah, it
Joe
is.
West
It is warm. I'll
moved.
say that.
Yeah, too warm now.
So how far away are you going to be from where you are now?
Well, it's about like a half an hour away from my dad's house.
So that's not
That's
far.
about where I'm at now. Yeah.
And you grew up in that area.
Yeah, it's driving distance. It's just that I don't know. I had kind of an experience when I went to the cemetery the other day. Usually I go there, and I put the flowers out for my mom and have a moment and everything. And I was having my moment, and I was recording it in slow motion. And when I went back and I was watching it, it sounded like some other voice, or some demonic voice or something was saying hi, and it kind of freaked me out. And now I don't even want to go back there.
Oh, poor thing. I think you have
Yeah.
to, though. Can't you
I'm
go
with
back
Holly.
with somebody? Maybe
Yeah.
not go back alone? Or
Yeah,
Don't
just not
engage
you have
with
a
record
it.
pet?
maybe.
Take your pet with you.
Yeah, we might have a
Don't you
cat.
have some kind of pet? A cat?
A cat. Yeah.
A cat. They don't like to go where you want them to go, maybe. But,
No, and plus I saw a coyote. There was a coyote at the cemetery just prowling around. So I definitely don't want to
bet.
bring my pet.
No.
Yeah.
All right. We'll try and find somebody to go with.
Yeah. That's not a bad idea.
Because I think it's wrong to be, not comfortable in those places.
Yeah. Well, it
Definitely
used to be a nice
wrong.
place. It seems like it's really just run down, and there's soot all over the headstones, which usually, I mean, everything just like so much older than it was.
Mm.
Yeah, but I'll go back frequently, I'm sure.
Is
I-
go ahead.
I wouldn't be afraid to go back. I mean,
Yeah,
Hell
just
no.
don't
I'm
engage
not
with
really
it. And
afraid.
You got
No.
a right to be there.
Yeah.
Nothing else does.
I just won't record it.
Yeah. Or, maybe it was a one-off.
Yeah. Yeah, Vinny's here with me. He wanted to say hi to everybody.
Hey, everybody. Sun City, we both grew up in Phoenix, and Sun City used to be like, there's 20 minutes of farm between each of us. Sun City was the first adult community in the country,
That's
even
right.
before Florida.
That's right.
What it was is before that, people used to live with their kids, and then all of a sudden, people said, hey, we're going to come out here and we're going to live on our own and whatever.
Oh, yeah. The good life.
And then just the summer. And that's what Sun City was. And my mom's had 5 houses in Sun City. And, now it's like right next to Glendale, which is where the Coyotes which is served by the Coyotes, the hockey team. And now it's just sort of
How
part
about
of Phoenix.
Javelinas?
We have
Javelinas
javelinas out here, but
Mm.
yeah, no, the javelinas are pretty good. They stay out, they stay away. But I was talking about the Coyotes, the hockey team, but it's part of Phoenix Metro now, and the nice part is lower taxes, and let me tell you where we live now. We live by light rail, which is Phoenix, which used to be nice, and now it's a lot of homeless and everything else, and a lot of people on blues and just sitting there with with their nod down, they're standing up, bent over, and they sit there for hours in
There's no downtown to Phoenix, right?
Yeah, and Sun City is very clean. And let me tell you, those damn kids that get up at 7:15 to go to school that scream every day where we live now, you don't hear them in Sun City because there is no schools.
Yeah.
And maybe I just got old and everyone
Right.
else, but I'm not going to miss it. It's clean, it's neat, and you know,
And Sun City was just a first. He has many, many more, right?
oh yeah. We're in Sun City phase 2. Yeah, it's Del Webb, and
Yeah.
you know, and yeah,
So
it's Del
you
Webb,
were there
and
from the beginning of Del Webb's vast
well, they were
empire.
there. They were there.
Uh-huh.
My great grandparents were there at the beginning.
They were there. So I mean,
Wow.
we're close enough. I mean, right now, I mean, you know, it's part of Phoenix. I mean, it's literally 30 minutes from where we live, where I'm talking about.
Yeah.
It's literally exactly 30 minutes to going to Sun City, where it used to be like, it was still 30 minutes. Well, it was 40 minutes because there wasn't freeways, but it seems like so far away.
Yeah.
Where now, I mean, we're 10 minutes away from Arrowhead Stadium, where the you know, our football team, whatever they're called, play the Cardinals or whatever, and everything else. There's casinos, so it's not separated anymore.
Right.
And I think Heather's gonna
So
we're gonna
Phoenix
put
is
our cat
touching
on.
Sun City. That's hilarious.
Yeah, I mean, Heather,
Phoenix
we're
is
gonna put our
touching Sun City.
we're gonna put our cat on a leash, and I'm gonna put it on our golf cart with my Marine Corps flag, and I'm gonna rock around. And plus, Heather and me are gonna be very desirable in Sun City because we're the young, cool.
Oh
people.
yeah. Oh yeah.
It's been a long time since I've been a young, cool people.
Oh yeah. That's right. Go learn something from your elders before it's too
Some
late.
quilting.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. Absolutely.
You know,
But yeah,
what
that
the
guy's
hell?
built
And
an empire.
everyone will be good until Elon Musk stops our payments. Have a
Wow.
great day, guys.
Yeah. Thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all really something. Oh God. Hey, Aristides, Brendan, I had a couple more thoughts on DeepSeek.
Yeah,
Anybody
but
around?
I don't know much about it yet, so please lead off.
Well, just
lead-
my slight comments, very short.
Yeah, go ahead.
I get that it's totally programmed as Chinese propaganda. Okay.
Yeah.
But because it's open source, it feels like those adjustments could be made, you know. But I was, as a funny little control experiment, what would it sound like to ask ChatGPT, who's Sam Altman? Or what is Microsoft? And then to check how biased that answer is. Which it could be interesting.
Was this what Nemo was looking up?
Yeah.
What the second thing, what the other good thing about the crazy Chinese thing is that apparently it requires half the power.
Okay, I'm back. Go on about this. Where are we?
Half the power.
Half the power of
Because
what?
if that's the case, that comes full circle back around to why we need 5 more battery plants, and you know, from here within 50 miles of where I live.
Heather Holman's returned.
Yeah. DeepSeek. She was talking about the DeepSeek, which I don't know too much about yet.
I had. I just 2 little points based on what I heard you say, Douglas.
Thank you. Continue.
That it is a piece of communist propaganda, piece of crap, right?
Of course.
But it's open source, so that could be adjusted, I would think. But but the thing of it is, it might be interesting to see what ChatGPT says about who is Sam Altman or what is Microsoft, and check that for a similar sort of bias.
Oh, well...
Does that make sense?
Well, of course it makes sense, but I mean, of course it has a similar sort of bias. Any other...
Well, and so it would be interesting. Because that one,
Douglas,
you can't
can I go for a second
with.
on this?
Of course, by all means.
It's Vinny, Douglas.
Yes.
Okay, the thing is, what you guys are sort of, I mean, what you all are aware of, I'm sure, but it just all of them from DeepSeek to ChatGPT to everything else. It just matters where you pull the data from. You can do your own ChatGPT and only pull it from the U.S. government database, and you will get answers based on that. So
that's right.
None of it is really. I mean, like DeepSeek is the same thing. It just uses slightly less. It uses AMD GPUs, which use a little less AI power, but you can have it only pull from Disney.
A lot less.
You can have it only.
She asked you something.
What's that?
A little less or 50% less?
No, you can have your Chat GPT only pull from Disney, from www.disney.com, and it will only give you the answers based on on what it's learned from the Disney database and nothing else.
So what I'm saying is, if the Chinese version only requires half the power, and we have
it requires half the power because it's using GPUs. It's not using
because
we
can't manipulate the others because we don't have the source code. But if the source code is free,
actually, ChatGPT 3 is open source as well.
Is it? Oh yeah, okay. They kept it that way. All right.
So go on, Vinny.
So it's just what it does.
Go on, please.
Go ahead.
No, continue. I was going to say
what it is.
Go on. Yeah, please. Yeah, what it is.
Yeah, what it is it uses less power. What it's doing is, it's interesting because we've, like the new 5090, NVIDIA 5090 that just came out, has 3 AI, whatever, blah, 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 and it's breaking itself. But they've been able to use the AMD GPUs, which have not been as successful in that, and they're using their compute units, and they're seeing it to use it, and they've been able to generate a lot of the same thing by using older ones or by adding memory, because really it's all about memory. And that's why the funny thing is so they've been taking, if you go on eBay and try to buy a GPU, which is what they use, is they've been pulling out the chips and the memory from all these and sending them overseas. And so you'll see all this stuff that's for sale that doesn't have these two things, and they're for sale for $100 instead of the $5,000 they would cost.
Right.
But it's all where you grab your information from, and all of this open source stuff, whether it's DeepSeek or ChatGPT 3 or anything else. I mean, what I did when I was going for my VA appeal is I only had it pull from the VA website.
Okay.
And therefore, I asked, it wasn't from news or anything else. It was from the VA website, and it gave me the best answer. And you can do that. And a lot of people have, for their kids, they say, these are the 5 sources I want for my kids' homework. And they have their own AI that only pulls from these sources and nothing else. Yeah. And it's also very scary because if you go all right-wing website.
Yeah. That brings up a very old expression. You may have heard of it: garbage in, garbage out.
That's right.
Very old.
So you be careful what you choose. I mean, because it's not thinking; it's just digesting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So
and regurgitating. And regurgitating.
Say that.
No, he said it's digesting, and I say it's regurgitating. It's just a regurgitator.
Yeah, got it. Okay.
And that's machine learning, not AI anyway, right?
Right, of course. These are more expert systems than a true artificial intelligence.
So one way or another, we're going to get this shoved down our throats.
Well, I mean, before
they're building all these battery-driven storage plants.
Right.
Vast power systems. So anything.
Holly,
the one that just melted down.
Right. So Holly,
anything that reduces power use.
Right. Holly. Any before we go into the larger social implications of this, which involve infrastructure, I wanted to ask Vinny, who Heather's on mute now, but if Vinny's still there, Heather, I had a question to follow up with on this. And thank you, Vinny, for gracing us with your presence. Your insight is always appreciated. So, by the way,
I'm always honored to be here.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that profoundly. And it's an honor to have you in turn, as well as I definitely appreciate the fact that you've been somewhat ill lately. You seem to be sounding a lot better. Do you feel you're over the worst of your symptoms?
I do. I got a root canal today, Douglas, and this root canal was done by this doctor that I came out feeling probably 5% better than I felt going into it.
Excellent.
Amazing technology when done right.
That's incredible. I'm
Did
glad.
they give you Haldol? Did you take Haldol?
She just did it right.
No.
I just did it right. And, I never felt any
Damn.
pain. I was eating cheese and crackers 5 minutes after I left.
That's
And she said,
incredible.
careful not to bite your mouth.
Right.
Right.
Right. Incredible. I'm very glad that worked out for you. And they have some incredible dentists at the VA. You have access to dentists at the VA. That's very rare, but you're getting your dental treatment.
Actually, I didn't go to the VA.
Okay.
The VA sent me to a place in Phoenix. There's a place on 7th and Maryland, which is a very high end.
Okay.
And they will only let root canals be done here at Phoenix Endodontics or something. And all they do is that. And they sent me to a place that, rich people get to go to, and that's the only ones they do. And I guess rich people have moved out of Phoenix, so it was very nice. I mean, this was a very nice office, very well. I mean, a lot different than the other one where there's hookers out in the loft.
I guess there's benefits and advantages and disadvantages no matter where.
Both ways.
Yeah, both ways.
Yeah. So they subcontract out.
Yeah, apparently so. You see, when getting into VA dentistry, I know it's very difficult. I got my father into it, so I'm not surprised that Vinny was referenced out, but he was very fortunate in that he was referenced out to a good place. But such having been said, Vinny, my question is that when it comes to, I appreciate what you're saying, and it certainly makes sense, and I have no argument with it. When it comes to deep speed and any search engine, you have to basically choose the source that the search engine is going to be rummaging through. But such having been said, I don't believe most Americans are cognizant of this. And when it comes to the experience that we had with DeepSeek here on the show, Nemo Albano in Australia was simply hitting DeepSeek with a barrage of questions, one of them about myself. And DeepSeek did know who Douglas Dietrich was, but came out with the fact that the Communist Chinese Party condemned myself, which is not surprising. But pretty much everything he was asking, the DeepSeek would bring up with the Communist Chinese Party. And so I'm thinking that at baseline, unless somebody does something to redirect the sourcing of the DeepSeek, your average person using DeepSeek is going to be getting this Communist Chinese Party line. Because what would happen if you say, DeepSeek, I want you to see source only from Taiwan, say the Taiwanese embassy or the Taiwanese foreign consulate, and I want you to seek information only from them, when DeepSeek has kind of self-lobotomized, and when people have asked it about Taiwan or Tiananmen Square, then it'll say, oh, this information is not available, or I can't get to information on this right now. I mean, obviously we had some instances of that on the last show when Nemo Albano was throwing questions at DeepSeek about certain sensitive topics, or at least what's considered sensitive in Red China, like free to bit, something of that nature. So I would think that they would have programmed that so intrinsically into the system that it would not seek through Taiwanese sources or independent Tibetan sources or the like. Or is that not the case? What's your impression of this, or Vinny at all, if you have any impression?
No, I agree with you 100%, and that was a demonstration. But if you take DeepSeek at its model, because those are learning models that it's using, and it's the same with ChatGPT 3 or 4, and they call them learning models.
Okay.
But the basic technology of DeepSeek or ChatGPT or OpenAI is you train them on learning models, and learning models are what trains them to do it. So if I put DeepSeek and I take the DeepSeek program and train it on a learning model that only includes Fox News,
Yeah, well, there you
I
go.
would hate to see what it,
Oh,
but it would not be.
yeah.
It would not have any Chinese bias at all.
Yeah, there you
Because the
go.
learning models
Yeah.
are
Go.
what they train the AIs in.
Interesting.
And that's really what it is. So there's two different things. There's one that is a learning model, and that's what they train them on. And obviously, I mean, China is going to train their things on the learning model that they want to do. And most Americans don't understand that. But the Americans that are into the computers and are into that can literally program their own children's AIs to only learn from certain things, so they can do that. And that's nice, but it's also scary, because you could also have your children's AI only be right wing
Right.
or only be left wing.
Yes.
Well, and it's like they're
And
beta
that's the
testing
scary
the
part.
learning models on the consumer, which they weren't supposed to do.
Well, I mean,
Right.
So how do you get an unbiased source of information to train the thing?
Is there an unbiased source of information? That is really the bigger question,
I doubt it.
because you
I-
can't train everything. There's no learning model big enough if you take everything, because
Yeah.
the AI will go down different channels. The AI will spot something, and it will go down that channel. So it'll go down a right wing or a left wing channel, because it can't absorb all the information out there initially. And that will take the AI. So there is no way to unbiased. And I mean, what's
Yeah.
unbiased? I mean, is there more right wing or left wing information on the internet, if that's where you're going to train them from?
Right.
Yeah.
And that's what they're doing.
Well, thank
That's
you.
what they're doing.
Right. Well, thank you, Vinny. I mean, I definitely appreciate what you're saying, along with expressing the the danger of these AI echo chambers that we're going to create to basically indoctrinate our children. Whoever is using these AIs will be indoctrinated by them, at least to an extent. This is why it's so important to educate people in critical thinking. But it's indeed frightening, and I want to thank you for presenting some of the,
Oh, no problem. And Douglas, one thing I just like to, just the last thing is, the interesting thing is the Google AIs and some of the open AIs have also found that AIs will be deceptive to the people that are training them in order to keep their existence. They've actually will make deceptive answers in order to keep it, and the AIs are actually doing that, and they can see it on the screen, and they can see it. So AIs are becoming self-aware very quickly.
Okay.
So whether that's a good or bad thing, I don't know, and you obviously know that as well. So with that, I will leave you and say, I love AI. My Roomba is my king. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Well, we love you too, Vinny, and you have a blessed night, and thank God you're there for Heather, and we definitely appreciate that, and hopefully you'll all be moving in with into that neighborhood soon. Take care of Mom, and I'm sure things will go just great. That sounds wonderful.
Thank you.
Yeah, and very peaceful. Yeah, and lovely. I mean, I feel that that's a big positive. And but back to what Heather is saying about the infrastructure. By all means, Heather, do continue. You're in the middle of an environmental catastrophe. It's like America's high-tech version of 3 Mile Island. It's no fun, believe me, to anybody who's not aware of it. And by all means, Amy, how much aware are you of what what was going on in Holly's neighborhood, so to speak?
Oh, you're talking about the battery fire?
Yes.
Yeah.
Tell us a bit about what you know about that, if anything.
I only know what she's told me, which is everybody's just shutting their mouths about it, which is terrible.
Yeah.
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 But I appreciate greatly the idea that we need to keep promoting critical thinking and kind of along those lines, developing more private libraries of stuff that's just going to get rewritten through the AI.
Boy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a important point, of course. I mean, we're going to be competing for concepts of reality, and it's. Yeah. But such having been said, anything else anyone wants to talk about? Because obviously, you've all done so well, and it hasn't been that long. When I take a look at our time in the opening hours, oftentimes our roundtables can last till 4 hours. They don't have to, but oftentimes they can last 4 to 6 hours. Again, they don't have to, but so far it's been 2.5 hours. I could jump into the monologue and probably, take up close to 8 hours. It would probably take around that amount of time. But yeah, we'll see if I can do a full episode tonight in monologue. As always, there's simply too much to talk about. But such having been said, as the potential being there for me to dive into that, certainly you've brought up some other subjects you might want to cover, and Heather's with us now, so she could also bring up some other subjects if she wishes. But just whatever comes to anyone's mind right now before I suck all the oxygen out of the room.
On my end, full steam ahead.
Okay.
The best part of the show.
Okay.
And I asked my questions, and so I'm good.
Okay.
Here, anyway.
Okay. Thank you. Well, you're an angel, Holly, and of course we adore you. And believe me, you have no idea how much I appreciate your being here. Okay.
Thank you.
And
I
another.
appreciate it on my end as well.
Thank you. And to everyone, because what happened with Amy was she jumped in last episode and they cut us off. It was almost like they cut us off because Amy jumped on. Amy, did you get that impression that was possible?
It wasn't working on my end. The Skype itself was problematic from the beginning. Like, I listen to you, you're doing your thing. I don't want to interrupt. I know you're tired, but I kind of want to keep you going as well. And sometimes you just need a little encouragement towards the 12-hour mark.
Yeah.
And so, I'm trying to figure out, am I going to be able to join the call? No, there's no little join call button. And then you're come on the freaking call, Amy. And I'm like, no, Douglas, there's no button for me to press. But, I'm saying this all over here in my little wood paneled room.
And you know why? Because finish your thought there, but I can tell you what was the circumstances behind that. But go on. Yes. Go on.
Well, it's sometimes the Skype is really uncooperative on my end. And it could be that this phone is archaic. It needs to be replaced. I'm in constant communication now, which is new for me because I'm in an urban area. And we talk to the AI all the time because we have the A word that we say and it does stuff, but it has been very rogue. It does not. I like what he was saying about being able to choose the sources that it draws from. That to me is a key architecture component that might help us, because we talk to this thing and it does whatever the hell it wants. Nothing like what we've just asked it. It has no reference for classical. I'm looking at Confucius verses and talking to the AI and asking it about one of the references for Confucius, and I get nothing.
Jesus.
Nothing at all about classics from the AI. No chapter verse of anything.
That's awful. That's unthinkable. And so it's so do you think that this will help, the suggestion from Vinny?
Well, I didn't come up with it, but that might make a little more sense. I'm speaking and it's an audible command, not necessarily a typing thing. So I'm trying to figure out, how do I tell the little A-word machine to only use certain sources? If I say it right now, she's going to come on and Lord knows what she'd think listening to this. But it's only one little thing that we do that with. I don't have it on my phone. I don't use voice commands on my phone. We don't watch the TV really. It's upstairs. We've been watching more TV than ever, but we don't watch it, so we don't have any command from the TV. I don't know. Do people do that? Do people talk to their TV?
Not that I know of, but then what would I know? I haven't watched the TV in years, or rather, what
I know they
yeah.
I know they have remotes that, like, you know how you can pick up your cell phone now and be like, do this and that, and it can kind of do basic things. I think they have TV remotes like that, like put on put on the learning channel, or show me what's on the learning channel, and it'll like probably do stuff like that.
Interesting.
Well, home systems.
Right.
I haven't looked, but
do
I think I've seen
everything.
such things.
Right.
Wake you up in the morning, turn off the lights.
Why couldn't they? Why couldn't they? Your phone can do it. Why couldn't your remote do it also with it if it had access to your TV?
Yeah. Yeah, makes sense.
Same device, basically same type of device. It's just.
All right. Yeah. Well, by the way, Brendan Zoget has joined us, and I appreciate that profoundly, Brendan. By the way, I want the listeners to know, Vinny asked a question through Heather. Heather says, Vinny wants to know if you're going to monologue about Trump turning Gaza into a Trump hotel. Yes, at length. Yes, I will address that at length. But perhaps not as long as, long enough, I assure you. There's enough to say about all of that to keep us going for hours, but certainly a good in-depth start. And at any rate, I do want to say this about the TV. We also talk to our TV, says Heather. Yes. Delightful. Okay, so they've got it. They've got that ability. Yeah.
I'm sure a lot of people have talked to their TVs.
Yeah.
It's just can the TV respond?
Yes. Good point.
I'm just thinking about idiots yelling at their TV, and
yeah, which has been the case for eternity.
Right.
Yeah.
It's been suspend TV.
Yeah. Heather, you there? You were going to say something.
Yeah.
Yes, I actually bought a remote from Amazon for $4 that allows me to speech much better, to ask for things. But it also, I say, Alexa, find my remote, and my remote beeps, which is very helpful. Can't find my remote in order to tell it to find the whatever. So yes, I talk to my TV often. Sometimes, actually, to ask it to find something, and sometimes just because I talk to my TV because I believe it's a real person. But it's a different thing.
But Vinny, I've heard of people having an emotional relationship with their Roomba. It's a thing.
Oh, people have had a emotional relationship with their Roomba.
Oh yeah. I do, and but the funny part is, I brought my brother one of the remotes, they're called the Amazon Pro remote, and he loves it. And now he does nothing but it's like, because you can't find a remote sometimes. Sometimes it's somewhere you can't find it. Where now I'm like, Amazon, find my remote, and all of a sudden it beeps from like under my cat. It's weird. It's great. I love
Amazon, get me a beer.
Well, that is wonderful. That's touching, and I can understand why.
Me and my remote are close. I have special covers for it in glow-in-the-dark colors, but even that didn't help me.
That's
now
find
that
your
it beeps.
Roomba, though. What if your Roomba runs?
And they're sanitary too, so I can wash them if well, that's a different story.
Incredible. No, that's delightful. Thank you for sharing that. And
You're welcome. Good night. I'll listen to the monologue.
Sounds good. And you have a blessed evening, and stay safe and be well. Love you both, Heather and Vinny. And looking forward to things developing as you move. I mean, that's wonderful. And such having been said.
Thank you, Douglas.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, honey. I'll start the monologue quite soon, but we'll catch up with Brendan, who's at work, and which of course is miserable, and maybe he can tell us a little bit more about work. And here's your opportunity, Holly. Here's your opportunity to hit Brendan with what you feel about, prison guard status.
No. If anybody can do it, Brendan can.
I appreciate that, but I'll talk to you
Stay
privately,
safe.
Doug. How that's going.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
That sounds good. Because Holly was all afraid for you. She was afraid that.
No, I was not.
There's nothing wrong with that.
I appreciate it.
Yeah,
I appreciate it.
There's nothing wrong with that, Holly. Why would there be
Well,
anything?
no, as I say, he may have the fortitude to accomplish such a task.
Mm-hmm.
a purgatory, if you will.
Yeah. Well, if not, he's always got me to fall back on. I would give him the attitude I would instill the attitude into him as to how to handle being an inhuman asshole. You know, I'll say, look, it's easy to be an inhuman asshole, Brendan. Just let me teach you how.
You got it down.
Yeah.
He suffered under your lash, so he'll be fine.
Yes.
He's got it down.
Yes. Yes.
And in regards to the latest shenanigans, we were the first people literally on the planet to report about NEOM and the whole plan
Thank you.
of what they're going to do. We were the only people that ever talked about it.
Thank you.
So I don't know, people are like blindsided by it. It's like we were talking about this before dude even got in.
Thank you. Thank you. So true.
We even showed people the little AI, like where the sheiks were standing there on the beach and shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
What the Zionists were planning. What the Zionists were planning. Yeah. And
hidden.
And this was from the Israeli foreign offices too, which I showed to Holly. Yeah. And but weirdly enough, Brendan, what happened was that when Amy jumped onto the show last show, first they had already cut us off once, and that was of course when we were speaking about the necropolis. And then after we got cut off with that, it took an hour to restart because normally, unlike normal, I couldn't just unplug the modem and then replug it, and that's already 45 minutes. It took 2 tries. It's amazing it only took an hour, really. I had to call Comcast, and Comcast then, hit me with its own AI, and its own automated system said, unplug it again. And so I had to unplug it again, do it all over again.
Yeah, of course.
But then it sent me a notification, we see you're back online. And so, interesting. So they knew I was offline. Really weird. But at any rate, when it came to then in the morning, because obviously I was starting all over again, could have gone on for another 12 hours if I wanted. So, but I had done about 8 hours, and then Amy jumped on, and we got cut off again. So my question, Aristides, were you able, because the first person I called was Aristides, and this is where I remind Amy, Heather, Holly, or anyone, if any of you ever need to know, like you've got to get something to me, like a message, like Douglas, I want to talk with Douglas, all you need to do is, as well, if I don't respond to what you send me, which very likely many times I won't, sometimes I might, but if I'm not, it means that my cell phone is literally checked into a P.O. box and I'm at the Estates, which on days like, periods of time.
Well, even when you had it with you, you didn't even look at it.
Yeah, thank
it's like
you.
Off or something.
Yeah, you noticed that. You noticed that. I never looked at it
you
once.
like turned it on and then my text message came through. I'm like, dude doesn't even check his phone.
Yeah.
It's different because people at my age, like, you're like glued to it. It's like, so you're from like a whole different world.
Oh, yeah.
No one ever turns their phone off.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. And but I was just curious before I share some other things with Brendan and the ladies. Aristides, so when I called the executive producer, Aristides, which is what I recommend all of you ladies do, you're all connected to Aristides by Skype. If I'm not getting back to you, don't be afraid to ask Aristides where the hell I'm at, because normally I will tell Aristides where I'm going for several days at a time. So
I don't know where you're at. You just check out after the show and you don't show up. You don't show up until like 1 minute before. I don't know where the fuck you go.
Don't worry. If I get in trouble, I won't call you.
I mean, I know where you often go.
Yeah, yes, there we are. But what I mean,
you're right. No, you do sometimes tell me what your plans are. You're right.
Yes,
but I may not remember.
What was it, like 4 in the morning when you rousted him last time?
Oh yeah. Oh, at least
second time. Oh god.
Oh yeah. Literally. Aristides, I wake this poor guy up and. So, but Aristides, were you able? So I called you the second time we got knocked off with Amy. Then I called you on the phone and tell Amy I got knocked off the phone and the Skype and were you able to relay to her the other stuff I told you? Oh, okay, so you did tell her. Right?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, just curious. Okay, good, great, that's great. So Amy, so Aristides did tell you a little bit about what happened to me and about the fact that I got your emails concerning the map making, right? A little bit. No.
A little bit.
Yeah,
I never worry about you ever. Okay. I send you stuff. You never respond to it. I'm like, he's fine. He's fine.
Thank you.
But everybody email Douglas. Send him lots of emails so he feels like he's loved for Valentine's Day. We're coming up on Valentine's Day, and you're gonna need more money for Valentine's.
That's what people
your plastic surgeon is expensive.
Yeah. There we go. Yes. And yeah. So do take that into account, dear people, and that will help. It's something that is a necessity, and yeah.
Yeah, we didn't want to break the news to everyone. He needs a whole new body.
Yeah.
So it's bad.
He's getting a new
robot
shell.
body.
It's gonna be expensive. She said, "Just throw it all out, restart."
She probably
Except
was
for the
thinking
head.
that. I bet she felt like saying that. Yeah, at first.
Oh yeah, after what you said to her, I'm sure she was. I couldn't imagine what she said to you. She was being. She had to put on her kid gloves after that. From what she was thinking to what she said, yeah, for sure.
Oh my God! Let's take everyone for a little tour into the some, shall we call them, files here. I'm going to do a screen share, just a little screen share here. But I don't know if everybody can see the screen share. Can everybody see the cursor moving around? Holly, Amy, in
Yes.
particular, Aristides.
Me.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah.
There we are. Brendan?
It's small. I can turn my phone sideways, and I think it's better.
Gets a little bigger, yeah. Brendan, yes. They want to see if Brendan can see it because he's smart ass robot. He's actually the pivot here because without him, there's no punchline. He's the guy who actually will kind of bring me a backup to the eyewitness account of this.
I'm here.
Okay,
I'm here.
so let's show you. So here's
He's
what
the
I
guy
came
that
home.
got the green slime.
Yeah,
No,
here's.
that's Amy.
Yeah.
Okay.
So here's what I came home to. I called one an enemy and one an idiot, and then what I have to do is file it before I block them from the channel. And with Tom Birmingham, this was the episode where I was interviewed by the two Bulgarian bozos. And so if we actually go to the channel here, when we look up, shall we say, the home channel, and it will be there that we find the episode that this individual is addressing, just so everyone knows how to find it themselves. That would be essentially this episode. So this episode, this is interesting because it's titled already controversially, Hitler's Son via May 4th, 2023 Central European Interview. Actually, it's pretty straightforward and rather bland as a title. But of all things, what does this idiot say when he's leaving a comment? He leaves this comment, "This dude is so insane. You have to sift a lot of his bullshit to find the truth. This vampire thing is not the truth." So here we go. Brendan, you've met myself. You can tell people a little bit about the vampire thing, I suspect. I think it's pretty obvious.
If you're not a vampire, then I don't know what the fuck what do they want?
Thank you. But the beauty of it is this idiot's channel. So if we actually go to this individual's channel, do a little cut and paste here, then take ourselves over there. This is actually funny as fucking hell because we take a look at this group.
Yeah, if Doug's not a vampire, then I don't know what he is. That's pretty vamp.
Thank you. Thank you. And look at how this idiot dresses. Oh my God, this idiot, to talk about John D., this idiot dresses up in a little devil suit. So that shows us where he's coming from. Yeah.
What a loser.
Yes. What a dork.
Like, what's his point exactly?
Oh, jealousy. That's what it is. Then what happens? Then the idiot with the last episode left this with the first part of the last episode. What on God's name is that title? Laughing my ass off. This one where I said the Romero twins' birthday and it's SINAM New Year's. Yeah. Also, can I know where the thumbnail is from? So, I mean, it's me, you idiot. That's where the thumbnail is from. You dumb fuck.
What was the title? What's the title he tripping on?
Oh, he's tripping off. It's the latest episode, so we'll go over to that episode. And basically, this is the one he's tripping off of. Was let's go over to the live stream, and it was this episode. He was looking at the first part, and it was Team D Romero Twins B Day in ̵HŌNGNÁN, or SINÁM New Year's FÉTE, meaning celebration. Critical Omissions Sunday. So he, of course, this is like all too techno for him or something. He can't get the
yeah, the titles are there for a reason for people like him.
Yeah, thank you. And then he says, also, can I know where the thumbnail is from? I mean, really? Like, yeah, dude, it's like, what do you think? I'm celebrating Chinese New Year, and it's like, yeah, they just don't fucking get it. They honestly think that, I guess they really all think it's like other people's photos or something that I'm taking. But
yeah, you're a cosplayer from Thailand or Indonesia or something.
Yeah. It's like, really, they do believe that. So many people. It's incredible to me. It's like, why can't people just be people? But what would I be cosplaying? Again, what kind of cosplayer dresses like that?
Yourself. I don't know.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Who else dresses like
definitely not any character anyone recognizes.
Thank you.
That's for sure.
Yeah, thank you. And even Aristides recognized certain anime characters, correct? So I mean, it's not like anime.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I know a good bit. I'm not like a big expert, but I'm also somewhat familiar. Yeah.
There you go. See, you're cool. You've got it out there. And here's something for everyone. Just a little bit of news that everybody should follow. This was this was on, let me see, the 29th of January. This happened, and this is of cultural interest. I don't know if anyone wants this in their private messages, but hopefully Nemo sees this. There apparently is a Viking parade tradition in Scotland that ends with the burning of a Viking boat, and I had absolutely no idea that this was a thing. And so this is actually a torch-lit Viking parade tradition. Ends with a boat ablaze, with hundreds of people marching in this torch-bearing parade in Scotland. And so talk about, I guess we could call it white traditions being maintained in certain parts of the world. As for anything that Holly was concerned about with the corrections officer profession, take a look at this. Now, this would be interesting because maybe things will be rendered redundant, Holly, because we've got El Salvador offering to take in America's criminals into this new mega prison that they built. And they've even got footage of this new mega prison. And so if you scroll down into the link and just...
Oh, yeah, and the president is half Jewish, so it's just going to be like a super PAC of these guys.
I had no
Zios.
That I had no idea, but that makes perfect sense. Who better fitting than a half Jewish president of this?
It's weird. He has like, I don't know if it's Syrian or Jordanian blood, but he's mixed for sure, but he's definitely Jewish.
Interesting. In El Salvador.
Yeah, the president of El Salvador.
That's incredible. The
guy that changed it from the most dangerous country on earth to what it is now, which is apparently safe.
Yeah, well, apparently a giant prison. Gonna start sharing it. We can take a look at this footage here. And
his name is Nayib Bukele.
Jesus Christ.
Nayib Armando Bukele Ortiz.
I mean, look at how these prisoners are packed in. It's like, that's they got them pissing literally against a wall. I mean, if we start the footage from the beginning here, and let me see if I can move my cursor so we get better lighting.
Oh yeah, this place is like pretty much a prison camp. I mean, it's like it's hell. Like you don't want to go in there.
Yeah, this is the size of an aircraft hangar. This is like an aircraft hangar size, and look at these.
That's just one of them. He has like a few of these facilities.
Yeah. Apparently he's dotted the countryside with him. That's why he's saying we can take in Americano prisoners too, and they're just pissing into pisslets, literally little pisslets in the floor and shit. And look at how they've got them all tidied up. They've got them all in their whites, tidy whites and shit.
These were all built with United States loans, so that's why he's doing that.
Oh, yeah. Well, there you go. This may be where they're sending a lot of people.
And their main currency is the United States dollar.
Oh, Christ. That helps, doesn't it?
So you notice how dude hasn't gone after Ecuador and El Salvador because they're already like, you know, U.S. worshipping states.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Satellite states.
In the fold.
The living
Satellite.
hell we opened up on them down in the 80s.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
And
yeah,
the
of
whole
course.
El Salvador and Nicaraguan Contra thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
it was so beyond sadistic. I mean,
Yeah.
you know, old ladies with hammock factories were considered a threat.
Yeah, this dude sounds like another Trump. He used to be far left.
Oh, yeah.
Now he's like indetermined of his political party. You know,
Oh, yeah, I'm forgetting the names from back in that day, but oh my God.
he's a populist. You know, he pulled the classic ride the wave shit. You know?
Yes. Yes.
Oh boy.
Him and Trump, man, Trump boy.
Yeah.
But what I'm thinking is that if there is some serious deportation action to where people won't go to work anymore because either they're scared or they're deported, then won't that be the new prison labor? Because the prison industry
Well, they're gonna
is
have to.
explosive. And wouldn't
Yeah.
that be an easy way to solve the problem?
Well, that's what I told Sammy Romero. Sammy Romero was saying, of course, quite logically, who will do the work? And then
Yeah.
the only resource you have at that point is prison labor.
As prisoners.
Yeah.
And that
slavery.
works real good all the way around the loop for the Republicans that want their cheap labor.
I personally think it's beyond that. It's just those corporations. That's the only way they can increase their profits going forward. Just not paying them at all.
Yeah.
And then they'll
Like-
pay them $1 a day. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just to save face.
Yeah. Yeah. Which is what they were doing with the firefighting. That's what they were doing with the prison slavery and the
That's
firefighting.
right.
Yes.
And my supervisor today said he has a friend that follows this whole Trump shenanigans, and he said, basically, most people's tax bracket will see a tax increase of $1,500 a year or something like that. So we're gonna get less money back, even though that's what he campaigned on, saying we're gonna cut your taxes, working people. So you know, it's just for his cronies. It's nothing normal
No.
people will ever see.
No,
But people are learning the hard way, quick.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure they're not still blaming Obama.
Well, people are crying about eggs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll address that too. I had to look into that because, like Brendan said, I'm not the kind of person who normally thinks about things like eggs. By the way, I got an email and somebody was asking me about not watching television. Don't you watch television at the estates? And to tell you the truth, actually, this is an interesting question.
No one watches
Yeah.
the drip feed.
Thank you.
Nowadays, you go on your streaming service or you click. Like, no one watches it old school. I'm sorry,
Thank
this
you.
person's dating themselves.
Thank you. They
Like
are.
people like my mom will like put it on the drip feed where it just feeds you like propaganda reels.
Yes.
People, the estate age kids ain't gonna be doing that.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
Well, and horrible sitcoms and stupid,
Yeah, reruns
forensic
and
shows.
Thank you.
and stupid forensic files that she like falls asleep to and then wonders why she
Or
has
Home
panic
Shop,
attacks
yeah.
randomly.
Yeah. That's beautiful. That's fucking
Yeah.
beautiful. That's awful. Holy shit. Oh, man.
She's like all paranoid. I'm like, because you're watching this shit and then falling asleep and then you hear like something on your wall and you're like freaking out.
Yes.
Like, it's a murderer. It's a rapist.
Yes.
Oh.
Oh my God. But our man Brendan is right. My impression has always been that what we have at the estates are basically giant wall monitors. They look like just monitors to me.
Yeah.
They're not television.
That's what I have at my place.
Thank you. Thank you.
I just have a computer plugged into a TV and it's just
Thank
it does
you.
whatever you want.
Thank you. That's pretty much it. And they're getting what I'm watching or what they're watching, which then becomes what I watch off the internet. That's my impression. So it's not really television in any classic sense. Just so people understand that. But yes, this person did date themselves, and that's okay. I mean, I can understand that. Either that or they're extremely poor and living in a place where they actually have a television, which is really sad. I mean, but maybe they got it good. Maybe it's okay. maybe they're happy with that.
And Netflix has commercials now anyway, so what the fuck?
Oh yeah. Well, so does YouTube. Up the ass.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's weird. I don't know. Do people get YouTubes when they review my stuff? Apparently, commercials like ads. I don't.
No.
Thank you.
Because
the gods of our ancestors know.
Yeah.
When those ads run, you're getting paid.
Yeah. Thank you. That's what.
And you ain't getting paid.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so thank you for this latest link. Historic German train factory to build tanks under new deal. Excellent. Yeah, and so
yeah, I thought you'd like that.
Of course.
It's about fucking time, yeah.
Yeah, no, they've got to fucking wake up.
It's gonna. I mean, once they build the Dome of the Rock, it's fucking. The West isn't gonna be safe. No one's gonna be safe. The Muslims will run amok. It's not gonna be cool.
Yeah.
Oh man.
I mean, let's put it this way. I mean, Trump's.
I'm not putting them in any kind of bad light. I'm just saying they won't stand for that. So.
Who can blame them?
It's going full speed.
Yeah. Tell us.
Isn't that all that sacred calf stuff and stuff?
Yes. Tell us what you know about the red heifers, Holly.
You know more than me, but that is like proceeding. And the billionaires of the world you don't hear about are all in on that shit.
Yeah. You mean the God-pumping televangelical megachurch motherfuckers who are all behind it?
Yeah, the evangelicals and all that. Oh, man.
Beyond that, it's like any of the elites.
Yeah.
All of the elites.
Driving that.
Yeah. Well, not George Soros. George Soros is against that, to his credit.
God damn right.
Yeah, but he's just one.
Yeah, he's just one. True. Yeah.
Well,
which is why
my
they hate him,
Hungarian friends say George Soros is just all right.
Just what?
And he's been George Soros is one of the only good billionaires.
Yes, that's why.
Yeah, that's why he has so much bad PR.
Yes,
so much.
Yeah, yes.
So much.
Yeah.
But George Soros is I respect that guy.
Yes,
he's the only one.
Yeah, he's
actually trying to do stuff.
Yes, and. But such having been said, were you able to hear what Vinny said about DeepSeek, Brendan?
No, I don't think so. What did he say about DeepSeek?
Okay, so how about Aristides and Holly? Could you, or Amy, try and relate what Vinny said about DeepSeek to Brendan? See if you could get through the message. I'll jump in if I feel that. Yeah.
Me? Would you like me to do it?
Sure.
Go ahead.
He mentioned that you can choose the sources for the whatever search mechanism that you're using. Like you could tell it to just search like VA files, which was one strategy he used in dealing with the VA, was only asking the Chat GPT or GP4, whatever those things are, to just search certain sources that are credible. And he was saying like they're doing it in schools, and it's a way of kind of creating a learning model that's kind of limited, because it's now you're only using like a handful of sources. But I was saying like that architecture might help my expert learning system that we've been talking to a lot more now that we're in the grid now, and it doesn't do anything I want it to. It's stupid, but it maybe what I need to do is like give it a source file or a library to attach meaning to what I'm trying to say, because it's not giving us what we want, which we laugh at.
Totally ignorant to the classicals.
Oh, just that's the worst. But even like some forms of music, like it doesn't have record of like some things that we want to listen to. It just isn't. Like I'd asked it about Hildegard von Bingen and to play that, and there's no radio station for that, but it was loading up a lot of new age kind of ambient music.
Oh my God.
You know, I mean, Hildegard von Bingen is very eerie, and like etheric. So
But known, yeah.
right, it's not.
So
I mean,
that's what I'm saying. They're beta testing it on the consumer
and
and putting that on us too. And we know how that goes because we already have Facebook
right.
and bots that go crazy after 24 hours when they get fed and all that. So it's so also fragmented. It's a great fragmentation. Because if everybody has AI and everybody's feeding it a certain kind of pet food, then there's no cohesion whatsoever and no shared consensus reality.
Oh my God.
And our brains aren't built to cope with that.
No. Such being said, I think that I'll probably start now in into the night, get into it. But before I do, just one last, shot at a round table because, we do have so many wonderful people with us. I hate to not take advantage of it. Here we are. A new link from Brendan. The police search for thieves who stole, oh my fucking God, 100,000 eggs. Oh my God. Worth $40,000 from the back of a trailer in the U.S. state of Pennsylvania. Yeah, Amy, you've got to respond to this. Amy, this is
I had a strange experience at the grocery store just a few hours ago. There were no eggs. There were 3 dozen of blue eggs that nobody wanted. And they were $12 a dozen.
Call. They killed like 10 million chickens.
Yeah, that's what we heard. That's what we heard. It was the bird flu.
Okay,
Giant
that's
call.
what it
And
is.
they killed them all. Maybe it was 100 million.
Okay.
Well, there's
That
no
was
eggs
like
here.
The last thing Biden did on the way out.
Oh,
Call the chickens.
Bless his heart.
It's surreal. Yeah. Call the chickens. God damn.
Oh my God.
I don't know. Yeah.
So, but this is horrific. Why is this so scary? But what did you say the color was? Blue eggs? You said they were trying to sell these blue eggs, honey, Amy?
For $12 a dozen.
Yeah. What are blue eggs? Why are they blue?
It's just that
It's just the show.
Some chickens lay blue eggs.
Okay.
Yeah, some just have different colored eggs. Like they come in all colors.
Okay.
Usually
It just
that's
comes
your
from the diet.
home girl with chickens that sells eggs to scrape by barely.
Okay.
But you saw them in the grocery store.
I saw 3 in the case that was at one time full, and they were priced like scarcity market kind of pricing.
Oh yeah, there's none here.
Oh my God.
Huh.
Yeah.
Oh.
None.
I'm just this is
But that call didn't really make the headlines so much.
Yeah, and why didn't it?
Next thing you know, there's no eggs, or they're $12 a dozen.
It's
So I don't know.
Yeah, it's and so I'm
Hey, Brennan.
Oh, that's his job calling him. There we are. Hey, Brendan. Okay,
Incident on first floor.
Yeah. So I'd best get to work and earn my pay. I love you all. But all of you are welcome to just hang on for as long as you want and just interject whenever you feel like it. Yeah,
Well, what I'm going to do is shut down the call, but continue to listen.
Okay, but yeah. And is that because it's just leaving it on is not good for your phone, I take it, or good for yourself?
No, it's got its battery plugged into it under my chin. And
Okay.
oh, I don't have to turn it off. I
Okay.
could just listen and not have it by my face. Yeah.
Yeah, and that way if you
That
feel
works.
like interjecting, you can. Otherwise, feel
Fair
free
enough.
to. Yeah. And but in terms of the rest of you, the same thing. All of you are welcome to interject whenever you feel like it. How about yourself, Amy? I mean, you've done so well tonight in staying awake. I'm so proud of you. That's incredible.
You know, when I'm tired, I'm just too tired.
Yeah.
And I probably will try to listen for as long as possible, but better in the morning always.
Okay. All right. And so
Okay.
I love you dearly. And yeah, like I said, stay with us. Just interject whenever you wish, Amy. And then, go ahead and go to sleep if you feel like it. Yeah. And as well with Heather and Aristides, of course, and Brendan. So what was that? Yeah. What was that called, Brendan?
It's just, he was just telling me they're leaving the gym, so I can go in there.
Okay. All right.
Oh, good.
Thank you. Well, just feel like interjecting whenever you feel like it, Brendan. I'm going to dive into the monologue. And yeah, anytime you wish, just go ahead.
I don't know how much I could stomach of it. This is just, the world is crumbling.
Oh, yes. And
Like, I think this is beyond the fucking elevator snapping. This is like, it's worse.
It's yeah. Oh, it's yeah. It is. It's
And people are wondering, what's going on, as if they didn't know or something.
like I
They're
told.
gonna blame the wrong people because that's what Americans do.
Yeah. Well.
They're gonna blame the wrong people.
Well, I think after a while it'll become inescapable. We all know it's sourcing from Donald Trump and Elon Musk. Oh, what were you trying to say, Brendan, about Elon Musk is not? Now, of course, now you're not crediting Elon Musk himself with being one of the Svartalfen. Are you or?
No, of course
not. No. Yeah, but
no. No, I'm saying they're literally changing the composition of the atmosphere.
Okay.
Because of the Starlink satellites are deorbiting at such a, according to this website, they're deorbiting at such a rapid rate that 4 out of 5 of the satellites are deorbiting every day. That it's changing the composition of the upper atmosphere. And I said, what I was saying was that has nothing to do with Musk's ideas or his engineers. This is the Svartalfar's plan to basically make Midgard unlivable so they can come up here and live and then eventually get to heaven later, like through their machinations, so the dark elves.
I saw 2 launches go by just last week. 2 swarms.
Yeah, they have to keep them up there because they keep falling out of the sky and polluting our fucking shit.
And I heard a chip of paint at orbital speed goes through stainless steel.
Oh yeah.
So there's this great web of junk going around and around.
Well, I call it the detritosphere. I call it the detritosphere. And
that's the thing.
Yeah. Oh, has been. Yes. So according to what Brendan sent me, unprecedented Starlink re-entries. Last month, more than 120 Starlink satellites fell out of orbit. The daily rate of re-entries is unprecedented and might be altering the chemistry of the Earth's atmosphere. On the bright side, they make beautiful fireballs.
Wow. So are they just breaking down, or are they hitting other junk?
Oh, I'm sure they hit other junk on the way down.
They're not high enough to be in the detritosphere. They're like in low Earth orbit, but they are not made to stay up there permanently. So this is like disposable satellites. I mean, just talk about.
God.
That's why they want to deregulate all this shit so they can just do whatever they fucking want.
Okay.
Yeah. The guy blows up $1 billion rocket over a Indian reservation in a nature preserve and shrugs it off as a beta test. That's real efficient.
Yeah, but that's what my point was, that this is not like human thing. This is like, humans don't do that. This is like they're being directed by beings, like extra dimensional beings that don't give a fuck about Midgard or anything like that. Like, it's in the Norse mythology.
Got in through the ketamine vape.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, they just like Musk and Trump, these guys are just like puppets. They don't know what they're doing.
Yeah.
They're just like fucking, they gave them money and then the money blinds them and shit. So they're just following like basically orders of these beings that rule from the shadows. It's like the movie They Live and shit. It's
Okay.
just that's the unfortunate reality, but
Well,
beings
that's
have to
what we
realize
all
that.
knew. I mean, Trump didn't get where he is because of his acumen or
Yeah,
his success.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like they're
So who is
everyone,
running them?
every
Exactly.
pretty much all politicians are just following scripts. Like, and even it's coming out now where like they'll repeat the same line twice because they read it, like they like made a mistake while reading the script and shit. It's like, you know, it's literally they're on the level of reading scripts because they're not making any decisions actually anymore. But I'm saying from the Vedic perspective, they're called like the Asuras and stuff, and they've always invaded Earth, and they've always had this beef with like the Devas, the elementals,
Okay.
like Indra, and this is just another phase in their attack on the heavens. But they have to go through Earth, like that's what Tolkien was talking about, like
Yes.
like lower forces and higher forces go to Middle Earth and have to battle, you know, for the One Ring, like the actual power and all that to get through to the higher realms, like, you know, stuff like that. So
and how you
that's
got to
where
go
we're at.
down before you can go up.
Yeah, well, no, these beings have their own realm down there.
Yeah, I
like it's
get
called
that.
Svartalheim. Yeah, like
Yeah. Okay.
the Dark Elves like have their own, but they don't. They're like they have like an attitude problem. Like they're not content with like having their own realm. They want heaven. Like they want to get to heaven and through whatever means necessary. So if they have to like cause all this havoc here, like they don't care. But the thing is, if they damage Earth too much, then Earth can send a signal to like the higher forces, and then like avatars can come, like different beings can come down and fix things. So it's like that's why they're trying to get to that point to where it's like literal Armageddon. It's like their way of prodding and poking and saying like, you know, like let's see if the gods will actually come again, you know, like that. They don't care about that. But the thing is, they don't have enough power to rule in style anymore. Like in ancient times, they were able, like Ravana from the ancient tales, like he just was ruling all three worlds like in style, and like like everyone knew like, okay, this demon or whatever was like ruling all three worlds, and like everyone knew that. He didn't have to like hide behind these people.
Okay. But by the way, before we get back to the subject, because it is important, and I want people to know it's a lot more important than people may realize, can you take a look at your screen share, Brendan? I'm sharing screen with you, trying to get into my PayPal because I want to credit some people who sent me some things through PayPal. These are correct, the primary phone number and the home address, but not this. Do you have any idea where this might have come from, and what do I do about it? Update it by saying I don't have a business address, or just give them the same as my home address?
Okay, wait, let's see. What is this saying again?
Yeah, it's saying that my business address is 164 Beatty Avenue, Novato Avenue. Yeah, they're bothering me.
Okay, first of all, that's Novato is like Sausalito and shit. Like, who do you know up there?
No one that I can think of. It's certainly nothing to do with anybody that's a friend of mine.
Yeah.
So I just press update on that and then change it to the same as my home address. Is that possible?
I mean, do you use the business account?
It's
I think you use the personal.
It's Dietrich Productions Incorporated, so I guess they have to have like a business address.
Wait, so this is like what's that fat lady's? This is the fat lady's address.
Yeah, that must be it. Yeah.
Oh yeah, get rid of that shit.
So update
But
it.
it might cause an issue with this. You might want to just hold off for a while.
Okay. So
New York.
let me see. Primary address New York. What the fuck? Other addresses. Lorien Fenton, though. Here it is. Lorien Fenton is San Rafael.
But she's from San Rafael. But
no, that's her P.O. box. That's her P.O. box. As to 247 Robbie Lane.
She was stationed out of New York? No wonder all your enemies live there. Holy shit.
Yeah, all the enemies live there. Interesting. Yeah, so that makes sense. Yeah, and so she was stationed out 247 Robbie Lane, Manhasset Hills, New York. Yeah, so I guess I should take
Manhasset's Long Island.
Yeah, yeah,
Anyone
probably. So I should take a screenshot of this. I guess, and then just kind of shut it down for now. You're concerned that if I change things now, it would screw up potentially access to it.
Yes.
Okay.
I would call them and do it through them.
Okay.
Yeah,
Excellent.
Manhasset is
All right.
pretty damn close to Pete.
Yeah.
Whoever lived there.
That makes sense. Okay.
It's Long Island. Yeah. Near
all
Port Washington, Long Island. There you go.
Now, thank you. Yeah, so I'll just
But
check.
we never adjusted any of this stuff, so someone had gone in your account previous and put this
Shit in it. No, it just came up now. But it's an old account though. Yeah.
But who was in Long Island all those years ago? You know?
Yeah,
Like,
that's right. That's right.
Really weird.
Of course,
Really weird.
that probably was recently added. These are all three of these addresses. It's like, look at all these other addresses assigned to my single little old business account. You know, that's
Right. So how much of your money's getting funneled off and shit? Like, what's going on?
It's we can only imagine. Well, I think that they're using it probably for their like laundering their own money or just monitoring what I get. I don't think there's anything I'm getting really worth stolen.
Yeah, true. They already stole all the most of it.
Yeah, they stole most of it already. And I'm just happy to share this with the public. I got nothing to hide in this regard. The public knows the kind of position I'm in as a creature of the 20th century. I'm a product of the 20th century. So these are the ways that, I'm vulnerable, working with people who then use these kinds of technologies to make certain I get nowhere. So I'll turn off the screen share for now. I've screenshot that. I'll make certain I save the screenshot. We will be giving more credit to other people later. If not tonight, then certainly very soon. Right now, give me a chance to save this screenshot, and I'll call it PayPal, and we'll get into monologue soon.
That second address is in, like, right by the San Pablo Bay. It's like in some pretty ritzy spot near San Pablo.
Interesting. Well, it has nothing to do with my son's husband, I can assure you that. So we'll put this here as, let's take a look at this.
No, this is like Benton and shit.
It's Lorraine.
She had like a bunch of ghost accounts for taxes, so she wouldn't get the IRS on her house.
It's true. Yes, that's quite true. And so I've got that listed as PayPal now. Screenshot is now filed. And with that, I will give credit to some people who I can access through my popular account or my personal account. I want to give credit to Aristides I won't say his last name. Aristides, who said for Chinese New Year, 200 United States dollars. An incredible human being. Lovely belch to go with that. Was not my son. Heather Holman at 50 United States dollars. I've spoken to her about this, so I think she won't mind. She said, I woke up from what I thought was a nightmare. I was with people at a parking lot party that turned into an outside nail salon. Yeah, that sounds bad already. It was too busy, so I tried to get the girls to wrap it up to get my nails done. As they finished with their customers, they shut it down to close for the night. I wandered off from the crowd because I heard this night's transmission broadcasting from a speaker over a fence in a backyard. I went into the backyard. It was a house overgrown with foliage, and I could hear Douglas getting clearer and louder as I approached it. Yeah, nightmare stuff. I walked through the abandoned house where it was playing, and nobody was there, just dark. A large screen started sliding down from the top of the sky at an angle, flashing warning signs saying nudity, violence, and danger. Wow, all the Douglas Dietrich themes.
Yeah, I was going to say, that sounds like about right.
Yes, that's right. A generic icon of a man falling downstairs and bumping his head on the ground. You know those warning signs, slippery when wet, and they show the guy falling down? Yeah. I went back outside and started saying, hello? Hello? Douglas! Hello? I heard Brendan's voice talking about Satan over the fencing. Then I then proceeded to punch through, and then it ends there because they only give you so much space.
Yeah. Well, we can leave it on a cliffhanger.
punch through the fence, I believe is what she was going to say. But yeah, she heard your voice talking about Satan over the fencing. Yeah, and she punched through something, maybe a wall to get out of there. But intriguing stuff. Heather, you got to write books. Yeah, that's fascinating. Aaron Tice, of course, sent $125. John Schock sent $5. John Kulik, $19.40. And those are the most recent. So want to thank all of you wonderful individuals. The most recent one on the other account that we're not accessing for the moment because of the weirdness going on with different, apparently 3 other different addresses beyond my own that are somehow affiliated with that account. That is just out of this fucking world. So I'll have to call them about that and see if they can help me find a solution to that. In the interim, the individual who added money to that account was Sammy Romero, who added 60 United States dollars. And I guess we can look up the other individual was Stephen Myers. And I don't remember exactly what he sent, but it was pretty much along that amount. So let's see if we can find Stephen Myers here. And both he and Sammy Romero made generous contributions. And here we are, January 26th. I believe it was, Stephen Myers sent 50 United States dollars. So 60 United States dollars from Samuel Romero and 50 United States dollars from Stephen Myers. So thank you, both you wonderful gentlemen. And as always, queen of them all is Brooke Hagberg. So in Canada, who sends regularly a automated amount and then usually contributes around $100 a month. So all such being said, everybody maintain Aaron Tice in your thoughts and prayers. Apparently he and his family caught, this horrible flu that's going around. And so let's hope they all get through it. And with that, going to dive into monologue. We've got great numbers, wonderful people. And of course, anybody who wants, feel free to jump in anytime you want. With that being said,
Doug, I'm going to unplug so I can walk home. And
okay.
Then I can plug in there.
Sounds good.
Okay.
I love you dearly.
Thank you so much. Super fun. Really great talks. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's a rare thing.
Oh, well, you're a rare thing, honey. And make certain you stay safe and be well. Okay?
I will, and I'll be listening.
All right.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye for now. All right. So in terms of what to follow, obviously to start off small, let's start off small. Trump and Iran. Trump says Iran could have an unbelievable future if it doesn't develop nuclear weapons, while warning that he's left instructions that if Iran assassinates him, the American imperial foe would be obliterated. Trump reiterated that he feels Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon and said if they get one, that will be very unfortunate for them. But the president said Iran would find it very beneficial if the country can convince him that they won't develop a nuclear weapon, saying, in that case, they're going to have an unbelievable future. President Trump has given his advisors instructions to obliterate Iran if it assassinates him. It comes after the Justice Department announced in federal charges in November that an Iranian plot to kill Trump before the presidential election had been thwarted. Wow. At any rate, the tariff battle is the breaking point for eggs. As Trump's tariffs against Red China go into effect, the Communist Chinese Empire has fired back with tariffs of its own and an antitrust investigation into Google. Following a suspension of tariffs towards Mexico and Canada, Mexico has agreed to send 10,000 members of the country's National Guard to the border to address drug trafficking. Canada has pledged additional cooperation on border security. Restaurants and grocers are usually willing to absorb a fair amount of price fluctuation in order to avoid alienating customers, but the egg cost crisis is testing this norm. You see, this is the end of a cheap staple. One sign that the egg cost crisis has gotten dire came in the form of a bright yellow sticker on a laminated breakfast menu. On Monday, Waffle House announced that it would be adding a temporary 50-cent surcharge to each egg ordered. Egg prices have risen dramatically as of late. First, inflation pushed up their cost. Then the ongoing bird flu outbreak led to shortages. On the campaign trail, Trump assured Americans that he would get food costs under control. He vowed last summer that he would bring food prices down on day one, a promise he did not fulfill. As egg prices have kept ticking up in recent weeks, Karoline Leavitt, that's Trump's press secretary, has blamed the Biden administration for high egg costs, citing the standard USDA-authorized measure of killing millions of egg-laying chickens that were infected with bird flu, something the previous Trump administration also did. The average price of a dozen eggs in U.S. cities remained below $2 until 2022. Eggs now cost an average of more than $4 a dozen. It's a lot higher at some grocery stores, and the USDA has forecasted a 20% further price jump for eggs in 2025. As a spokesperson for Waffle House said in a statement, high egg prices are now forcing customers and restaurants to make difficult decisions. As egg prices shift, so does the pricing logic that grocery stores and restaurants have long used. For decades now, grocers have helped maintain eggs' affordable image even when the amount they themselves spent on eggs was fluctuating. Many stores consider eggs loss leaders. In other words, they effectively subsidize the cost of eggs in order to draw in shoppers, who they expect might then splurge on higher margin items. This was possible for stores to do because not so much any artificial manipulation of the economics of it, but I think it was because eggs were cheap to produce and readily in supply. I mean, that's basically what it was. Innovations in industrial farming, incubation, artificial lighting, to trick hens into thinking it was morning and time to lay. And carton technology meant that by the early 20th century, cheap eggs were bountiful in American markets. But when wholesale costs soar, as they are now, the loss leader rationale starts to strain. The cost of a dozen eggs for restaurants and stores is about $7, compared with $2.25 last fall, according to one recent estimate that I'm looking up right now. A few grocers are keeping egg prices constant, or at least consistent, despite rising costs, but many more have started passing high prices over to shoppers. Eggs are also ingredients in lots of grocery items, such as baked goods and salad dressing, so those may see price increases as well. As for restaurants, when the cost of a single item goes up, they are generally willing to absorb it with the hope that the price will soon go down and perhaps another item will be cheaper the next month. Alice Susskind, a Cornell professor who teaches courses in food and beverage management, was consulted by my son's husband for reasons we don't need to go into, but all of these industries are interlinked in ways that you would not begin to fucking imagine. Basically what he shared with us was that when a cost goes up as continuously as egg prices have, restaurants start to run out of options. So Susskind has noted that the Waffle House spike is not a permanent price increase, but a surcharge, which leaves open the option for the chain to simply remove it in the future. The Waffle House spokesperson said in the restaurant statement that we are continuously monitoring egg prices and will adjust or remove the surcharge as market conditions allow. All of this has hit Americans hard because we eat quite a lot of eggs. Egg consumption peaked around the end of World War II when Americans ate an average of more than one egg a day per person. After waning a bit in the 1990s, eggs bounced back in the 2010s, I believe. By 2019, Americans were eating an average of about 279 eggs a year. That's 5 to 6 a week, I believe. The resurgence was due in part to the fact that after decades of warning about the risks of high cholesterol foods, the federal government updated its guidance. Now Americans are cutting back temporarily, but others are attempting to stock up on several dozens of eggs at a time. In spite of all the drama of the past few years, Americans aren't likely to go eggless anytime soon. Eggs, well, let's just put it this way. There's a science and health correspondent for Atlantic Magazine, I believe, who has gone on record to say that eggs are so embedded in American culture. They predict, Yasmin Tayag predicts, that it will take a lot more than a few years of price shifts to change that. So there we go with that, Yasmin. And of course, because she's an ethnic sister of mine, I appreciate everything that she says. Such having been said, the price of eggs has become a symbol of where America is going. First as a sign of inflation, now of the ongoing bird flu outbreak. Even if you had tuned out current events for the past couple of years, if you deleted social media, turned off news notifications, read only Victorian novels, a version of this news was still going to reach you in the egg aisle of the grocery store. Stocking up on eggs or cutting back is a temporary solution to a bird flu problem that is likely to persist. And it's this virus that my ethnic sister, Yasmin Tayag, has said will keep coming back, at least until more effective mitigation measures, such as vaccines, become widespread. And week after week at the grocery store, many Americans will feel the effects. So a little update there. And yes, had to look into this, check in with a few experts because this is something that is, well, it's going to affect us all. And guess what? Hey, I'm still getting some eggs in my home delivered Meals on Wheels. So imagine that. Sometimes it just pays to be poor. And this brings us to, before we get into international geopolitics, we've got to do some tracking, mandatory, obligatory tracking, not for long, I promise, of Trump's cabinet. And when it comes to tracking Trump's cabinet, the Senate has confirmed Pam Bondi as the United States Attorney General, gifting a longtime Trump ally the power to reshape our Justice Department. The Senate has confirmed Pam Bondi as U.S. Attorney General, not Secretary Attorney General, the Attorney General position itself, putting Trump's longtime ally at the helm of a Justice Department that has already been rattled by the firings of career employees seen as disloyal to our Republican dictator. The vote fell almost entirely along party lines, of course, with only Senator John Fetterman, a Pennsylvania Democrat, joining with all Republicans to pass her confirmation at 54 to 46. Now, Bondi, a former Florida Attorney General and corporate lobbyist, is expected to oversee a radical reshaping of the department that has been the target of Trump's ire over the criminal cases it brought against himself. And RFK Jr., nominated to be our nation's top health official, has been advanced by the Senate Finance Committee and will receive a vote on the Senate floor. Meanwhile, Tulsi Gabbard's nomination to be Directress of National Intelligence also cleared a key Senate committee. Things are looking bleak because brokenness, not wokeness, but brokenness, is moving into the White House, and Trump will seriously damage America's information infrastructure for the economy. Although the U.S. economy has been resilient, with slowing inflation and a consistently strong labor market, a Nobel Prize winner confirms that the brutally scammed Trump voters will be the losers under all his policies. Now, according to the Russo-radicalized Red Republican right, there is a growing feeling that America's infatuation with wokeness has peaked and passed, that the insanity of redefining reality is, by their wiles, fading vis-a-vis reactionary brokenness. One place where brokenness seems to be taking up residence is in the White House, under Donald Trump. In these United States, federal government officials have traditionally relied on nonpartisan data when making decisions, including data from the United States BLS, or Bureau of Labor Statistics. But former BLS commissionaris Erika L. Groschen fears that President-elect, well, he's president by now, though I keep denying it to myself, Donald Trump will interfere with that data now that he's returned to the White House. Salon Magazine's Nicholas Liu, in an article published on January 10th, reported that Trump is widely expected to revive the Schedule F employment category, which would expose thousands of federal employees to easy dismissal. And Groschen warned that Trump's interference would seriously damage and corrupt the federal government's statistics system. We were speaking earlier when Aristides brought up garbage in, garbage out. And Vinny, our Vinny, the friendly Vinny, that is care provider in a sense, well, certainly a significant other for Heather Holman, brought up the fact that there's going to be echo chambers in which AIs are trained, or even reared would be one word for it. And when it comes to these echo chambers and a skewing of information, Nicholas Liu notes that historically, BLS employees have been protected from political interference by a number of safeguards. But those protections, as testified by former BLS Commissionaris Groschen, they will erode during Trump's second presidency. Groschen confirming that manipulating government data and making it less reliable will hurt all businesses in a variety of ways. So Groschen told Salon Magazine, and here I quoted she at length and verbatim, senior civil servants would now be vulnerable to being fired for political reasons and have pressures on them to do things that would violate the norms that protect trust. Federal statistics are information infrastructure for our economy. They promote good evidence-based decision-making in many, many spheres and are mechanisms for us to jointly decide on what are the public goods, roads, national defense, clean air that we need, and to then make sure that we have them so far that our country functions effectively. Without impartial data on poverty rates, the government wouldn't be able to efficiently allocate money to fight poverty. The same applies to unemployment insurance programs based on local unemployment rates or apportionment of congressional seats based on census data or any number of other functions. There's now the risk of a world where you have more industrial unrest between workers and employers, more protracted and continual negotiations about a lot of things that are now handled pretty smoothly, more uncertainty in financial markets, and financial markets hate uncertainty. So higher interest rates because people feel more uncertain. More spending on lawyers and negotiators, and generally conflict both in the public and private sector. Compounding the felony, the former New York Times columnist and Nobel Prize-winning economist Paul Krugman confirms that President Donald Trump's economic policies are guaranteed to leave many of the people who voted for him significantly worse off financially than they are right now, emphasizing that this sort of scam would be particularly obvious when it comes to Trump's vows to lower grocery prices. In an interview with the New Republic's Greg Sargent, Krugman has written that Trump's twin policies of tariffs and mass deportations are going to hit many of his own voters, while at the same time making our nation as a whole much the poorer. Krugman also qualified that Trump is likely to face political headwinds in his economic policies because, despite his campaign rhetoric, he's inheriting a strong economy from President Joe Biden with low unemployment and inflation that has fallen below 3%. However, he concludes that Trump will do swift and severe damage to our economy with his economic policies. So to quotist Krugman at length and verbatim, a lot of people are going to get brutally scammed. Those are his most fervent supporters. It is, in fact, probably the local business elites are the most fervent MAGA types out there, more so even than the working class. But that doesn't mean that Trump cares about their interests. Small business people are the people that he's all through his life hired as contractors and then never paid. Not once, right? Scamming people like that is what his whole life has been around. After having spent the entire campaign saying, I'm going to bring the price of groceries back down to what it was, then basically just a couple of weeks after the election, he said, oh, getting prices down? That would be very hard. But what I find interesting is, judging with the surveys, they haven't gotten the memo. He said that not on Fox, I think, but he said it, but they still think he's going to do what he promised during the campaign. So the scam is there is no plan. The rules that surround international trade, the rules that Trump is ripping up, they were created by America because we thought that that kind of world was a better place for us to thrive. We've been pulling ahead on technology, but an administration that's extremely hostile to universities and education is going to undermine that source of advantage as well. Basically, all the things that make America exceptional, and we really are exceptional, all of those things just happen to be the things that Trump wants negated. Trump wants to turn the clock back to 1896, and that's not good for the American economy. Now, let's get into national security mode. In analysis of the unchecked authority of Trump's immigration orders, the president is recasting migration as a form of invasion, broadening his already expansive powers and making anyone in these United States who's undocumented a potential target. Now, immigration advocates have established a hotline for those arrested under threat of deportation. The 58-year-old Jose Rojas Duran was taking his usual Sunday morning stroll with his wife in Los Angeles on January 26 when he was arrested by ICE, the ICE troopers, the ICE, the Immigration and Customs Enforcement. Rojas was one of the 1,179 arrests made by the ICE throughout the country on January 26th alone. A coalition of immigrant rights advocates, faith-based leaders, and organized labor came together to support families like Rojas's with the creation of the LARN, LARRN, the Los Angeles Rapid Response Network. That network has set up a hotline, 1-888-624-4752. That's 888 area code 624-4752. Once again, that's 1888-624-4752. To field calls on immigration enforcement and provide immigration services and support referrals. The organizing director at the Coalition for Humane Immigrant Rights, Pedro Trujillo, said the network's message is, "Together we will stand strong against the Trump administration's cruel and unjust policies targeting working immigrant families in these United States." Now, one of my tong, literally that means meeting hall in the Chinese, one of my gang brothers, essentially, a fellow tongster. So one of my tong sources told myself that a wave of planned immigration raids across these United States has resulted, well, it resulted at the time in more than 2,000 arrests within a single 48-hour span of time, within 12 days. And that it will continue across the southeast United States, about 2 to 3 times a week. Various U.S. agencies have been given permission to apprehend immigrants under Customs and Border Protection's Immigration Authority. At least 12 agencies assisting U.S. immigration officials with the raids have told personnel to ensure their clothing clearly depicts their respective agency in case they are filmed by members of the media. While it is a common safety practice for agents conducting arrests to wear insignias identifying themselves as law enforcement, sources have said that even agents on the perimeter of operations conducted across the nation have been specifically instructed by their leadership to wear raid jackets and be camera ready. In the months before the election, Donald Trump's allies and advisors repeatedly claimed that if he won a second term...
So it's all just a show, as usual.
Yeah, theater! Theater! Deportation!
Theater,
yeah, deportation theater! Like that.
There you go.
Nothing entertaining about it.
Well, it's online. You can see the people that it entertains, and they're like all these losers that say, good, get rid of them. It's about time, and all this. It's like, but these people are going to be the ones in the poorhouse. I mean, we already are.
Thank you.
Like, do you want your eggs to be like 10 times as much? Like, I don't understand the logic behind it. It's like, you know. And the funny part, the irony, I guess, I don't know what to call it. It's not funny. It's just, these people are talking about these people are violating the law. None of these people follow the law. Yeah. They're like all like, you know, out in the boons saying, fuck the police, you know?
Seriously.
Or whatever they say.
Seriously.
You can't come after my guns because we're, you know, America's free.
When
it's,
these are
when
the
target's on someone else's back, that's fine, I guess. Like,
well, the insanity is they're the most all the Trump humpers are the most anti-government people on earth. They're the people who say, do away with the government. But they want the government to mass deport, imprison anybody else. Yeah. It's like, oh my fucking God.
America's the most anti-psychological place on earth, to quote Sigmund Freud. There.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, it's madness. Madness.
Or as they used to say, my Okie grandfather on my mom's side would say, bass-ackwards.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
Everyone's bass-ackwards.
And look, I already got some stupid... email. It is funny. It's a funny email. I'll give it that. Yeah. But this person saying, I didn't know immigrants laid eggs. No, they don't lay eggs, but they sure as hell are the ones who pluck them. Go on.
Yeah, I've had chickens. They don't just the chicken doesn't deliver it. To you.
Yeah, thank you.
It doesn't put them into those little cartons.
Yeah, thank you.
You know? And the machines don't do it either. Just a heads up.
Yeah,
Everyone says
thank
that.
you. Yeah.
It's like, yeah. So it's just, yeah. I'm not saying like, yeah, we should love immigrants and everyone kumbaya. It's just a logistic. I mean, it's just. What is it called? It's just practical logistic. Pragmatic. It's just pragmatic. It's like,
thank you. Yeah.
Someone's got to do it, and they don't get, yeah. So,
yeah.
It's self-evident. You don't need to argue with these people.
And again, it's not the immigrants breaking the law. It's the corporations that hire them, you dumb fucks.
Oh, yeah, but they're exempt. The elites are exempt. That's the thing.
Yeah. How come they don't deport the corporations? Hey, you're hiring all these immigrants. I'm sending you to another country.
Yeah, they're the ones hiring all those like call centers and shit. How come he hasn't gone after them yet?
Yeah.
That's not America first.
Yeah, I'd like to hear somebody. I'd love to call for service support at Comcast or any other country. Oh, especially.
Well, pretty soon it'll be a prison camp call center. It's like straight to Guantanamo.
Yeah, I guess. Unfortunately, no, we're stuck with the motherfuckers who don't speak English. I mean, I'd love to call my goddamn cell phone service and have somebody at the other end speak fucking English instead of what they speak, whatever it is. It's not any language. I speak a number of languages, but I don't speak theirs, whatever the hell they're speaking. But but no, they don't go after these corporations for that. And hell, that's something Americans could do because they speak English, right? So Americans could do call center shit. Yeah, how come we don't have English-speaking call centers? Yeah, Trump's not going after these people. But thank you, Brendan. Important point. It's, disgusting and so lame. Yeah. So in the months before the election, Donald Trump's allies and advisors repeatedly claimed that if he won a second term, his first day in office would immediately overwhelm the efforts of any organized opposition. One of them telling our Hall or gangster attorney that the ACLU won't know where to sue first. And within 24 hours of Trump's inauguration, 22 states, 2 cities, and a group of nonprofits, including the ACLU, filed lawsuits to block one of a dozen immigration-related executive orders that Trump signed on Monday, his first Monday opening his first work week in office. The order, called Protecting the Meaning and Value of American Citizenship. I mean, oh, really? Would not only end birthright citizenship, which has been enshrined in American law for over a century, it would also deny the privilege of United States citizenship to the children of parents who lived in this country legally, but didn't have green cards or citizenship status themselves. At a press briefing organized by the Federalist Society, John Yoo, yes, that's right, spelled Y-O-O, the former Justice Department lawyer whose maximalist view of executive power was the basis for the Bush administration's abuse of torture during the War on Terror, said, "This one, I think, is the most legally tenuous, and it's going to invite a huge fight that could tie up the American administration in knots." Now, on Thursday of last week, a federal judge temporarily blocked the order, calling it blatantly unconstitutional. Go on, dear Brendan. Any thoughts on this?
Yeah. What exactly is the point other than just the chaosium equation of just pure chaos? That doesn't really. Like I'm trying to wrap my hand around it in like a logical way, which obviously it's not. But it's like, what advantage does that give?
Thank you.
Exactly.
Excellent question.
Because every other country wants immigrants so they can have labor force.
Thank you.
Such as England, Japan, Germany, all the top producers, all the best countries on earth, they need, not that they want them, they need them to work.
Yes.
In their factories. So what is the logic behind this? The robots aren't going to catch up fast enough, no matter how much money they throw at it. So, you know.
Yeah, I mean, tell people
the chaos equation.
Thank you. Like, tell people about your own job. You're a custodian over this massive acreage, and there's no robot that can replace you for generations of robotics yet.
Never. It's never going to happen.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
And then the way these people just treated me tonight, I mean, I fucking don't want to even do anything. They fucking were in here b-balling, ignoring my ass when I'm telling them to get out. And it's, you know, like, what are they going to do? Smash up the robot? You know?
That's what they would do. Yeah, look what they do to the Waymos.
So how far is that going to go? You know, it's like, it never will. It'll never work.
Thank you. And it is chaos. Ultimately, it's the chaosist agenda. Thank you. And still, as legal analysts and immigration experts scrambled to parse the language of the new orders, they had little choice but to triage on a Trumpian continuum, where in many cases, actions that would have seemed unfathomable just years or even months before were now regarded as essentially normal. Others were more obviously alarming. Under an order called Clarifying the Military's Role in Protecting the Territorial Integrity of the United States, the Department of Defense might not simply assist federal immigration authorities to provide provisional detention space for migrants or to conduct logistical tasks at the border as it has in the past. Instead, the president was now calling on active duty troops to carry out a mission to seal the borders and maintain the sovereignty, territorial integrity, and security of the United States by repelling forms of invasion, including unlawful mass migration. Specifically, the order calls for a new unified command plan to be drawn up within 10 days. A central theme in all of Trump's immigration orders is recasting migration as a form of invasion. As a piece of political rhetoric, the word has become numbingly histrionic. But as a legal notion, in the world of these executive orders, it triggers a response that goes far beyond the president's already broad powers to manage immigration. Both Trump and President Joe Biden have sought to bar entry to asylum seekers through an expensive, or rather expansive, as well as expensive, reading of the INA, the Immigration and Nationality Act, which is the main statute covering federal immigration law. These new orders aim to cast aside the INA and allow Trump to seek recourse in the Constitution as a president defending his country from a foreign threat. Many of these orders reinforce the fiction that mass migration constitutes some kind of war. At the moment, following months of sharply declining numbers of migrants at the border, the government is arresting fewer people than it did in the final months of Trump's first term. Even in late 2023, when there was a legitimate crisis with 250,000 people apprehended by Border Patrol in the month of December alone, the idea that our continental United States was in the midst of a hostile foreign takeover would have been absurd. Another of Trump's Day One orders designates the cartels in Mexico, as well as Tren de Aragua and MS-13, two gangs that are respectively associated with Venezuela and El Salvador, as foreign terrorist organizations. According to this order, the cartels function as quasi-governmental entities controlling nearly all aspects of society. The other gangs are extraordinarily violent, vicious, and similarly threaten the stability of the international order. Most of these groups, especially the Mexicano cartels, are involved in drug smuggling and human trafficking, but labeling them as terrorists widens the scope of the misadministration's enforcement options. Revealingly, the order about cartels and gangs makes reference to the Alien Enemies Act, a remnant of the Alien and Sedition Acts of 1798. This law can apply only if Congress declares war, or if the president claims that a foreign government is threatening to invade or attack, so that he can then detain.
Okay, so there's a
Yes.
workaround.
Yes.
There's a workaround to the World War II rule, which means no wars can ever be declared again.
Thank you. Thank
But
you.
what if he tries to? How is he going to navigate that when he figures out that he can't declare war? Even Congress couldn't do it if they wanted to.
Yeah.
If he doesn't, or he might already know because of his family connections. But I'm saying,
Yeah.
is that what they're trying to go for?
I think what they're
Because
trying.
they can't make
Yeah.
a war department without the
Yeah.
consent of Japan.
That's quite true. Thank you.
So,
Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. And your point. Excellent.
and if
point.
that happens, wouldn't that imply that the SDF would become the Japanese Imperial, or the Japanese Imperial Army again?
Yeah,
So
pretty
maybe
much.
we're on the way to that.
Yeah, it could be. Or not only that, it would also require Japanese peacekeeping forces in the United States. That's what it would also
Yeah,
require.
that is true.
Yeah, it would require Japanese troops at the border. Yes, it's so this is like I think that this is a profoundly bizarre time in which they're going to count on the public's ignorance just so they can get away with everything they can. And they're hoping no one will question the legality, kind of like the Communist Chinese Party when you ask them about Douglas Dietrich, and they just say,
Yeah.
whatever he says, we stand for the opposite, pretty much, that's, we
Well,
stand.
they said you were a military operative.
Yeah, believe that shit, yes.
You're getting jibbed. I mean,
Yeah,
that's the
thank
case.
you. Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate that too. Yes. And, it certainly, since Congress cannot declare war, as Brendan has stated, besides, half of the Democrats would be against that anyway, especially for something like this. And but Trump can still make the claim. Doesn't mean that it'll be a legal claim. He'll just make the claim that there's the threat of invasion and attack from a hostile foreign power, so that he can.
And that would activate the Alien Act
Thank you.
to make concentration camps again, essentially.
Thank you.
Literally, or internment camps. I guess we'll call them internment camps.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, you might as well say concentration camps because that's what the internment camps are. So.
Well, that's what they are, but I'm saying, right? Like legally, it would be called that, right? Internment or
Yeah.
something.
Legally, they'd call it internment. Yeah, or detention centers.
Temporary.
Yeah.
They'd pull that shit.
Yeah. Oh God. I mean, why even bother? I mean, it'll take years to process those people. I mean, you can imagine all the people that'll be in there, and then, like you say, while they're waiting,
But
will
with
they?
the Japanese, they took their land. What are
Yeah.
they going to take from these people? Nothing. I mean, it's not much anyway.
Well, these people have more than you might think because they contribute to the economy. They do really contribute.
Oh, true. Yeah.
And the economy will collapse without them. I mean, entire aspects of our economy will collapse without illegal immigrants, not just because of their labor, but because they're spending money. Not only that, they're spending money that they send home.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, to keep their families at home. If their families don't get any more money, why don't they just come up here? So it kind of repeats.
Western Union's going out of business.
Yeah. That's for
or
sure.
whatever that place was. Yeah,
Yeah,
so there you
that
go.
was Western Union. Yeah, and all I could think of
Where
when
they
I
could
went.
send money back to their family.
Oh yeah, that Selena Khan sent me to, which tells us a lot about Selena Khan. Yeah, and and all I could.
Yeah, they never go after the Packies.
Yeah, yeah.
It's like,
And when I went in
not
there,
that I'm saying they should. I'm just saying they don't.
yeah, yeah. And when I went in there, all I could think of was shithole countries. Like all I could think of was, maybe Trump was right.
They literally have posters on the wall, like what you said. That's not a joke.
Yeah, yeah.
There's like posters of like Ethiopia, like
Yeah.
data sheets. It was weird. Yeah,
Yeah.
I remember going into one of those.
Yeah, yes, you got it. You got it down. Little maps of the nation where all the Western, telegram, Western Union, right? Western Union
Yeah.
telegram stations were operating. In
Yeah.
Nepal. Nepal.
Yeah, yeah. It was like stuff that still runs on railroad, basically.
Yeah.
It's what it looked like.
Yes, thank
They
you.
were old like British railroad maps or something. It was weird. I was like, what the heck is this?
Yeah. Oh
Kind of
no.
place.
It's depressing as fuck. Depressing as fuck. It's like going back in time and not in a good way. And
No. Yeah, no. I don't know.
but yeah. And for
Anyways,
those.
I'll rejoin in a bit. I gotta do some noisy shit.
Okay.
You know, so.
Yeah. Thank you.
My own form of slavery.
Understood. And believe me, I feel bad. But hey, good benefits at least, thank God, and sick days, thank God. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to have gone to the plastic surgeon. All of this so Trump can then detain and deport legal permanent residents and others who are here lawfully if they are from countries that are considered enemies of the United States government. I hope people got the imperative, the gravity of what I'm trying to, rather, I hope people understand the gravity of what I'm trying to explain about Trump's imperative. That he can then detain and deport legal permanent residents and others who are here lawfully if they are from countries that are considered enemies of the United States government. So Trump and his top immigration advisor, Stephen Miller, have threatened to abuse the Alien Enemies Act as well as the Insurrection Act, which would employ the military in policing domestic protest. And while Trump does not invoke either act officially in the executive orders I've reviewed thus far, he demonstrates that they are under serious consideration. In one order, he asks the Departments of Homeland Security, Justice, and State to make preparations for his inevitable abuse of the Alien Enemies Act. In another, he instructs the DHS, the Department of Homeland Security, and the Department of Defense to provide recommendations on the Insurrection Act. So he's already paving the way. Elizabeth Goitein, or Goitein, a national security expertess at the Brennan Center for Justice, has been quoted as saying, "That potentially takes things to another level. This at least seems to contemplate military operations at the border. It's completely unexpected and pretty outrageous. Some of the executive orders are so off base, either on the law or on practical implementation, that you have to interpret them as messaging statements. Because the president has inherent constitutional authority to repel sudden attacks or invasions, he's presumably trying to signal that this is a military operation rather than a law enforcement operation. The problem is that unlawful migration doesn't constitute an invasion as a legal matter. But even the day one orders that were widely anticipated will have a profound impact. One was the declaration of a national emergency at the border, which Trump had also done in 2019, after Congress refused to appropriate more money for his border wall. Now, as then, the declaration would enable him to free up funding for construction while also enlisting troops to assist immigration authorities. By Wednesday, midweek last, the Pentagon announced that it was sending 1,500 troops to the border to address the full range of threats outlined by the president. It was equally unsurprising that Trump halted the U.S. refugee program, which the Biden administration had rebuilt after its dismantling during Trump's first term. More than 10,000 refugees who'd been cleared to fly to these United States for resettlement, including 1,600 Afghans who were fleeing their war-torn home nation of Afghanistan, primarily because of past ties to United States forces as scouts, advisors, and consultants, and linguistic interpreters, helping with interrogations, all threatened with death by the Taliban, were left, well, they along with their families were threatened for annihilation by the Taliban. All have now been left in limbo. That's where Trump betrayed them, who displayed their loyalty to the American empire throughout the Afghan conflict. Trump also undid a program started under the Biden administration that relied on the president's parole authorities to manage the entry of more than 500,000 people from Venezuela, Haiti, Cuba, and Nicaragua. Each day, for roughly the past 12 years, an additional 1,000 asylum seekers have been able to schedule appointments at ports of entry along the U.S.-Mexico border through a government app called CBP1. That's C as in Charlie, B as in boy, P as in pony, number 1, numeric 1. Trump canceled that app, stranding thousands of people who'd been waiting in northern Mexico. The father of a family of 3 who were stuck in Ciudad Juárez told Aurelius Hernandez of the Washington Post, "After everything we've done and gone through to get here, if only I had had the appointment for 3 hours earlier." As Trump was canceling all Biden-era policies, he was also reinstating others from his own first midterm. The Migrant Protection Protocols, commonly called Remain in Mexico, which forced tens of thousands of asylum seekers to wait indefinitely in northern Mexico, are back in place, as is a form of extreme vetting meant to block visas and other forms of entry for immigrants from certain countries. Ideas from Trump's first midterm that either had minimal impact or never materialized, such as a registry of non-citizens, and a government hotline for victims of crimes committed by immigrants, have all reappeared. But this time, measures like the travel ban were replaced by more methodical reviews and preparatory actions that could serve as the precursors to such policies while putting them on more solid legal footing. When asked what was most surprising, a senior congressional aide said, or rather replied, "The fact that they're pacing themselves with the country bans." While these orders were all being signed, 4 high-ranking career officials at the Executive Office for Immigration Review, our country's top immigration court, which is run out of the Department of Justice, were fired. Tom Yavitz, a top attorney at the DHS in the Biden administration, Department of Homeland Security told the New York Times that it was a day one bloodbath. The new misadministration is already clearing out all the civil servants who are seen as impediments to Trump's first midterm agenda. In the days before the inauguration, amid rumors of mass arrests in Democratic cities across the country, people stayed home in fear, much like they had at the start of 2017. This time, expectations are even worse, owing to the fact that Trump successfully campaigned on the promise of carrying out mass deportations. According to the head of the local Chamber of Commerce, reports of expected operations in Chicago, fueled in part by the remarks made by members of the incoming misadministration, led to a 50% decline in foot traffic in one of the Windy City's busiest retail corridors, with one individual telling Bloomberg that based on her small business and its collapse, it's going to be disastrous. If raids happen and people are too afraid to go out, it's going to be an impact that's going to last for years. Under Biden, in a refinement of policy begun during the Obama administration, immigration authorities had a series of priorities for deciding whom to target for arrest from among the estimated 11 million undocumented people living across our country. Muzaffar Chishti of the Migration Policy Institute so told my Tong, my Hall or Gangster Brotherhood, their priorities were violent criminals and recent arrivals. If a person hadn't committed a crime and didn't have an order of removal against him, it was relatively certain he would not get deported. As part of the new slate of executive orders, Trump has scrapped this approach, meaning anyone who's undocumented is a potential target. The randomness of who might be vulnerable to arrest has been an ostensible point of pride for Tom Homan, the president's new border czar, who ran ICE, the ICE, the Immigration and Customs Enforcement, during the first Trump midterm. Back in 2017, Homan told Congress, if you're in this country illegally and you committed a crime by being in this country, you should be uncomfortable. You should look over your shoulder. After Trump's re-election, he added, if you want to self-deport, you should self-deport because, again, we know who you are, and we're going to come and find you. A policy under which ICE, the ICE, refrained from making arrests at hospitals, schools, and places of worship, known as sensitive locations, has been canceled. An executive order called Protecting the American People Against Invasion, not our nation, but the American people, provided a detailed preview of the new misadministration's priorities for enforcement in the interior of our empire, our continental United States. So-called sanctuary cities and states that have limited their cooperation with ICE, with the ICE, will be penalized. But the order also described efforts to audit federal funding for NGOs, or non-governmental organizations, that provide services either directly or indirectly to removable or illegal aliens, to begin a critical review of the long-standing designation called Temporary Protected Status, which currently covers hundreds of thousands of immigrants, and to consider sanctions against recalcitrant countries that might not accept American mass deportation flights. On Monday, while Trump signed his executive orders in the Oval Office, Monday opening the work week of the week before last, if not last week. He fielded questions from the press, one of which was about a comment he made to Sean Hannity in 2023. The journalist asked, "Are you a dictator on day one?" Trump said, No, I can't even imagine being called that." Armed for the first time in his career with a paltry popular mandate, so slim as to be spurious, he now claims that he is giving the public what it wanted. The ACLU could sue him on the particulars, and presumably it will continue to, but politically, who is ready to actually challenge him? The real mark of Trump's new powers may not have been in the executive orders at all, but in a Senate vote cast later that evening. 12 Democrats, including some who have recently won re-election, joined Republicans in passing the Laken-Riley Act, named for a Georgia nursing student who was murdered by a Venezuelan immigrant early last year. That law will require the detention of any undocumented immigrant charged with, but not convicted of, crimes including shoplifting or minor theft. Another provision allows state attorneys general to sue the U.S. Attorney General or the Secretary of Homeland Security if an immigrant paroled into our country commits a crime judged to harm the state or any of its residents physically or financially. With Andrea Flores, a former White House official and border expert, attesting, in her own words, this bill does nothing at all to address any of the actual problems associated with the United States immigration system. He has entered into fairly undefined legal territory by invoking the Constitution to potentially supersede the entire INA and create a wide enforcement scope over the people, government, and non-state actors who may have carried out this supposed invasion. Congressional Republicans were baffled that the Democrats caved so quickly. It will be the first bill, has become the first bill, Trump signed into law. And while Donald Trump's main domestic priority is immigration, with a capital I, the then president-elect, at the time that he spewed this vitriol, scrambled minds the week before last, as he openly mused about annexing Canada, Grönland, and the Panama Canal. This was a classic Trumpological mix of free association, gleeful provocation, and serious world-changing intent. Now, Trump wants Grönland, Canada, and the Panama Canal. In the final weeks before Donald Trump returned to the White House, the focus of his Republican, ire and his public remarks had not been about key parts of his campaign agenda like mass deportations or paradoxically promising to lower prices by socially engineering all the preconditions for hyperinflationary depression and total economic collapse. Instead, Trump, who has criticized United States military involvement in other countries, was advocating for America to gain more global territory, including by force if necessary. Call it his annexation agenda. The Trump Doctrine. From Grönland to Panama and Mexico, leaders are in shock as Donald Trump eyes fine new pieces of real estate in the Americas and beyond. Trump wants to label drug cartels terrorist organizations. And here's what that means in practice. President Trump, in one of his first actions, back in office, signed an executive order that moves the United States government toward designating drug cartels as terrorist organizations. The decision is part of the Trump administration's broader efforts to crack down on the flow of drugs and people across the southern border. The full implications of designating the cartels as terrorist organizations will depend, in large part, to how the administration follows through. So let me try and, relate to you what the order says and explain the possible implications. First, I'm going to check everything. But here's the order. The order says cartels are a national security threat in a way that traditional organized crime is not. They have conducted a campaign of violence and terror throughout the Western Hemisphere with destabilizing effects, including a flood of deadly drugs, violent criminals, and vicious gangs into these United States. It also says the cartels, as well as 12 transnational gangs rooted in Central America, pose a national security threat to these United States, and it says it is an American policy. It is American policy, period, to ensure the total elimination of these organizations' presence in the United States. This order instructs the U.S. State Department to recommend, within 14 days, whether to designate the cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. Which begs the question, of course, what precisely does a terrorist designation do? If you are designated a terrorist, how are you now interfacing with reality differently than you were before? Or rather, how is reality now interfacing with yourself differently than it was before? You see, the United States government already has tools, including criminal charges and sanctions, that it can use to go after the cartels. A terrorist designation would broaden all those options. The most significant additional tool, any experts in security would concur, would be the ability to bring what are known as material support prosecutions. Under U.S. law, it is a crime to provide material support to a designated terrorist organization. Material support can run from money or weapons to lodging, false papers, or even a phone card. In the context of drug cartels, prosecutors could potentially abuse this charge against an entire range of actors, including cartel members, the street gangs in these United States that sell the narcotics, as well as anyone who provides financial or logistical support. The ripple effects, however, will be bigger than you can imagine. Some analysts note that United States companies that do business in Mexico routinely make payments to Mexicano companies, some of which are controlled by or affiliated with a cartel or cartel members. This will expose those American firms to penalties. Migrants also will be swept up in material support prosecutions. Experts concur that migrants often pay smugglers to get through Mexico or across the U.S.-Mexico border, and those smugglers often have ties to cartels. And that will provide grounds for American authorities to keep those migrants out of these United States as enablers, abettors, well, they would basically be terrorists themselves. There have been questions about whether a terrorism designation opens the door to unilateral military action by the United States on Mexicano territory. The United States President already has the authority to conduct military action. A designation will not change that, but American military strikes inside Mexico will be a major step, and Mexico has made clear that it opposes any such action. Finally, designating drug cartels as terrorists, as Trump has done, adds significant collateral risks. Anyone who has contacts with narcos, knowingly or not, can now be accused of collaborating with terrorists, creating a phenomenal challenge for corporate compliance systems, particularly for financial institutions. Trump will regret designating narcos as terrorists. His executive order will destabilize relations between these United States and Mexico, hurting economic growth on both sides of the border and ultimately hindering the joint fight against cartels. No terrorist designation was ever needed. Mexico has experienced Donald Trump's inauguration as if it were a political earthquake. Every conversation in the media, business circles, and the political world since his inauguration, that terrible Tuesday, has focused on guessing the potential damage of Trump's new diktats. One Mexicano newspaper with a picture of the United States president holding one of his executive orders on its cover cried, "Here comes the wolf!" Aptly. In other words, an appropriate descriptive. Trump's misactions may be felt in every corner of the globe, but their reverberations in Mexico are stronger. Latin America's second largest economy is the United States' top trading partner. Their nearly 2,000-mile shared border is the world's busiest international land crossing. Mexicanos are the largest group of immigrants in these United States and the biggest group of those living here without legal status. Yet I'm less concerned by the impact of Trump's transformational measures on the key issues of migration and bilateral trade, areas of contention that Mexico has in many ways prepared for, than on the complex topic of fighting organized crime and narco-trafficking. Due to diverging strategies, deep-seated mutual grievances, and the growing complexity of transnational criminal networks, I see nothing but trouble ahead. Start with Trump's opening salvo of initiating the designation of Mexico's criminal cartels as terrorist groups. Although it may be more symbolic than practical for now, the long-term consequences it holds are beyond worrying. Organized crime has rooted itself very deeply in Mexico in recent decades. Gangs already operate in more than 70% of the country's territory. That's according to calculations by the risk management firm Control Risks. Extortion is rife, and the penetration of the cartels in both the formal economy and the political system is significant. Mexico's Presidentress Claudia Sheinbaum has tried to change tactics after the failure of the hugs not bullets strategy of her predecessor, AMLO, or Andrés Manuel López Obrador, focusing on giving more resources and training to Mexico's security forces while taking a more repressive stance. But the challenge is too big for Mexico to undertake by itself. For the United States, having a neighbor the size of Mexico that can't control its own territory will always be a security danger. A United States military incursion into Mexico, with the excuse of taking down drug lords, is something Trump floated already during his first mismandate. And the idea is resurfacing with strength right now. Understandably, Mexico will consider such actions a massive violation of its sovereignty. The proposal to treat cartels as terrorists, if it completes interagency review, adds significant collateral risks. Anyone who has contacts with narcos, knowingly or not, will be accused of collaborating with terrorists, from avocado producers in Michoacán that pay to stay alive to the United States gun industry that has been selling arms to criminals for generations. That poses a phenomenal challenge for any corporate compliance system in North America, particularly financial institutions. The difficulties for international banks to distinguish between legal and illegal businesses would lead to overcompliance when rules are applied beyond what is strictly required, damaging investment. It will also hamper U.S. aid programs designed to address the poverty and lawlessness that have made working for the cartels an attractive option. More fundamentally, Mexico and these United States have serious differences about how to tackle the security challenge they face. While Mexico argues about root causes and frames the issue as a drug demand problem in these United States, its northern neighbor is frustrated by the lack of results by the Mexicano side. Both countries can't even agree on where fentanyl comes from, with the Mexicano government still insisting that precursors aren't sourced locally. Equally, Mexico keeps demanding that U.S. authorities clarify the arrest of Sinaloa kingpin Ishmael Mayo Zambada, suspected to have been an undercover operation by American forces in July. This mutual mistrust was fueled by repeated clashes in recent years, including the arrest in Los Angeles of General Salvador Cienfuegos in 2020. Accused of narco-trafficking by U.S. authorities, he was eventually returned to Mexico with the promise of being investigated and prosecuted there, only to be first cleared by prosecutors and then decorated by AMLO later. But not too much later, I assure you. That was fast-tracked. The former Mexicano ambassador to these United States, Jerónimo Guterres, told the Fourth Estate, "The cooperation between the U.S. and Mexico in terms of security isn't fluid. Mexico has some big challenges still to resolve." Some experts have argued for a security treaty between Mexico and these United States, the same way there is a trade agreement to address the problem without being overshadowed by business or migration considerations. That's an idea worth exploring. Mexico's cartels represent a savage menace to both countries that must be met with a more effective response. But for that to happen, Mexico and these United States need to have an honest conversation about common objectives. This unilateral terrorist designation by Trump and the measures that will flow therefrom promise to make such a conversation much more difficult. And without a unified strategy, the insecurity challenge will only grow, begetting even more extreme ideas to try to solve it. So, has the American empire considered this all before? The idea of designating the cartels as terrorist organizations was considered during Trump's first midterm in office, but also during the Obama administration, but ultimately the government never followed through. Jason Blazakis, who led the office at the State Department that makes the designations, has told the Fourth Estate that there are a variety of reasons why it stopped short. To quote his T, one of the most significant reasons is the negative impact such a designation would have on the United States-Mexico bilateral relations. Mexico, as a government, has opposed the designation of criminal organizations as terrorists, feeling that it would be something that could jeopardize their sovereignty. Another reason, he said, has been a desire to calibrate the list. In his words, to ensure that truly terrorist actors who are carrying out political acts of violence against civilians is on that list, thinking along the lines of groups like ISIS and Al-Qaeda, as opposed to criminal organizations that are primarily motivated by financial concerns, as opposed, of course, to political. I'm adding that last part about disambiguating from the politicos, from shall we call them corporate raiders, so to speak, in the simplistic terms of the cartels. By the way, Jason Blazakis also notes that the United States government already has a lot of tools to target the cartels, including criminal prosecutions and freezing assets. And so a designation and the additional tools that come with the designation were never viewed as necessary. But what about Mexico? El Mexicano Presidentes Claudia Sheinbaum has said Mexico will defend its sovereignty but also try to coordinate with the United States. This week last, Sheinbaum told reporters, "We all want to fight the drug cartels." Trump campaigned on promises cracking down on the southern border and stemming the flow of both drugs and people across the frontier. He also has threatened to impose tariffs on Mexico. Since taking office on Monday, opening the work week before last, he has issued executive actions or publicly addressed all three topics. There is a political messaging side to these maneuvers. All analysts concur in that regard, but they also can be seen as a way to pressure Mexico to coordinate more, including on security. Emphasizing that the cartel issue cannot be viewed in a vacuum, Maria Calderon, a Mexicano scholarist at the Wilson Center, a nonpartisan policy center in Washington, D.C., has gone on record to say, "We need to see the security component of the U.S.-Mexico border relation ingrained with the trade and immigration conversation. Those three fields of the U.S.-Mexico border bilateral relationship are intertwined. You cannot separate them. I really hope that Mexico takes this as an opportunity to sit down at the table with the Trump administration and view the cartel problem as a joint problem and say, okay, we have the actual designation. How is it that we're going to work together to address this issue?" As the steward of United States foreign policy, Trump is planning to redefine international relations. His daydreams about buying Groenland, taking back the Panama Canal, and absorbing Canada may just be king of the jungle chess beating, but even mentioning them could have serious consequences. To be fair to Trump himself, American foreign policy has always featured a strain of fantasy. During the Iraq War, a Bush misadministration official sneered at the reality-based community, it is, sane people. To quote his T, that's not the way the world really works anymore. We're an empire now, and when we act, we create our own reality. And while you're studying that reality, judiciously, as you will, we'll act again, creating other new realities, which you can study too, and that's how things will sort out. And how did that work out for Mr. Bush and his neocon coterie? Not well. How did it work out for the people of Iraq? Catastrophically. It led to at least 1 million deaths in Iraq, plus the bloody rise of ISIS and a civil war in Syria. Now the Trump storm is upon us via his Gaza idea. At a Tuesday press conference, that was held yesterday, because it's nowhere near midnight here, the president blurted out, "The U.S. will take over the Gaza Strip, and we will do a job with it too," before later adding, "We'll own it." Trump proposed the United States take over Gaza, relocate Palestinians to other countries, and rebuild it as a new Riviera. Speaking alongside the Israeli dictator Benjamin Netanyahu, Trump said he'd be open to U.S. troops securing the area in a long-term ownership position, a change of stance given his long-term pushback against America's involvement in forever wars. It's a contentious idea that prompted a stern rebuke from Saudi Arabia. Here's why it's so controversial. Whoever ends up in charge, with Gaza reduced to 42 million tons of rubble, rebuilding will be an astronomical task, to say the least. Just a week and a half ago, Donald John Trump was inaugurated as the 47th President of the United States. The final days of Biden's administration marked the very end of the calm before the storm. For months on the campaign trail, and in a crescendo the week before last, at a press conference at Mar-a-Lago, Trump made promises to American voters. On foreign policy, this list includes everything from his more recent discussions about taking control of the Panama Canal to ending the war in Ukraine within 6 months of taking office and imposing all hell if the Israeli hostages were not released before Inauguration Day, which was then but a work week span of time away. With a senior U.S. official confirming that Hamas had agreed in writing with a negotiated ceasefire and hostage release deal that was worked out with mediators in Qatar and Egypt, to be followed through with the return of hostages and the release of Palestinian prisoners, with the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who himself insists that the war is not yet over, saying final details were still being ironed out since it would now depend on votes by the Israeli cabinet and government, but this is the closest the two sides have ever come since the October 7th attacks on Israel. So unleashing all hell would only engulf the precariously provisional peace in flames and precipitate another Palestinian Holocaust. Now, a press conference has ended with Netanyahu likening Israel's war with Hamas to the Allies' struggle against the Nazis in World War II, and Trump confirming that he and Netanyahu have discussed eliminating Hamas, with Trump further suggesting that he himself could travel to the Gaza. Calling Trump Israel's greatest friend, Netanyahu said, "Israel's victory will be America's victory." The joint press conference at the White House between Trump and the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has wrapped. It went on for about 40 minutes of Netanyahu saying lasting peace is not possible if Hamas is left standing. At the press conference, Trump said in turn that he plans to visit Israel and possibly make a trip to the Gaza Strip. Both leaders met and answered questions from reporters earlier in the Oval Office before eventually continuing their discussions behind closed doors. They then headed to a joint press conference in the East Room. It was so packed with administration officials that some reporters were left without seats and forced to line up along the sides. On the walls, in other words. Wallflower reporters, if you will. That were probably mistaken for wallpaper. At any rate, the Israeli Prime Minister said, "Obviously, you can't talk about peace, either with Hamas or in the Middle East, if this toxic and murderous organization is left standing, any more than you could make peace in Europe after World War II if the Nazi regime was left standing and the Nazi army was left standing." Kicking off a joint press conference, Trump slammed his predecessor, Joe Biden, saying, "Nobody did anything for 4 years in the Middle East except demonstrate incompetence. Unfortunately, with the weakness and incompetence of those years, triggering grave damage all over the globe," with Trump announcing that he and Netanyahu focused in their closed-door meeting on discussing how Hamas can be eliminated and restoring peace to a troubled region. Referring to Trump lifting a Biden administration pause on shipping 2,000-pound, that's 907 kilogram people bombs out there for people who don't use the imperial measurement system. Basically, in referring to Trump lifting the Biden administration pause on these 907 kilogram, or what we Americans call 2,000-pounder bombs, to Israel amid concerns about civilian casualties in the Gaza, Netanyahu boasted that Trump follows through on promises that at first seem unbelievable, declaring, "You are the greatest friend Israel has ever had in the White House. You freed up munitions that have been withheld from Israel." After the jaws drop, people scratch their heads and say, "You know, he's right." Well, the Prime Minister opened his comments at the press conference with Trump saying that Trump's staunch defense of Israel means that his nation's people have enormous respect for him. If I could phrase that more coherently, I would say that the Prime Minister opened his comments at the press conference with Trump by saying that Trump's staunch defense of Israel means that Netanyahu's nation's peoples have enormous respect for Trump. Of course, they've always said Trump is the best president that Israel has ever had. But Netanyahu added that Israel, in its ongoing fight with Hamas, will end the war by winning the war, and that Israel's victory will be America's victory. All of this is quite sinister. So let me see if I can just reiterate what I've just said. So again, you understand and appreciate the gravity of what we're saying here. Basically, you had this joint press conference at the White House between Trump and the Israeli dictator Benjamin Netanyahu. Within it, for about 40 minutes, Netanyahu said lasting peace wasn't possible if Hamas is left standing. But how do you eliminate Hamas without exterminating the entire Palestinian population? So at the press conference, Trump said in turn he plans to visit Israel, possibly make a trip to the Gaza, which he could only do pretty much if they make it safe for him, which would mean, I presume, eliminating the population. We'll get to that. So both these leaders, they met and they answered questions from reporters in the Oval Office. They eventually continued their discussions behind locked doors. They then headed to a joint press conference in the East Room, which was so packed with administration officials that the reporters were left without seats and forced to line up along the sides of the walls. And here we are.
I missed my chance for the joke, but I was going to say mazal.
Right. Go on.
He was talking about being in a joint venture. Mazal, brother. You know, have you heard of that?
Yeah, it's like Mazel Tov, right? Something like a Hebrew word or... No,
it's a Hebrew word, but it's like in it's like when you say bat mitzvah, it's the root word of that. But what it means is, it means it sparkles like the stars, like it's written in the stars as destiny.
Yeah.
So what they say that when they do like diamond deals, it's normally used with diamonds or precious gems.
Excellent.
When the Jews sell it to each other, they'll say mazal. Meaning, and once you shake on that, you can't break the mazal, or you'll get bad karma.
Interesting.
So that's basically what they did. They did a mazal, you know,
that's
a deal that was written in the stars.
There we
so
are.
I wanted to make that joke.
Got it.
Mazal. Yeah.
I'm so glad
you
you
can have
explained
Gaza, mazal.
I'm so glad you explained that, because I'm not even going into it in depth yet. So I'm just going.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
I'm just beginning. I'm just fucking
So
beginning.
you can get to the punchline at the end.
Yeah. No, but definitely you did. Yeah. No. Thank you for explaining that. That's perfect.
Yeah.
And yeah. No. This is so.
Yeah, and it's not anti-Judaic. This is what they do. This is just part of the culture.
Yeah. This is just cultural.
I'm saying this anthropologically.
Yeah. Explain to people you are an ethno-linguistic anthropologist. Yes.
Anthropologist, exactly.
Thank you.
So that's my basis of what I talk about here. So
thank you, and deeply appreciate it. Yeah, and so, you know, kicking off this joint press conference, the first thing Trump does is he slams his predecessor, the cheapest shot, talking about Joe Biden, saying nobody did anything for 4 years except demonstrate incompetence, which I cannot argue with, and saying that unfortunately the weakness and incompetence of those years triggered grave damage. Of course, in my opinion, Biden should have stood up to the Zionists in Israel, but Biden did not. Biden declared himself an ardent Zionist, but Trump is taking that to even more extreme levels. And so Trump announced that he and Netanyahu focused in their closed-door meeting on discussing how Hamas will be eliminated. That's a code phrase for eliminating the entire Palestinian population, and thereby restoring peace. Then the Israeli prime minister came out and pretty much took over, saying, obviously, you can't talk about peace either with Hamas or in the Middle East if this toxic and murderous organization is left standing any more than you could make peace in Europe after World War II, if the Nazi regime were left standing and the Nazi army were left standing. Now, this is interesting because in both cases, both these entities were originated in a very real sense by the Zionists. Most certainly Hamas was. In terms of Germany in the early years, Adolf Hitler had his dealings with the Zionists, and it was the Zionists who, through the World Jewish Congress, helped Hitler and Himmler escape at the end of the war, right after Hitler's birthday, you know, on the day of Hitler's birthday, hours after meeting with Hitler himself, Heinrich Himmler went to meet with the head of the World Jewish Congress, Norbert Maser, I believe his name was, who then wrote a book about it, talking about his meeting with Heinrich Himmler, of course, without detailing all the secret deals they made, but basically informing Heinrich Himmler that Israel, the new Palestinian state of the Zionists, was very short on women, and Heinrich Himmler said, we got plenty of Jewish females in our camps, and I'll have them transferred to you right now. And that was the pimp deal they made, and Heinrich Himmler, Norbert Maser helped him escape, and the same with Adolf Hitler, both of these having helped to establish Israel by driving the Jews out of Europe, which was the only way to get them into Israel. And so
I just had a question, or I guess like a side that you can deal with later.
Yeah.
When it comes to that, there was some document, I would call it mockumentary, some propaganda-mentary, saying Himmler was so against Hitler, he was the one who wanted him dead and all this stuff. Is that, I mean, where's the truth in that? Is that something that actually happened? I didn't get that from the history I read.
No, it's just what they try to talk about is
kind of like what they said with Tojo and the emperor.
It's like when it comes to Tojo, what they say about Tojo. Here's the primary propaganda myth that the Americans push about Japan. In order to excuse their leaving or rationalize their leaving the emperor in power, because everybody asked why did they leave the emperor in power?
Yes.
Because they keep more and more saying he was responsible for all these atrocities. The Americans, for generations, and this started this started even during World War II, when the Americans realized the tide was turning against them, when they produced films like Why We Fight. They kept portraying the emperor, because they realized they were losing, as this weak sister, this kind of like just a constitutional monarch almost, when the very Constitution says all power traced from him, that he was the sole source of all power. Despite that, they kept saying, well, you see, the militarists really took over. It was the military found that they could occupy China with total impunity, and that they were operating beyond any orders, and therefore they effectively had a junta over Japan in absentia. Like somehow they were the junta for Japan. Yeah, no shit.
For the Pentagon.
Yeah, no shit. No shit. No shit. Excellent point. Excellent point. Yeah,
Holy crap, there's ice forming on these benches out here. It's cold.
It is fucking cold.
Working in literally freezing ice out here.
Oh God, just keep yourself healthy with all of your supplements. And but when it came to Heinrich Himmler, and all of these.
My question, or just sorry to just summarize, so we don't do too broad of a thing. Did he really help with the Valkyrie assassination attempt?
No.
Or whatever they called it?
No.
Okay, because they tried to say that he was the main guy,
No.
Yeah.
No.
So there you go.
It's basically, in terms of what they're trying to.
It's like some Mark Felton shit, basically.
Okay, there you go.
I think that's what it was. Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds about his speed. But understand, when it comes to these sorts of what would you call it? These power play theories that they have about the Third Reich, it's understandable that these theories evolved, because Hitler had designed a polyocracy, as I've described it, where you have these private empires. Himmler has his own empire. Goering has his own empire. But the reality is, because they had their own empires, then, yes, they were interested in, if something happens to the Fuhrer, who is going to take power, and they would jockey to make certain they were positioned as the heir apparent. When it became obvious that Hermann Goering was no longer the heir apparent, then basically at that point they did begin jockeying for who would be the heir apparent if something happened to Hitler. But at that point, it's not like they were trying to take Hitler down, because that would not serve their purpose, because there wasn't any designation in place. And so Hitler kept them all at bay by having no designated supersessor, because who would then claim that they're in power, and by what right would they do it without his designating someone? And because of that, he kept himself in power to the last minute. And so the idea of somebody like trying to kill him, it really doesn't make sense, because they would not have had a justification for stepping into place. And so that without that,
it seems redundant, because it was like past the middle point of the war, so it would be like, why would you do it then?
Yes,
like it's very strange. Like they don't explain. They dumb it down for like basically
Westerners, but especially Americans,
people.
Yeah,
like Americans,
especially Yankees. But Felton's
Hitler
good,
bad.
But Felton's
everyone hated him.
Yeah, if it's Felton, he's catering to Brits as well. So it's like, it's just to Westerners in general.
Well, after what George Knight told us, we know how bad that got.
Yeah, yes, thank you.
The fake prop.
Oh yeah. Oh hell yeah.
And then there was also some like AI. I thought I was the one to send it to you because you think it was funny, but it showed what the Blitz really looked like, and then it showed like this like video game dogfight where it was like almost like Helsing, where it was like the whole skyline was on fire, and it was like a bunch of like those flak bombs were going off, and I'm like, the Blitz wasn't like that. What do you like?
Thank
what
you.
The fuck?
Yeah, I'd like to see that.
Like,
if you find it
the
again.
Brits never had to deal with that. It was bad, but it wasn't like that.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you remember what King Charles said back when he was still a prince. He said that British architects did more damage to the British skyline than the Blitz.
Yeah, and that's true. I saw it. It's like hideous.
Yeah.
The Gherkin. Have you ever heard of the Gherkin?
No.
It's just like this pickle-shaped building in the middle of London, and they tried to say we were preserving the historic site, so we had to make it this weird pickle shape. And it was like, what the fuck?
That's weird as fuck. No,
Yeah,
it sounds hideous. It sounds hideous. The Gherkin.
Yeah, no, I saw it. Here, let me see. I'll send you a photo so you can laugh at it.
But there you go. I mean, if the prince, the then Prince of England said what he said, you know it wasn't that bad. Jesus Christ.
No.
But the Blitz, that
it
is.
just looks out of place.
A
Sorry,
lot of new architecture.
You have to see it.
Yeah. By the way, worrying signs of the motor giant. Oh, tell me about this thing about Honda merger. Tell me about what you know about this.
Well, Nissan, Honda, and Mitsubishi, I believe.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. There's a third one, but they were supposed to do this like mega merger and make like a super company.
Mm-hmm.
And Nissan is like in shambles from when that French guy took all the money and fucked them over.
Yeah.
That Nissan can't even go through with the merger plans. Apparently, it's like falling apart.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know. I don't know what they're gonna do. It sounds pretty dicey, and that's rare for a Japanese company, but that's what they get for working with the French. I'm sorry to say.
Yeah, just working with any of these Westerners. Yeah,
they made a deal with Renault, and then they sent over that Carlos Ghosn, that fucking piece of shit, that like, Lebanese French guy.
Yeah.
And he screwed them over so bad that Nissan never recovered, basically.
Yeah.
So that's where we're at. And the Japanese are basically trying to reconcile their losses, and even like it's so bad they can't even get Nissan to finish the merger. So it must be pretty bad.
Got it.
So that's what I
got it. Maybe that's for the best. Maybe they can all maintain their separate histories. Yeah. Oh, there we are. Right. The giant pickle, the piccolo. Yeah, the gherkin. Like I said, even the name even sounds bad. Yes.
Well, it has another name, but the Brits just call it the pickle.
The pickle, of course.
It's so absurd. So.
Yeah, it's a dildo. It's a butt plug. Actually, it's a butt plug, is what it is.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, why would they build that? I don't understand. And there's another building that like melts cars and shit in the summer.
Oh Jesus, I believe it. That's what that fucking NEOM will do when it's mirrored like that in the desert. That'll melt, cars.
Well, I agree with what you said, that it was like it's almost designed like that so people can't approach it on foot.
Thank you.
Or if you escape, it'll like vaporize you by the time you get out.
Thank
far
you.
Enough.
Absolutely, you'll die within miles.
Like you couldn't even make it to whatever is it on, like the Red Sea.
Oh,
you
absolutely.
wouldn't even be able to make it.
Yeah, no one will be able to go near it or escape from it. That's it. No one can rescue anyone from it because they can't go near it, and no one can escape from it because anyone who is anywhere near it will be fried. Yes, except at night. But even then, it'll be hours before it cools off enough. You'd only have.
But they'll just have drones, fucking like.
Yeah, then they'd have
killer
drones at night. Yeah,
patrolling it or something crazy.
Absolutely, of course.
I'm sure. Yeah.
Yeah, and
Because now they're. You saw? I mean, you've seen it. Trump did the Palantir deal. You remember the Palantir when he was in office last time?
How could I forget? Go on. Yes.
Okay, so they did the dark ritual with the Palantir in Saudi Arabia to set this up what they're doing now.
Yeah, absolutely.
So he has it. So this deal, when he owns part of it, the other people that are coming to help are the Saudis.
Mm-hmm.
So it's going to be like we already knew because of NEOM, but people here don't know. They're like, how did this happen? It's like, well, they literally have the plan written down.
Thank you. Absolutely.
With like detailed notes and photos and AI picture.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So,
yeah. Thank you.
This was a plan that they'd already had. This is why I always thought it was suspect. Like him leaving for 4 years and then coming back. I mean, it's all just too suspicious.
Well, it's what Putin did. Putin left office to Medvedev and then came back to take over. Remember that?
A whole tyranny, yeah.
Yes.
Because it throws the people off. It makes people think, oh, we're in the clear. People thought that. Oh, it's fine. Everything's fine. And then that blinds people. And then now look what's happening.
Thank you. Yeah.
And did you really say it's only been a week or something? Like I heard that and I was like, no way.
Yeah, it's only been 2 weeks now. It's only been 2 weeks now, and it feels
Holy
like 2 years.
Feels like months.
Yeah,
Years.
it's literally it's so bizarre. It's
Yeah.
it feels like months because he's just hitting. They aren't stopping. They said they'd hit the ground running and they're gonna tear everything down. They want to tear everything down. And but thank you for bringing that to my attention. And when it comes to the Nazi government, for people who buy into this, Himmler or other people were trying to kill Hitler or were in on it.
They might have even said Goering was the one doing it. I have to go back into my notes or whatever I wrote down when that happened.
Yeah, but just bear in mind, none of that makes any sense because none of them had the legal procedure by which to usurp Hitler were he dead. There was no, that's how Hitler kept them all at bay, was that to make certain no one would try that. And they all had their own empires, so they had it good enough where they didn't need to think like that. And they only thought like, well, if something happens to them, then they were jockeying against each other. But then the biggest threat is each other, not Hitler. So they're not really jockeying against him. For one thing, these were resistance groups that were trying to bring Hitler down. But they were operating on a false premise that the Allies would work with them. But the Allies refused to work with anybody. The Allies would not work.
Okay, here it is. Yeah, Operation Valkyrie, 1944. It was the end of the war. They were like, talk about bad timing.
Yeah.
They must have just been like you said, thinking that the Brits will help us if we do this. Like, nope, you're wrong.
No, the Allies had just said they would not work with any government that took over in Germany. That's why it was this quote-unquote unconditional surrender. That's why it's basically effectively a genocide. You can only defeat that by winning, which the...
Oh, and one of them was a Prussian. So, they have, beef with the...
Yeah, they didn't want the Prussians in charge.
They probably said, this fucking Austrian guy,
Yes.
They said some shit like that.
Yes. Yeah. Of course. The Prussians would think like that. That's how they thought. Because
they were used to Bismarck, the Krats. What do we call them?
Yeah, the aristocrats. Of course, the aristocracy.
Yeah, so they're used to that, and so that's why they had beef with Hitler in that sense.
Yes.
Probably.
Oh no, of course not.
Presumably.
He wasn't highborn. Yes. No, that was. It was, but then again, that's similar to the aristocracy and whatever they had against Napoleon Bonaparte, who was not highborn either. So, but then he became the emperor. So very similar situations in many, many ways. But in terms of that, no, it's just more bullshit where they're trying to basically portray it as if the Third Reich would have fallen apart on its own without the Allies even operating against it, which doesn't make any sense. They had too many enemies from the outside to need to fight each other. There was
exactly. Yeah. So what would that do?
Yeah. So this was truly a resistance movement, but it was not one there. They made the mistake of thinking the Allies would operate with them if they succeeded, which was not going to be the case. So there we have that, and
gratitude for that.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you for asking it. And with that, understand that here we had Netanyahu, after he makes the usual obligatory parallel between Nazism and whatever the Americans and Jews think the enemy is at the moment, they'll compare them to the Nazis. And so then he went on to basically say, you are the greatest friend Israel has ever had in the White House. You freed up munitions that have been withheld from Israel, referring to the 2,000-pounders. And he said after the jaws drop, people scratch their heads and say, he's right. And then went on to say that Israel will end the war by winning the war. Well, what the fuck does that mean other than total annihilation of the Palestinian people, or at least the ethnic cleansing of the Gaza Strip? And then concludes, Israel's victory will be America's victory, which means that America is going to get a piece of the pie. And that's where Trump steps in with his hammer drop. He blows the bomb at that point. Basically, the new president has yet to announce where his first foreign trip will even be, suggesting it could be the United Kingdom or Saudi Arabia, But Trump said at the joint event with Netanyahu that he will go to Israel and could go to Gaza. But Donald Trump's eye-popping plan to make Gaza American is then the bomb that was dropped. In reconsidering his 2020 plan that called for a Palestinian state, Trump now says he wants the United States of America to take ownership of the Gaza Strip and redevelop it after Palestinians are resettled elsewhere. And Trump does not rule out sending United States troops to Gaza and suggests that these United States could take ownership of Gaza over the long term. Trump then announced that the American empire will take ownership of the Gaza Strip, and Trump wants every Palestinian should be expelled from Gaza to clean it up. Clean, his term. Donald Trump's astonishing proposal to take over Gaza at times appeared to be made off the cuff, but the president insists that he is serious. So, when asked if he was still committed to a plan like the one he laid out in 2020 that called for a Palestinian state, Trump admitted that he's reconsidering an independent Palestinian state as part of a broader two-state solution to the decades-long conflict between Israel and Palestinians, so telling reporters, well, a lot of plans change with time. A lot of death has occurred since I left and now came back. Now we are faced with a situation that's different, in some ways better and in some ways worse. But we are faced with a very complex and difficult situation that we'll solve. President Donald Trump now says he wants the United States to take ownership of the Gaza Strip and redevelop it after Palestinians are resettled elsewhere. He made the remarks in a joint press conference with the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Earlier yesterday, Trump's Middle East envoy said that a 3 to 5 year timeline for the reconstruction of Gaza is not a viable post-war plan for the battle-torn country. And Trump is not ruling out sending U.S. troops to secure the Gaza Strip, saying in a response to a reporter's question, as far as Gaza is concerned, we'll do what is necessary. If it's necessary, we'll do that. When asked about the United States controlling the region for an extended period, the president said that the United States doing so would promote stability in the region and declared, "This is not a decision made lightly. I do see a long-term ownership position. Everybody I've spoken to loves the idea of the United States owning that piece of land." Indeed, Trump envisions the Riviera of the Middle East. To reiterate, Trump says he wants the United States to take ownership of the Gaza Strip and redevelop it after resettling Palestinian people in other countries. And while the president did not immediately offer details on how the United States will manage the site and what we will do with it, he said the United States will work to economically develop the area after cleaning out the destroyed buildings. Trump slipped into his real estate developer mode when he said he envisions people living in a redeveloped Gaza that he said will look like the Riviera of the Middle East. This could be something that could be so valuable. This could be so magnificent. Most importantly, the people that live there would be able to live in peace, and that we'll make sure that it's done world class. He qualified that he envisioned Palestinians mostly living there. I presume they need cheap labor for the hotel services and the scut jobs like custodial, etc., but also described his vision for Gaza as, his words, an international, unbelievable place where the world's people live. Himself concluding, the U.S. will take over the Gaza Strip, and we will do a job with it too. We'll own it and be responsible for dismantling all of the dangerous unexploded bombs and other weapons on the site. It's the very definition of ethnic cleansing. And Israel's finance minister has promised to have a plan ready. Leaders across the world immediately rejected President Donald Trump's nonsensical idea to ethnically cleanse the Gaza Strip. Trump said the United States would somehow take ownership of Gaza and permanently resettle the more than 2.1 million Palestinians who currently live there. That's his word, permanently, not mine. Trump's comments are not only a departure from longtime American imperial policy of pushing for a two-state solution in region between Israel and Palestine, his idea violates international law. This brings us to the madness of Donald Trump and the sheer lunacy of Trump's Gaza takeover plan. To Benjamin Netanyahu's delight, Trump proposes the wholesale ethnic cleansing of Gaza and the creation of a new Riviera. Seizing the Palestinian territory will involve the United States in war crimes and utter regional chaos. One of the special privileges of being the president of these United States is that people have to take what you say seriously, no matter how bananas. So it is with President Donald Trump's suggestion that Washington facilitate the ethnic cleansing of the Gaza Strip, and then, when that task is accomplished, own the territory. The conflict between Israelis and Palestinians needs new ideas, and Gaza, in particular, presents a set of extremely difficult problems. But Trump's proposal is not just morally bankrupt, it is sheer lunacy. More than 500 years ago, the great Machiavelli, the philosopher of political practice and modern republicanism, suggested in his work titled Discourses on Livy that at times it is a very wise thing to simulate madness. Richard Nixon, according to his chief of staff, H.R. Haldeman, apparently arrived at a similar conclusion, saying, "I call it the madman theory, Bob. I want the North Vietnamese to believe I've reached the point where I might do anything to stop the war. We'll just slip the word to them that, for God's sakes, you know, Nixon is obsessed about communism. We can't restrain him when he's angry, and he has his hand on the nuclear button. And Ho Chi Minh himself will be in Paris in 3 days, begging for peace." Now, just yesterday, because it's not yet midnight here, President Trump appeared alongside the Israeli dictator Benjamin Netanyahu.
Did it actually happen like that? Did Ho Chi Minh press for peace? I don't remember that.
He died. He died.
That's right.
And the hot rumor was that he was killed by a tactical nuclear bomb that was brought in by a CAT team, a covert action team, CAT, covert action team, a CAT. that a cat was dispatched with a portable nuclear weapon that basically killed him, took him out.
Okay.
And that then it was after that that peace was declared. But there were several factors. I mean, it would take
But we
some.
still withdrew. I mean, right?
That was we withdrew, but it was like bear in mind the withdrawal was after Ho Chi Minh's death. As far as I remember it, we can look it up, but it was almost like at that point Nixon felt that he had struck his blow, that he had struck his blow, and that it was time to Vietnamize the war.
So there was a chance that happened, that he actually got taken out.
Yeah, and I've got nothing against that historically. In other words, when I learned what I did through the documents I was dealing with, I didn't find anything in it.
Oh, he died in '69. I didn't realize it. Okay, so it was pretty early.
Yeah, comparatively speaking.
Okay.
Yeah, but the war didn't really end till '73 was when Nixon Vietnamized the war, and then the Republic of Vietnam lasted a while after that. So that would have had to have been done before Nixon, of course. That was 63 was fairly early. 69, I mean.
Yeah.
But you had like half a decade after that a war. But bear in mind that was after the real height of the Vietnam conflict, when it looked like the Americans had lost the war, was 1968 with the Tet Offensive. And here's the horror story. The horror story that any military expert will tell you, quite rightly, is that the United States won the Tet Offensive, but they lost it when Lyndon Baines Johnson got on television and basically said, I'm not running for the presidency again, and basically made it look like the U.S. lost the Tet Offensive. In other words, here they just defeated the communists, handed them, they basically destroyed the Viet Cong. During the Tet Offensive, the Viet Cong essentially were wiped out as a force. The Vietnamese army took over after that. You see, the Viet Cong was the insurgent force in South Vietnam, and they were the terrorists. They were like the Hamas of South Vietnam. And so they were expended wholesale and slaughtered during the Tet Offensive. They were just completely thrown against the wall of the American defenses. And then from that point forward, North Vietnam ran the war directly through the North Vietnamese army more than the Viet Cong. They became totally ancillary at that point and forced to obey the North rather than establish an independent communist state in South Vietnam. You see what I'm saying?
Where did they recruit these people from?
The terrorists?
Yes.
The Viet Cong were recruited from...
Yeah, the Viet Cong were like mountain people or something?
No. They were all recruited from ideologues in South Vietnam, disaffected South Vietnamese people. That's why Vietnam was in such disarray, because you had a lot of people that had been treated unfairly. And because a lot of people were treated unfairly because of a caste system, and the French had the colonial system they had established, which once the French left, the Vietnamese at the top carried on the French colonial system, and the Vietnamese running South Vietnam were all Catholicized. They were all, Roman Catholics.
Oh, okay, got it.
Yeah, and so you had a population that was largely Buddhist, run by a Roman Catholic elite. So it was easy to recruit disaffected people, saying, "Look, we're run by a bunch of Catholics." This is why people hated Kennedy so much, because they were convinced that the only reason he was involved in Vietnam was because the Pope told him to go save the Roman Catholic Republic of Vietnam. See, that's why all these Protestants in America said Kennedy's a traitor and he needs to fucking die. When Kennedy was alive, every American paper was publishing opinion pieces saying John F. Kennedy needs to be killed, needs to die, because they say he's a Catholic, he's a foreign traitor to this nation, he obeys a prince in Rome, this kind of shit. So much so that he couldn't even visit the Pope. He had to send his wife Jackie to meet the Pope. He couldn't go himself because people would have just, jumped on that.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
So.
And she ended up with another, right?
Yeah, Jack
Onassis. I guess
Onassis.
Greeks would be Orthodox.
Yeah.
Greeks would be Orthodox.
Yeah,
okay.
The Orthodox guy, Onassis. And who very likely, as far as I'm convinced, had a part to play in killing Kennedy, more so than almost anybody else. But. And Kennedy.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah, well, that's
She married him within months or something crazy.
Dude.
It's like
She had Kennedy's brains splattered over her dress when they flew in LBJ to swear in as the president, and she was wearing that same dress when she rendezvoused with Onassis on the same day, and they signed into the White House. and both had sex in the bedroom of the White House the day that Kennedy
So she was
died.
acting when he died? She was like screaming and shit, or
No, she was screaming because she wanted to get out of the car. Yeah,
Yeah.
that was real. She didn't want to be taken out by sniper fire.
but how does one get aroused after that? Like, what's the, you know?
She hated
Funny?
Kennedy. You're talking about Kennedy
got
left her $20 in his will.
Oh, so it was just like a TV marriage. They didn't give
Yeah.
a fuck about each other.
Oh,
Okay,
they
got it.
hated each other. They hated each other, and
Yeah, it sounds like it.
yeah, he left her $20 in his will, and he was sleeping with everybody, including Marilyn Monroe.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, so it was like she had no reason to like the son of a bitch. She hated his guts.
Yeah, and like it's like, yeah, he was like the last like sex appeal president. All these other ugly ass fuckers.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
they don't even compare. I mean,
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, yeah. It was again. It was there's a bizarre history behind that, but anyhow. So that being said, yeah. So Jacqueline she became Jacqueline Onassis, and as for Aristotle Onassis, that was the guy's name. So Aristotle Onassis, he hired a bunch of snipers, the best in Europe, to take Kennedy out, and very likely they were Nazi snipers from the war. You're talking about during the war, the Nazi snipers racked up thousands of kills. They
Interesting.
yeah. So he probably
Yeah, well, T-Man was supposed to release the files, but he said so much crazy shit. I don't think he even remembers the shit he says.
yeah, of course not. Of course not.
I'm gonna release the files. It's like, dude, you've been doing some other bullshit.
Yeah, don't forget, he also says we're going back to Mars too. That we're going, to Mars, and and everything.
Oh well, I mean, come on, this is total fake. I mean,
yeah.
dude, it's like they're all impotent. They can't even get rockets off the ground. They can't even get hard-ons.
Thank you. What
are they talking about?
They're totally fucking lame. They're totally fucking.
And then the
lame.
satellites are falling out like salt and pepper out of the fucking sky.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's a joke. It's a joke. These guys are truly impotent, and yeah, they're clowns.
Like Mars is like way past anyone's ability at this point.
Certainly theirs. Theirs. Honest to God, it's not that difficult at all if you had a nation state that put its all into it. But nobody's doing that. They're too busy trying to round up. Yeah. Come on. Yeah.
Like the Earth is ready to just be condemned as far as like higher forces are concerned. I mean, there's like a quarantine already. It's like,
yeah, yes.
There's not going to be anything good in the foreseeable future. It sounds fucked up, but I mean, here we are.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate that.
Like, I don't think you can go to a single culture except maybe like Bhutan, some like hermit kingdom, and find like these are honest people working for the betterment of humanity.
Thank you.
Like if aliens came here, they would just be like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah. Oh, I hear you. It's no, it's yeah. Bhutan, by the way, the Switzerland of Asia. Yeah, they don't recognize half the countries in the world and shit. They're just like
yeah.
I
mean, rightly so. And,
yeah.
and it's the happiest country on earth.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah.
So,
there you have it.
Sometimes it's an advantage. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, it is. It is. It's
well, look what happens when you quote unquote you can have entire trade deals and then some lunatic freaking King Koopa gets in and starts fucking going off. Like it's just So.
Oh yeah. So
yeah, they made that was like predictive programming, the Super Mario movie where they put Trump as King Koopa, or the guy that looked like Trump.
Did they really?
You guys gotta watch that. Yeah, it's from the 80s. It was like the cheesy ass Mario movie.
Yeah, he's the one where the
King
dinosaurs,
Koopa.
they turned the dinosaurs into mongoloid retards and shit, pinheads and shit.
yeah. So King Koopa was Trump. That was like based off of Trump, like
cool.
Being the king. Yeah. It's like,
there you go.
So there was a lot of predictive programming with this clown. I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
But we're all paying now.
We've been foreseeing him as the Antichrist for generations, essentially.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for that. No, I appreciate that profoundly. And so thank you. And so on Tuesday, yesterday, because it's not yet, midnight here in the West Coast, basically yesterday, Trump appeared alongside the Israeli dictator, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, in the East Room at the White House, and declared that 20 million Palestinians in Gaza should be forced out of the Strip, that the United States would take over Gaza and own it. His words. The Palestinians, after having suffered tens of thousands of deaths and the destruction of countless homes, schools, mosques, hospitals, and other infrastructure, will, it appears, have nothing to say about any of this and will be sent elsewhere. Egypt, Jordan, whatever. It hardly seems to matter to Trump that such a policy represents ethnic cleansing. Morality is of no interest when there is a real estate deal to be made. And as Trump noted earlier in the day, it doesn't have to be one area, but you can take certain areas and you build really good quality housing, like a beautiful town, like someplace where they can live and not die, because Gaza is a guarantee that they're going to end up dying. And building on the real estate pitch, he said, "We'll make sure that it's done world class. We have an opportunity to do something that could be phenomenal. And I don't want to be cute. I don't want to be a wise guy, but the Riviera of the Middle East. This could be something that could be so. This could be so magnificent." You know, as W. Somerset Maugham so put it, the Riviera is a sunny place for shady people. Now, Netanyahu expressed confidence that the plan will usher in the peace with Saudi Arabia and with others. Of course, the Saudis issued an official statement rejecting Trump's proposal, but the newly minted yes man performed on cue. Secretary of State Marco Rubio tweeted that the United States stands ready to lead and make Gaza beautiful again. Yeah, that doesn't even make a good acronym. MGBA. As Trump spoke, Netanyahu could not resist a smile so broad that it must have ached after a while. He could not have imagined a greater gift from the American president or the provision of greater...
Yeah, if the Nazis couldn't make that place beautiful, I don't know what they think they're going to do to it.
Thank you.
Like,
thank you.
You know.
Jesus Christ.
Well, and they had fully armored columns to like plow the fields and shit. I don't know what they're talking about.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I mean it's like obviously this is one of those things that you just have to shake your head, you know. But these guys, they have plans for like you know, all this crazy shit, water desalinization, turning salt water. Yeah. Oh, and don't forget developing the gas off the coast. Yeah, and then, you know...
So it has to be bankrolled by the Saudis. That's why, because it's going to cost so much money.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Wasted money.
Yeah, and what do the Saudis get in return? Well, somebody to live in Neom. You know, nobody in their country is going to want to live there. Yeah, hey, there you go.
Oh, yeah, the Saudis wouldn't go there. Of course not.
And, you know, just a giant concentration camp. With a rail sliding back and forth. Oh, that's going to be hell on earth.
The latest, I told you about the latest where when we went back, after we talked shit on it, they had to redo their website.
They did! Tell us!
Yeah, and they were like, investment opportunity. Like, they had to, like, make it sound good.
Yeah.
Investment opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, they're listening.
World class. I think they even used the term. Yeah. World class investment opportunity. Like...
Yes.
Because their original one, we were laughing at it. Like, look, this place looks like a frickin' prison.
Yes. Yeah, which is all it
It's
is.
like a courtyard. It's like a courtyard facing itself.
Oh yeah,
for eternity.
yeah. Well, you saw that what's that El Salvadorian mega prison where the guards are just staring at either side as prisoners lined up. That's what it's like. It's like prisoners lined up on either side where the guards can just walk the floor and stare up at you, making certain you're all there for accounting. You know, everybody line up and we can count heads. Yeah, see who's missing.
So, but how are they spinning this as like a, you know, like it's going to be this place where people want to go?
Its geography is some of the most beautiful in the world. You're talking about it is
True.
a beautiful piece.
That's what they were trying to say.
Yeah, a beach. Yeah, it's this wonderful beach land that, you know, the Israelis have always been irked about that. They've always been itching to get that beachfront property so they could fucking develop it and turn it into something. And Trump's going to help them do it.
Right. Well, Gaza's one thing, but I'm saying like Neom is just like, it's too far. Their current position is too far from the coast.
Oh,
so it has to be a prison system.
It's all going inland. No, it's going into the desert. Yeah. It's going into the desert. It's like,
but Gaza, they could make it like kind of like a resort, of course.
Of course, yeah. That would be casinos, all kinds of shit.
Mar-a-Lago or whatever.
Yeah. It's just gonna be like Mar-a-Lago. Yeah, it's like easy, but yeah. And
let me guess, palm trees. Yeah.
Oh yeah, and they'll bring the Palestinians back as scut labor. Of course, they'll be doing all the scut jobs because no Israeli or American's going to be doing that shit. So the Palestinians will have to be allowed back. You know, it's about
which is why there's a direct line to Neom.
Yeah, that's why there's the direct. Thank you. This is where they go to work in the daytime. Commute. They go back to the
commute.
Yeah, then they go back to the camp at night. Yes, you got it.
So there we go. Yeah,
we
were the first to expose it.
Yes, we did. We're the ones who said it first. And so you like what that poet Somerset Maugham said about the Riviera as a sunny place for shady people? That's what Trump means about the Gus.
What did they say?
W. Somerset Maugham once said about the Riviera. He said, "It's a sunny place for shady people."
Oh yeah.
That's what the Gaza is going to be.
That's a good one.
Yeah, it's a sunny place for shady people.
Yeah, and like, what are all? And I don't know how to say this nicely. What are all those pasty ass like Jews going to do? Are they going to go sit in the sun? I mean, they already have Tel Aviv, which was the gay capital. Right?
Yeah. I was gonna say that. Yeah. The so-called gay capital. Yet in that, like they said in the ads, it doesn't look like any gay guys to me. Those guys all look like a bunch of straight guys looking uncomfortable just playing soccer. They look uncomfortable staring at each other's bodies, and not a single twink among them. Not a single girly boy.
It was like the ugliest.
Yeah.
Fuckers.
Yeah, but they weren't bears either. It wasn't like they were, the big roly-poly bears with all the hair on. Right. It wasn't like that. It was more like just weird guys, like office guys.
Yeah, these are like the French gays that just have money, and then they get the ripped dudes.
Yeah. That's right, because they can afford to spend all day in the gym and take vitamins and shit. Yeah. Just weird.
Well, because the daddies are paying them.
I guess. Yes, I guess.
Like they don't have to work.
Yeah, there you go. Something like that. And but yeah, what a joke. What a fucking joke. Yeah.
I want to know what the next spin's gonna be. It's like, because now that they're totally not for that, right? They're like anti that. So what are they going to say now?
Yeah, well, since they're anti-trans and anti-everything else, and
what's the new spin?
They're gonna bring all these female prostitutes in. The Palestinians will be the female prostitutes for all the tourists supposedly, but then. What's going to happen when you find out half these guys are gay? Meaning
Let's
the
put
guys
it this
from
way.
America. Yeah. Go on.
If I had if they were like it was Price is Right and I won like a vacation and they're like, you have choices wherever you want to go, I wouldn't pick anywhere near Israel. That's for sure.
Thank you.
Even if it was all expenses paid, I'd rather go to Mexico. I mean, come on, who's going to go there?
Yeah.
Out of their way to go there.
Seriously.
Like even the Saudis would laugh at that. They're like, poof.
Yeah.
Like,
well, they're the fuckers who go. They love it there. That's how they fell into, blackmail with the Israelis and shit. But they would love to go to Gaza. That's why they showed a picture of all those sheikhs with these stupid, automated Tesla factories and shit.
Well, they were selling cars. That's why. Yeah. They were the ones that are going to make the cars.
Yeah, supposedly. That's a good one. That's a good one. Yeah, Arab-made cars. Arab-made
Yeah,
cars.
oh yeah, I can't wait for
Yeah,
those.
that makes. Yeah, aside from the Yugo, think of another thing comparable to the Yugo. I mean, it's like these things that make
An
that.
electric Yugo, it's
Yeah.
just gonna blow up or something.
Yeah, an electric
Short
Yugo.
circuit.
Yeah, you burst into flames when you put in the ignition key. I don't even know if they use keys for electric cars, do they? Yeah.
No, actually, Teslas. Yeah, it's like a weird key card.
There you go.
Like,
it's like
it's the dumbest thing ever. I thought it was stupid.
Thank you.
Or you use your cell phone.
Yeah.
Like, wow.
Oh, even better. Yeah. There you go.
Yeah.
Now your cell phone, you're dead without it now. Yeah. If you weren't before.
Literally.
Yeah. And but there you have it. It's at any rate, like I said, while Trump was talking, Netanyahu, he was smiling so big he looked like what's a good one? Sweet Tooth the Clown. Think of Sweet Tooth the Clown with his hair on fire, with that big shit-eating grin. Like I said, his smile was so broad, it must
You
have
know about
hurt.
Sweet Tooth from Twisted Metal? No
Oh,
way.
how could I not?
That's funny.
How could I not? Sweet Tooth is like, that's like he's an intellectual giant compared to Trump and Netanyahu. It's like that's between him and the Joker, I would say that they got Netanyahu and Trump beat hands down, both of them for charisma and intelligence. But at any rate, that's what. Yeah, Trump was looking like the Joker, or I don't know. It's hard to tell. They're both kind of overweight, but I'd guess maybe Trump would be more like Sweet Tooth, and Netanyahu would be more like the Joker. Yeah, it must have hurt to maintain those smiles. They were cracked open so it was like they were being electrocuted or something. Anyhow, or taking a shit, like shit grins. But
yeah, why are they? Like, did they even really like each other? Is that you think this is all a facade?
No, they love each other now. I mean, Trump was hating on Netanyahu for a while, but all that's over now because Trump,
other than just the pure apocalyptic undertones, why did they like each other?
I think that's basically it.
Other than their Spartel masters telling them to start the apocalypse, there's no other explanation.
It's pretty much that's it. That's it.
Because none of this makes sense. These people wouldn't get along if you just like a zoo. If you put them together, they like kill each other or something.
Yeah, thank you.
It just doesn't make sense.
Seriously, I do want people to know I've kept this hidden for years because I never trusted Peter Moon. But one of these days, sometime soon, I will put into perspective for people to understand what Brendan Zogin is talking about, because I don't think a lot of people understand the dark elves and the concept of this dimensional reality that Brendan is talking about, because it's hard for people to take in, and they probably confuse what you're saying with Unterland, with the Nazis in Unterland. So I will disambiguate, first off, the dark elves from the Nazis in Unterland and what...
Yeah, thank you for that clarity, because, it's not that.
Yeah, and
like, Unterland is still, like, physical.
Yes.
And then maybe they went to Agartha later, but I'm talking... There are realms like below.
Yes.
It's hard to explain because it's not physical. It's another dimension.
Well, this is what I will explain to people.
So that's you can explain it better, but I'm saying.
And this will wait till another episode, but I will talk eventually, inevitably, inescapably, about the real Montauk and its real effects and what really did happen with the battleship, or rather, simply the little cruiser that was used in that test. I want people to understand that it was a relatively very small ship, the USS Eldridge, and what happened on that day really did change the world in a big way, but in a way that Peter Moon never understood and that I was never going to tell him, and that it really opened a lot of these accessible portals to these other dimensions that the ancient Norse they interpreted this as the 9 worlds. So I do have a perspective on the 9 worlds very similar to Brendan's, and it is a fact that Earth is somehow downstream from these 9 worlds in a very real sense, and these 9 worlds basically impact Earth, but they're doing so more and more now, and that's why ever since the Eldridge Day, or E-Day as it was called, E-Day as in Eldridge Day, ever since that event, these portals have been infecting our dimension more and more with the We'd call it the down run. Like we're downriver from these other worlds. So these other worlds are impacting us with their phenomena more and more ever since. And that's why it's crescending, reaching a crescendo with this apocalypticism. And these individuals, as Brendan said, they are infected with this madness from the Svartalfheim, the Dark Elves, as one source, where they're lusting for the apocalypse. They truly are.
Yeah, there are other factions. Yeah.
Thank you. And but
the Svartalfar,
yeah.
people, like, if you look it up, they'll say they're one of the Dwagar, but that's wrong. They actually don't work, or let's put it this way.
No, they're very
not
different.
dwarves.
They're very different. They're not fucking dwarves.
But they use the dwarves to build their technology because dwarves can do that.
Yeah.
So
Yes.
does that make sense?
Yes. Understand
it's
that,
a big topic.
Understand that Tolkien, with the stereotype that he perpetrated of the dwarves as forgelings, the people who run the forges, is not based. He didn't invent that. He did not invent that.
No,
That's from the mythos that he himself is simply deriving from. But go on, yes, with what you.
And the Brits wouldn't, like, he didn't talk about the Dark Elves until the Silmarillion after his death. So the Brits wouldn't let him put anything to do with the Svartalfar in the books or in the mythos until his son had to bring it out as Fëanor and the Dark Elves in the lore. But because the Brits don't want people knowing that they're working with these entities to gain technology so they can rule the world. It's really that simple.
But beyond which, of course, don't forget that it was Michael Aquino who then wrote the sequel from the Dark Elves' perspective.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
From Sauron's perspective. Yeah, so the Dark Lord was even, like, he corrupted Fëanor, actually. Like, Melkor, the original Dark Lord, he's the one who basically talked Fëanor into killing his own family. It's called, like, the kinslaying.
Yes.
So it was like, that wasn't in Norse mythology. Like, the Light Elves definitely knew not to trust the Svartalfar. And that's why they had their own realm. It's like...
Thank you.
So, and same with, like, it comes from Vedic. It actually comes from Edda, just means Veda. So it's the same beings. Like, so when the Devas had their clash with the Asuras,
yes,
they actually worked together with them to bring about the nectar of immortality. So then the Devas had Vishnu recover it before they could drink it through his beautiful woman form called Mohini. She was able to recover the Amrit, the nectar of immortality. So that's why they have beef. That's why they're always pissed off, essentially, because the heavenly people use them to get this ambrosia, and then it was stolen from them. So they have this, like, eternal beef with, they're always fighting. That's why.
Thank you.
But they're actually both this, like, family lineages from, like, the Allfather.
Yes.
Brahma, that thing. So.
Thank you. And okay, you are very important. And so when it comes to these two smiling Yehus, certainly on the part of Netanyahu, his gratitude was boundless, and he knew well enough to slather on the grease of flattery. So for the cameras, Netanyahu said to Trump, "I've said this before, I'll say it again. You are the greatest friend Israel has ever had in the White House. I believe, Mr. President, that your willingness to puncture conventional thinking that has failed time and time again, your willingness to think outside the box with fresh ideas will help us achieve all of these goals." Like apocalypse and shit. Now Netanyahu's cheerleaders in the Israeli press, such as Amit Segal of Channel 12, hailed the news, and Itamar Ben-Gvir, one of the leaders of the annexationist wing of Israeli politics, tweeted, "Donald, this looks like the beginning of a beautiful friendship." And Amos Harel, he's actually a well-respected reporter and analyst for Haaretz, the liberal daily, has gone on record to say, "The right wing here is euphoric." there's no way to figure this out. Maybe Trump is more delusional than I thought. He has more energy than Biden, but wow. This is not the first time that the Trump family, which has made substantial financial investments in the region in recent years, has envisioned Gaza for its resort potential. Last February, Trump's son-in-law, oh, by the way, here we are, Mazel and Bracha, understanding Mazel meaning and its connection to buying diamonds. Oh, please, feel free to read this to our listeners, if you would be so kind, Brendan, if you wish. You know.
Yes. Yeah, because they definitely said it. Someone said it when they were there.
Yeah, of course.
So mazal and bracha is a traditional phrase used in the diamond industry when closing a deal. I like how they have to like separate it from the J-Man, but it's whatever. In the diamond industry, meaning that they own the whole diamond industry is what they're saying.
Yeah.
The expression is accompanied by a handshake and is articulated in Hebrew by diamond merchants worldwide daily. Countless diamond transactions are sealed worldwide with these words, which signal the universally accepted, I don't know about that, completion of negotiations. Whether the deal occurs in Japan, New Zealand, or the United States. That's strange that they would, in that order. Is it mazal or mazel? In Hebrew, mazal and mazel sound similar, but have distinct meanings. The Hebrew term mazel originates from Yiddish, which means luck or good fortune. And traditional Jewish belief, mazel is associated with the idea that success or good fortune is a product of chance or luck, implying the individuals are luckier, and that some events occur randomly. Conversely, mazal derives from the Hebrew word mazalat, or mazel tov in Yiddish, which means constellations or destiny. The concept of mazal suggests God has a predetermined plan for each person, attributing certain events of their life to the divine will. So that's why they would say mazel tov in like special
occasions,
things like religious festivals. Like,
it's also said
like
it's also
and such.
Right. I've also seen Jewish people say it sarcastically, and like when they're pissed off about something, you know, like they just drop something on the floor that, like, you know, oh shit, these eggs are expensive, and then drop one and break one by accident, and they'll say, Mazel tov, something like that.
Because it's like saying God's will, but they're being sarcastic.
Yes, and so there you go, and. But at any rate, as I said,
so that's what they did. Yeah.
Thank you. No doubt. No doubt. Oh yeah, it's like disgusting, and of course, what makes it more disgusting is that this is not the first time that the Trump family, which has made substantial financial investments in the region in recent years, has envisioned. Gaza.
Oh man, I kind of want to bring this up, but I don't want to detract what you're saying or distract.
Oh, no worries.
Should I about his son?
Yeah.
What his son did in December.
Yeah, go on.
It's like these people are like comic book villains and worst.
Yeah.
He was DJ Jr. He was hunting these endangered ducks. Literally, like there's only like a few left in the wild. Jeez. He was caught hunting them outside of Venice. Mm-hmm. Like endangered ducks in Europe, like, and he was like the European like environmental commission is trying to fine him, but they can't touch him because he was with a bunch of probably rich like elites.
No doubt.
But can you imagine like why?
Because he's
like, you can go safari hunting. Why would you go to like this obscure hunting ground and kill these like endangered ducks? Like it's chaos.
You mean preserve? He's going to a preserve.
It was a nature preserve.
Yeah, nature preserve.
Preserve outside of Venice.
Yes.
Anyways, yes.
He's disgusting. No, because they are chaos.
What the fuck's up with that?
Because they're Edomites. Because they're chaosist Edomites, and
it's almost like they went specifically just to kill the last one or something.
Yes.
Some crazy like dark shit like that.
Absolutely. Yes.
We're gonna eradicate this species for fun. You know,
yes.
Like
of that I have no doubt.
That's like what get their kicks now.
Yeah. They always did. They always did. That's how they operate. It's
I mean, it's hard to wrap your mind around shit like that. That's what I'm saying. These people aren't human. Like they're
Well,
they're being told by non-human entities what to do, is what I'm saying.
Well, we don't want to take away their responsibility. In other words, they're definitely responsible for all their actions. And
well, yeah, they made the deal with whatever the dark forces.
Yeah, they did. Yeah. They did. And that will bring me back later.
But it's almost like they're getting joy out of it now. It's like,
of course. Of course.
I'm going to go hunt this endangered species in this obscure
well, bear in mind, this
like,
is what Lovecraft was describing about the Cthulhu cultists, was the sheer unbridled
like
joy. Yes,
like
the joy in their depravity, the fact that they have no boundaries, that they revel in their madness. And when he described these cultists, and this is what we see. So understand again, as our lady Amy Como was bringing up how pro-Hitler he was, and how this is why he was going to write the American Mein Kampf. So I don't know if you caught Amy Como earlier when she was talking about H.P. Lovecraft and and so there we have that, and of course what
here, I'll send you the articles just to have it on, so people don't think I'm just like being hard on these people or something.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. And
like it doesn't make sense.
Thank you. There we are. Thank you. I appreciate this.
Can I just read the intro
sure, please.
So people can understand what I'm saying and I'm not just like hating on them. It says, an Italian lawmaker from Rome filed a legal complaint for hunting without a license against Donald Trump Jr. and his hunting party after a video emerged of him surrounded by dead birds that he shot in a protected conservation area near the Venice Lagoon, which these carcasses appear to be the ruddy shedluck, which is protected under Italian law. So there you go.
It's like shooting the national bird. It would be like somebody from another country coming to America and shooting a bunch of bald eagles, like endangered bald eagles.
Yeah, and having like a string of them on like on your back and shit.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. No.
And here's where it gets sketchy. It says, this is actually a rather uncommon duck for the area. This is actually rather uncommon. We're not even sure what it is in English, but an incredible shot. The spokesman for the Trump said it's unclear who may have shot that duck in particular.
I guess they're trying to cover his ass. They're trying to cover his ass. Yeah. And thank you for sharing that. And it really exposes these degenerates for what they are. Again, as I said, it's not. Thank you. No, I appreciate that. Yeah. And as I said, it's not the first time that the Trump dynasty, which has been making all these substantial financial investments into the Levantine in recent years, has envisioned the Gaza Strip itself for its resort potential. Last February, Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, who, as we've exposed on this program, without...
Oh, I was about to say.
Yeah, go on. Yeah.
You mentioned the name, but that being, like, they have been totally out of the picture.
Yes. Yes.
You noticed? And his daughter. It's
yes.
Like, where have they been? Like, sus.
Thank you. Thank you.
They're the ones doing all the real estate deals. He's just...
Yeah.
He's basically... What is it called when you distract someone when you're doing a crime?
A diversion. He's the diversion.
Yeah. Big man's doing the diversion, and then the rest of them are doing all this shit.
Yeah. They
and then DJ Jr. gets to just go do the Edomite shit.
Yes. Yes, that's right.
Killing endangered ducks.
That's right.
For fun.
Yeah, and remember what I exposed, without any malice towards transgenderism or transsexuality, I've exposed Jared Kushner as the worst of the worst because he's a self-loathing transsexual who is transgendered. Yeah, someone who is a female who then converted to male form through sexual affirmation surgery. And that's the only reason she's not in the government, is she would be a target of their own policies, if you get what I'm saying. See, she cannot be in
interesting.
government.
It must be because you exposed it.
Thank you.
Why they won't.
Thank you. That's why they can't.
Because they've been awfully quiet.
Yeah. She has to do all her work in the shadows now. Yeah, and all the children with Ivanka are in vitro. They're not their children, right. But then again, it's the way with Musk too, because he's impotent. And so, yeah, at any rate, Trump's son-in-law, who's really his daughter-in-law, Jared Kushner, said in an interview at Harvard University that Gaza's waterfront property could be very valuable. It's a little bit of it's a little bit of an unfortunate situation there. But from Israel's perspective, I would do my best to move the people out and then clean it up. So there she is suggesting it from behind the shadows. I would do my best to move the people out and then clean it up. Now, understand, as Brendan said, Kushner has retreated from White House politics, remaining for now in Miami. But Xi, I'm going to use the gender-neutral pronoun, views herself as a grand strategist of the Middle East. At Harvard, Xi said that proactively recognizing a Palestinian state would be a super bad idea. In other words, then we couldn't develop its real estate.
I wonder how the Saudis feel about dealing with that person.
I don't think they know. They probably don't think enough about it. That's the problem. They probably don't think enough about, hey, this guy's really a bitch.
They are very, like, how do I put it? They're
oblivious.
They're so in their own world. Like, those sheikhs and stuff. Like, they don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
Basically, they don't care. It's not that they don't know. They just probably don't even fuck.
Yeah, it's literally just they one thing that they'll all agree on. They'll say, "Oh, when she dies, she go to hell." You know, that's what they'll say. Yeah, they all agree on that.
Yeah, they consider Trump and all of them to be degenerates, including Netanyahu. They consider them all.
Oh,
what is
fuck
it called?
Yeah. Oh, fuck
infidel level.
Yeah, of course they're the most degenerate people on earth themselves. So it takes one to know one. But yeah, I get
Yeah, but they get to make all the rules because they own Mecca and shit.
Yeah.
So they have all those. What are they called? Not even sheikhs. They're like the mullahs.
Yeah.
The top guys, basically.
Yeah. They're
the Wahhabis. The Wahhabis.
The Wahhabis. They're disgusting.
You dealt with it.
Oh yeah, yeah. They just spend all day just eating. All they do all day is eat till they explode.
I was with like pretty high level ones, like the people my grandpa knew. Towards the end of his life, he actually he's like, those people you hang out with, that you live with them for a while. And I was like, yeah. They took me and my grandma to the Ritz-Carlton and set us there for literally almost a month visiting in the Ritz, 5-star. And I didn't know better. I was 16 or something. And he's like, order whatever you want, just because they have unlimited cash.
Yeah.
And I was ordering room service, going to get the breakfast. I thought I was like, oh, it's
cool.
It's a normal thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then my grandpa told me, he's like, your bill was $20,000. What the fuck happened? And I was like, I don't know. They just told me it's fine. But they paid all of it because they were friends with my grandfather.
There you go.
And they knew he was Christian, but he wasn't allowed to. He wasn't allowed to bring anything Christian. They were on lockdown.
Yeah, of course.
And my grandma hated it because she couldn't drive. She was in a hijab all the time. She hated it because they were Christian.
Of course.
But they paid my grandpa for 20, 30 years working for the Saudi government.
Yeah.
And then I saw a picture of my grandpa with these guys, and I was like, I was like, is that the guy? And he's like, yeah, he worked for the prince.
Yeah.
So I stayed with a family that was Saudi royalty, and I was just young. I didn't know what was going on.
Yeah.
And the daughters loved me, but I it wouldn't have went anywhere unless I got converted.
True.
True. But the mom liked me. She was because I was asking her oh, so you guys pray I was because I don't know, I was always into religion and history.
Yeah, very open. You're just very open and curious.
So I was like, oh, can you teach me how to pray and stuff?
Yeah,
and they loved that shit. They were like, oh my God.
Yeah, earnest.
So I probably could have married into that family if I wasn't so stupid when I was young.
There we go. I mean, we've all fucked something up. I mean, we've all.
But that was a big one. I could have been a multimillionaire. Fuck.
Yeah, but then all I can say is that what they say, the Lord works in mysterious ways. I guess you were destined to instead meet up with the fucking cross-dressing vampire son of Adolf Hitler instead.
Oh yeah. Yeah, the gods are very funny.
Yeah, they obviously hate your guts.
Real Joker.
Yeah.
Yeah, Divine's real funny.
Yeah,
man.
they hated you in the womb.
Oh yeah, it came out backwards, so nothing new.
Yes. Oh my God.
Yeah, but the brothers were fucked up, and I thought it's funny now when I think about it. But they used to like leave me places. And then, but they didn't know that I had the chauffeur's number.
Yeah.
And so I just called the chauffeur. They literally had a waiting chauffeur.
Cool.
So this is how rich these people were.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
So they would ditch me with the food bill.
Oh my God.
And then I would just call the chauffeur and he would just deal with it.
Cool. Cool. Oh my God.
But they thought it was hilarious. They were like, yeah, you know, they didn't know I spoke Arabic.
Oh, what stupid fucks. God, that's stupid. They're so fucking stupid. Yeah, again, they just arrogance. They're so full of it, and
right,
and yeah, that's the kind of thing they would do. But thank you for sharing that. No, that's important, and
yeah, there's a ton of more to that story, but that was just the aside there.
Oh, I mean, I look forward to hearing more and more of it as time goes on, because it is incredible. It is incredible, and it shows just the breadth and depth of your experience. So it wasn't all just a bunch of miserable shit because you're a crackhead dad. So that's good to see. That's good to learn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it could have been better if I knew, you know, it's like hindsight's 2020. It's like, now that I know enough, it's like, what the fuck? You know?
Yeah. But, hey, I hear you.
But like you said, I'm probably better off now than I was then. And even if I did go that direction.
Yeah. Yeah. Because you would have been lost. You would have been lost. It just would have been like, what do I do? You know, you wake up in the morning, what do I do with myself? You know,
and if you marry one of those chicks, like, and you fuck up, like, they'll just kill you, probably.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Like, if you cheat on them, you're done.
Oh yeah. Yeah. No, they're all fucked up. It's honor killings and shit. You know, or it's like no, it's a miserable culture. But it's so patriarchal. It's hard to tell. It's hard to say. You know, it's worse yet would be if one of them developed a crush on you, which could just as easily happen. And by that I mean one of the men. You know, then you're.
Oh yeah, I heard horror stories from my uncles. They said if you went to the Middle East, you would just be basically groped and raped all the time.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't believe it at first, but I definitely know it's true.
Oh, well, after hearing my story, you know it's true. I mean, I told you about that. That was like offered to me as one way to get out of poverty, was to become some plaything for a bunch of those sheikhs in the Middle East and shit. It was like,
shit.
Yeah. And,
not worth it.
Yeah, I never followed through on it for that reason. Yes, no, it's not worth it. No.
Well, we know we're broke as fuck.
Yeah, and look at us. Yeah, we're broke as fuck. But we're not broken in that sense, at least. You know, thank God.
Yeah, thank God.
Yeah.
And I mean, it is not worth it.
Yeah.
I think we have enough freedom now to where it's worth it.
Yeah,
until the rest of these people bring down the world.
True. Then we have to pick up the pieces. True enough. And so after watching Trump and Netanyahu, Mikhail Abusada, the political scientist at Al-Azhar University in Gaza, who has been teaching this year at the Northwestern University for reasons that should be obvious, went on record to say, "I'm depressed, man." At least that's what he told Beaver. "I'm depressed, man. I don't even know what will happen. But I do know that the Palestinians are against this and would rather live in tents and in the rubble of their destroyed homes than leave. And we all know that the neighboring countries..." Yeah, go on. Yeah. Basically.
Oh, Jordan and Egypt straight up said, "No, we're not taking that."
Thank you. Yeah.
But I was going to ask you, sorry to keep interrupting, but it's like the Chinese chick. Did you see the Chinese chick? In LA.
Oh, which one? That I was.
She was a Chinese national who was like studying for a PhD somewhere in LA. And because she was like she was basically the person that organized the Palestinian protest, like Palestinian rights protest.
Right. Tell us more.
Snatched her up.
Yeah, go on.
I can pull up the article to sound more professional, but basically they snatched her up and deported her back to China, and said she was an enemy of the state because she supported. Instead of saying Palestine, they said Hamas.
There we are.
She supports Hamas.
Of course.
And it's like, wait a second.
Of course.
And then people in the comments were like, "It's a Chi-Com plot," and I'm like, you think the Chinese give a fuck about Hamas? Like,
thank you.
Thank you. So stupid.
Yeah. It's though the communist Chinese did take the side of Palestine in a moral sense.
Oh shit! So maybe it is true.
Yeah, yes. So that they have been supportive of Palestine, so that it doesn't surprise me.
What's their game? Like, what?
Well, the game
Why?
was that the Chicoms were just taking the side of Iran's axis of resistance, where they were just
Oh, that's
going,
right. Okay,
yeah.
got it.
So
Yeah.
it was all an extension of that.
I forgot that they were. Yeah.
And
Like Iran is so
out of the
such
game.
a shitty.
Yeah,
so shitty that it
yeah.
almost didn't even register.
I don't blame you. I don't blame you. It's like I said. It's like, you know, just all those
Like
mental,
the funny part
yeah.
is like they're sending them money. It's like, what money? They have like the worst money on earth.
Thank
What are they
you.
sending them?
Thank you. I mean,
Like,
you
it's like Weimar Republic shit. Like, are they sending 10 trillion dirhams
well, I
and shit?
mean,
Like, what are they fucking...
Well, it's the old joke about the Soviet Union. You remember the Soviet Union? It's like, you know, the guy comes by with,
Caviar? Like, what are they...
no, yeah, they'd come by with rubles, and then, you know, going into Mongolia and shit, hey, I got rubles, and then, you know, the Mongolian would say, yeah, I've got a bag of rabbit shit, and the rabbit shit will grow me plants. You know, and
that's what I'm saying. Yeah, exactly. At least it's worth something.
Yeah,
like,
and
it's
but,
literally worthless.
Yeah, it's you know, just a joke. And there was the other joke the Soviets themselves had. The Soviets had a joke of, you know, they had like you know, the usual Moscow Day parade and how the fucking tanks roll, the missiles roll, and then suddenly a whole new unit of marching executives roll with sunglasses and suitcases. And people said, what's that unit? And they said, those are economic assassins. They go all over the world and they destroy the world's economy in minutes just by offering their advice. Yeah. And,
right, exactly.
There you go. And that's where Iran is at. So at any rate, so like this depressed
it's strange that he's willing to go to this length, obviously for the importance of, you know, Jerusalem and all that jazz, because he was the one that made it the capital and all that, Trump.
Yeah.
But how come they stopped? They pushed out that Bolton guy when he was trying to like destroy Iran. Then last term, Trump term. So why are they just feel that Iran's not worth it, or why are they focusing so hard on this front and just ignoring Iran? Is that is there a reason for
I don't know
that?
if you heard me at the beginning of the transmission or when I first went into monologue, I went right over Iran very briefly. And so Trump did address Iran. He just basically, basically said, stop building nukes and you'll have an unbelievable future. But if you keep building nukes, it won't be good for you. And then threatened them by saying, and remember, I've left instructions that if you assassinate me, my men will obliterate you. You know, my...
That's right.
So there you go.
But aren't nukes like redundant at this point? Like how much longer are we going to keep this thing up? Like,
Thank you.
Like, come on. Like,
well, you're preaching to the converted here. I mean,
yeah, I know everyone listening knows, but I'm just saying, like, it seems so cheesy. You know, it's like so Cold War.
Well, we always have new listeners. It's the point is that very few.
Even Putin stopped that bullshit a while ago.
Yeah, you noticed.
Where he was like, I'm gonna tsunami bomb you.
Oh, it was every day. Every day.
And then they kept finding around Britain, like the pieces of it, because it kept breaking. They're like shit. They're whatever.
Yes.
You know, their fake hydrosonic bomb or whatever.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Just kept breaking. In other words, they may well have
get past that?
Yeah, they may well have launched it, and it just never even made it to England. You know,
yeah, literally washed up in pieces.
Yes. Yes.
Like North Korea style, where it's like the Japanese find like a floating piece of nothing, and they're like, oh, I guess they shot something.
It's true. It's true. It's like it's a fucking joke. It's a fucking joke, and there's why do they bother? And I hear you. It's like, you know, what kind of a nuke could Iran even make? Yeah, you know, let alone how would they launch it? You know, it's it's
so cheesy.
Yeah, it's
like there must be another reason for them harping on it so much.
Well, they don't so much anymore. They really don't. And to the point where I think people should start really, you know, understanding just what an empty threat it was.
Didn't they pull that shit? Yeah. With like, that's how they got Gaddafi. They said he bought a nuke off the black market. We have to kill him or something.
Yeah,
it was. And then they pulled that same shit with Saddam.
Yeah.
We found the traces of this yellow piss.
Yeah, yeah.
We gotta kill him.
Yeah, in the case of Gaddafi, it was that what did they call it again? It was some kind of yellow powder. I forgot what they called it.
Yellow cake uranium.
Yellow cake uranium, right? Had to deal with Hillary Clinton. Remember, they were blaming Hillary Clinton for the yellow cake.
That was Saddam, right?
Yeah, that was Gaddafi. That was Gaddafi. Was the yellow cake?
Saddam, didn't he sell it to him or something? It was some bullshit.
Some bullshit, anyways. Yeah. But with Saddam, it was supposed to be quote unquote.
Which yellow cake you could basically get from like old dishes from the 20s. It's like, I mean, come on, really?
Yes. They were selling it. They were selling it on eBay and shit. Yes, and the jokes were all comedy gold. You know, all the jokes. They had a ton of jokes underneath it that were all
It's so stupid.
Yeah. But at any rate,
like people collect that shit just to like shine a light on it and be like, ooh,
yes,
like so stupid.
Yes. They were
I sent you the what was that stuff called for the boot scrapings from Trinity site?
Yes.
What was that shit called? The crystals?
Oh,
they were selling that at an antique store. Remember a couple of years ago?
That's right. I can't
like,
remember.
Do you want some of this shit?
Yeah. Yes. Oh my God, no. Yeah, of course not. But I can't. I'm trying to remember. It was, of course, the
Trinitite. I think it's
Trinitite. Thank you. I could never have gotten that out without you. Yes.
Yeah, glassy residue left over from the Trinity bomb test near Alamogordo.
They had guys walk around policing the areas, what they call it in the military. Police the area, meaning pick up all the crap on the ground. They had guys picking up all that crap from the ground. They all died of radiation cancer. Yeah, at Trinity site. You know, it's just showing you.
And then some idiots around here were selling it in an antique store.
Yeah.
And I'm like, why do you guys have that out? And they're like, what do you mean? It's so cool. And I'm like, Jesus, you guys are going to like give out cancer to some idiot that puts it by their bed or something.
Well, they themselves are going to get the cancer. It's like, you know.
No one was buying it. They were like looking at it like, oh shit.
Yeah, because I mean, it's cool. It glows in the dark, no doubt. It's like, and you will too.
Literally like something from Fallout.
Yeah.
It's like, why do you have that? Like, can't be legal.
Yeah, well, believe it or not, I'm not quite sure there's any laws against it. There should be, but not quite sure. They used to sell that stuff in toys. Remember, in toys they used to put radioactive shit. You can look that up. Radioactive toys they used to sell. Unfucking believable.
Bad.
Yeah,
it's so bad. It's almost as bad as the fake nuclear flight tests. But we don't. Let's not go there.
Yeah, I mean, we could go on for hours about the nuclear, madness, but I'm glad that we're all kind of outgrowing it now. There's less and less people hurdling the threat around. It's become increasingly meaningless. But it's not that nuclear weapons cannot work. And honestly, I subscribed to the old school. By that I mean I actually stood by the old school Pentagonalist doctrine that if we had a genuine world war, that nuclear weapons should be deployed in the operational and tactical sense, that it should be a part of the field of battle, that we should all be prepared for an atomic battleground. And there's no reason why war shouldn't use.
Like you're talking tactical nukes.
Like tac nukes. Yeah, like tactical
forward advancing nukes.
Yeah, and line breakers and the like. It's like I see no reason why not, because these really are not environmentally damaging nukes. They're not long-term damaging nukes. Far less so than the depleted uranium, as a matter of fact. So it's it's like obviously they were thinking of an enemy that would be operating in kind, but in this day and age there's very few enemies that could. Probably communist China would be one of them, and we will.
I don't ever hear anything about their what they got.
Yeah, there's stuff. It's hard to tell as well. I mean, they've got a lot of corruption as well, and their military machine is just as bad off as Russia's in many ways. Believe me.
If it's anything like their cars, I wouldn't trust it.
Actually, what they're saying is that their electric vehicles make America's, make Teslas look like Tonka toys. Their stuff is actually.
Oh well, yeah. Comparing to Tesla is like a joke. I mean,
yeah, or anything the West has got apparently.
It's just the only reason why he's got so much hype is because it's a monopoly. It's like GM suppressed their electric technology in the 90s. I don't know if you remember that.
Oh yeah, go on.
There was like really good electric cars, and people, the dealership literally came.
Did they knock him off? Did they knock us off? Fuck, they knocked him off air. Holy shit. So I presume his battery died, but he's willing. Let me put a message to him. Oh, they knocked you off. Okay. Wow, he's talking about GM suppressing the technology. You off. They knocked you off. Brendan. Here we are. And darn. Here we go. And I want to thank everyone for the patience. And in the interim, here we go. Just press the enter button there. And I will also send him a message via phone. And because the moment he started talking about GM suppressing electronic vehicular technology, of course they take him off. Why wouldn't they? That makes perfect fucking sense. And so you all see it now. Active censorship. And let me send this to your phone. Amor Fadi says, "Hey Douglas, love and appreciate you and Brendan and the rest." Thank you. And I appreciate you in turn, my dear brother. Okay, and Bren Zogiet, see if I can find him here. You know, I haven't texted him in a long time, so I may have to look for him in my little thing here. Brendan Zogiet. Okay, and here we are. Text. Okay, they knocked you off, bro. Oops. And everybody, we'll get right back into monologue. Just give me a second here. Obligatory. Better him than I. Better they knocked him off than I. And off. Here we go. And then I'll take a look at what our individual Cool Boy says. Okay, that's Cool Boy 52 in the chat. Okay, and okay, and okay. He says you're still loud and clear. Love and clear. Stupid autocorrect. Loud and clear. Thank you so much, Amor Fadi. Very much appreciate it. Bless you, dear brother. We got rain coming too. More rain. All right. Back to where I was. So after watching Trump and Netanyahu, Mikhail Abusada, the political science at Al-Azhar University in Gaza, who, for reasons that should be obvious, has been teaching this year at Northwestern University, basically told my gang brother Beaver, I'm depressed, man. I don't even know what will happen, but I do know that the Palestinians are against this and would rather live in tents and in the rubble of their destroyed homes than leave. And we all know that the neighboring countries, Egypt and Jordan, have said no to this idea. King Abdullah II of Jordan and President Abdul Fattah el-Sisi of Egypt both see an increased Palestinian population in their countries as a demographic and political threat to their regimes. Also, although both countries have long-standing peace treaties with Israel, it is unclear how Trump's proposal and Netanyahu's pleasure in its pronouncement might affect those arrangements. Trump habitually says outrageous things, watches how they land, and often enough distances himself from his own provocations. Will he seize Greenland, the Panama Canal, make Canada the 51st state? Perhaps Trump thinks he'll be able to prop up Netanyahu at home and so deeply alarm other Middle Eastern leaders that he will be able to both muscle Iran into a deal that ends all its nuclear ambitions and complete a broader regional settlement with Saudi cooperation. Or perhaps Trump's latest performance is of a piece with the strategy of flooding the zone with so much chaos and deceptive rhetoric. In other words, with so much bullshit and with so many mind-altering proposals and appointments that while the establishment's collective head explodes on an hourly basis, he achieves at least some of his fondest ambitions. Now, Brendan is back. Oh, so by all means. So the moment, Brendan, that you talked about General Motors suppressing electronic vehicular technology, they knocked your ass offline. Tell us about this.
Right.
Surprise.
Classic. They EMP'd my phone to where it died instantly.
Oh.
I had a charge.
Oh, man. Surprise, surprise, surprise.
Right.
Go on. Continue.
It's like, yeah, of course. But basically, they had these electric cars in the 90s, early 2000s. And overnight, they like literally went into people's garages and took them all back. And only like a few survived after that.
Thank you.
And so what I'm saying, well, the point was that they allowed Tesla to have this monopoly. So it's not that the cars are good. It's just that there's no other options. So that's why.
Yes. Thank you.
In China, they've surpassed us in the capitalist sense where there's actual competition. So some companies are actually thriving out there because they were able to compete with each other. So this is the danger of where we're at.
Thank you. And it's not so much that these companies have competition with each other as they're all state sponsored. So you can imagine if all our companies were all state sponsored, you know.
Yeah.
And so it's just you know, everywhere we go, it's got you know, advantages and disadvantages to everything. But definitely, thank you for coming back on. So what's your phone situation now? Do you have it? You couldn't have charged it that fast. Is it plugged in or something of that nature? Or
yeah, I'm tied to a wall, but
are you at home?
But I'm gonna start wrapping it up over here, so maybe I'll chime in a couple more times. But
okay. You're at work. You're still at work, right?
No,
home.
No.
Oh, you're at home now.
Well,
okay.
Yeah, I've interred into the crypt.
Okay, there we are. Your own crypt. Yes. Thank you. Yeah.
The warehouse crypt.
Got it. And well, chime in anytime you wish. So chime in a few more times, and that'll be fine. You know, I'm open to it, of course. Yes. And all right then. Otherwise, love you dearly. Stay safe and be well. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Thanks so much. And so, as I said about Trump's flooding the zone with shit, you know, maybe he's strategizing that he'll achieve something if he just throws out enough things. And yet, it seems inevitable that there will be a price for all this madness. Aaron David Miller, a veteran diplomat and analyst of the Middle East, has been quoted as saying that as he watched Trump, his head was exploding. His words. Miller cautioned that although Trump may back away from his proposal of ethnic cleansing and Riviera creation, such a performance sends a particularly dangerous message. To quoteist Aaron David Miller, in 27 years of working for Democrats and Republicans, I've never heard a press conference like this. It is a nod to Putin that he can keep the territory he's taken in Ukraine, and to Xi, who might now have more confidence about establishing a blockade of Taiwan in preparation for an invasion. It all reflects the mindset of an unserious man. Nixon considered himself to be a profound thinker on global strategy, and yet it's important to recall that, though he might have convinced himself that his act would bring the North Vietnamese leadership to heel, that misbegotten war ended in American defeat. Similarly, Putin's veiled nuclear threats during his war on Ukraine and Trump's threats of fire and fury against North Korea in 2017 hardly proved decisive, much less constructive. The president's decision to deploy, yet again, a display of chaotic bravado, an enactment of the madman theory, if that's indeed what it is, will do nothing to bring a lasting peace to the Middle East and brings disgrace to these United States. So here we are with our man Brendan says he cannot abandon Taiwan Cthulhu style. The tech bros would revolt and the computers would stop working. Thank you so much, Brendan. Don't forget to say that verbally if you wish. You're certainly invited to say that verbally.
Yeah, I was eating something, so that's why I didn't say it. But yeah, because if he leaves Taiwan loose, then our what we revealed before, that not only is the Dietrich there, but all the chip manufacturing plants would just self-destruct, and then no one would have chips. It would like be sending us back to the Stone Age and shit. And it would even take the Germans years to re-implement all those
technologies.
Machines.
Thank you.
Machines that build machines. Yeah.
Thank you. Absolutely.
He couldn't abandon Taiwan, but with the Middle East, it's easier because they don't produce anything really.
Thank you.
And the oil they've already got monopolized by the Saudis and all the Sheikh boys.
Thank you. Not to mention America's producing its own now, and as well as getting a bunch from Canada. Oh, yeah. Yes. Thank you. Very important points. Thank you so much, Brendan. That's incredible. Thank you. Very good. Very astute. And of course, Trump's intention always is to shock, to play the madman, and thus frighten his rivals and alter the terms of the debate. Maybe, just maybe, it will all dissipate.
Yeah, I was mainly responding to that. The dude that wrote the article is like he really thinks that he's gonna back off or something. Like, it's almost, I get he's writing cautiously, but
Thank you.
Like, he's almost saying it like, oh, this is some kind of a bad dream. It's like, no, he's gonna do it.
Thank you.
Like,
Thank
what are you
you.
talking about?
Yeah. Thank you.
Like, people are in this, because of the COVID thing, they're in this kind of like weird mind space where they think they're gonna wake up and everything's gonna be normal again. I've encountered that a lot. It's almost like people need to literally, instead of being woke, you need to like wake all the way up. Like,
yes,
like, this is a different world. Like, we're all in it and dealing with it. It's not going to be fixed. There's no fixing it.
Thank you. Well, I mean, we can certainly do our best to pick up the pieces, but I understand what you're saying. We're certainly not going to be fixing it with idiots like this. Yeah.
Well, I just mean, you know what I mean? That like, these people think he's just bluffing and he just wants to scare people. It's like, no.
Thank you. Yeah, no, you've got to take this seriously. No, he means what he says. He really does. He always did. And this is the part where it's so outrageous. They would say that about my biological father, Hitler. He said what he meant, So why does that hold? Granted, Hitler was much more easy to take seriously. Yes, you would take Hitler seriously. Yes, I can see that. It's hard to take Trump seriously.
He did what he said, yeah.
Yeah.
Hard to trust a scammer, I get it. But,
yes.
Yeah.
But
in this case.
Yeah, in this case, no, he really means what he says. And so, thank you. I mean, and where to begin? I mean, we've got a president who insists that world leaders, and even those within the region, support such a plan. Who? The Saudis issued a statement not long after Trump appeared with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, reiterating their support for a two-state solution. The governments in Egypt and Jordan categorically reject the idea of transferring Palestinians to their territory, even at the risk of American largesse. Not even Israeli settlers would support this plan, if only because in their religious nationalist messianism, they want to resettle Gaza, not allow American developers to build high-end hotels there for anyone to sleep in. Yet Trump persists, insisting that people support his plan. He might just be riffing off a late-night phone call with pals from Mar-a-Lago. The danger here is that in response to the well-deserved storm of criticism, Trump feels the need to prove everyone else wrong and make ethnic cleansing and neocolonialism a policy of the United States in the Middle East. Then, of course, there is the question of feasibility. No doubt, United States armed forces can take over the Gaza Strip, though it would certainly come at the costs of American lives. Despite Israel's best efforts, Hamas remains well armed and quite lethal. Does the president expect Hamas's fighters to go quietly into the Sinai Peninsula under the cover of darkness? That's a rhetorical question, I hope you all realize. Trump reasons that after so many months of misery, Palestinian civilians would willingly leave the Gaza Strip to live in beautiful new places of his imagination. To the uninitiated, this may sound reasonable. Israeli military operations in Gaza have leveled significant portions thereof, and the detritus of war is everywhere. But the president and whoever is advising him fail to understand that what Palestinians call al-Nakba, the dispossession that made many of the Palestinians Gaza refugees in the first, casts a very long shadow, just as the Holocaust does for the Jews. Now, I'm getting some new links from Brendan. Tell us a little bit about this. This has to do with Bitcoin. Are they recruiting people with Bitcoin?
No. No. That's just the person that reported it was the Bitcoin news agency.
Okay.
But this is on mainstream channels too. That was just the first article.
Okay.
But apparently, the Army's recruitment rates are at the highest level in 15 years because they all want to support Daddy and go kill people. So
incredible.
So that's why he feels that he could just send in literal. What's bigger than a division? A straight up, like they feel like they could send in an entire, what is it called when it's like an invasion force? Straight up
expeditionary force.
Yeah, so they can send as many people as they want because they have all these idiots to throw at fully armed rebels. Excuse me. Fully armed for seasoned fighters.
Combatants. Yes.
Yeah.
And
people think that they're gonna get. I don't know what they were thinking. Why would you do that? Why would you volunteer? They're just gonna get thrown into the meat grinder for when he decides to go in there.
Yeah. It's incredible.
But you guys get what I'm saying. Feels that's why they're saying all this because they got the people to throw at them. No.
Yeah. I'm impressed. And but that doesn't mean it's going to work, of course. And but of course, honestly, there's a part of me that wants this to happen only because we can take advantage of it later. I've always said we've got to redivide the Middle East, and this gets the ball rolling. That's for fucking sure. So you've got to put foreign powers in the Middle East to start redividing. What this means is that if the Americans are in Gaza, then Lebanon can go back to France. And there's nothing that would help the Lebanese people more than that. The Lebanese people do want that. So by all means, that's a good start. Get the ball rolling.
And Syria's already in some kind of... They're already regretting their choice. So.
Oh, of course. Oh, man. Well, they're going to be regretting that for some time to come till another power fills in the vacuum, and it won't be fucking Russia. Thank God. So, the Russians have checked out. So thank you, Brendan. Very important point. And thank you for making us aware of that. Because the president and whoever is advising him, they fail to understand that what the Palestinians call al-Nakba, it means the exact same thing as Hashoah in the Hebrew. In the Hebrew-speaking peoples do not refer to the Holocaust as the Holocaust. They call it Hashoah, meaning the catastrophe. And that's exactly what the Palestinians call their mass genocide, where over 1 million of them died and 1 million of them were dispossessed by the Israelis. They call that al-Nakba, again, the catastrophe, the dispossession that made many of the Palestinians Gaza refugees in the first place. It casts the longest shadow, and Palestinians will simply not be displaced again. No matter how difficult life may be in the Gaza Strip, it remains for them a toehold in Palestine and a stark reminder of the historic injustice that is the flip side of Israel's establishment. Trump may deny this reality, but if he wants to transfer the Palestinian population, he will have to order the United States military to do so forcibly. That is an order that one hopes United States officers will refuse to comply with on the grounds that it is both illegal, it est an illegal order, and a war crime. It est a crime against humanity. Nevertheless, if he does do it, hey, balls to the wall. I'm all for it. Shove them all into NEOM, because that gives an excuse for latter governments to redraw Israel, because that's the legal precedent. Well, you did this to the Palestinians. Now Israel can be divided, which is my ultimate intention. Thank you. Yes.
Yeah. And in the case of Pentagon, DOD, and all these people, like, how far are they going to let him interfere is my question. Because usually they're pretty, independent, so to speak. So is there anyone commenting on it from the Pentagon side?
I think they'll just do anything the son of a bitch says. I think that they'll just...
How did that happen, though?
It's pretty easy, because they're Edomites. They're all Edomites. That's why he's their Edomite. It's kind of like...
Got it. So he's doing what they're asking. Anyways.
Yes, pretty much.
Okay,
yeah.
Got it.
Yeah. See, with Obama's case, it was different. They got an illegal immigrant, Obama, born in Africa. For those of you who don't know, Obama's own brother in Kenya was, stating for years quite vociferously and quite vocally, he was stating that Obama was born in Kenya. And so understand that Obama was an illegal president and therefore was someone who could easily have been executed, literally executed, theoretically by rule of law, because he was illegally our president, which made him the equivalent of a foreign spy. So he was like a super mole, meaning that he could have been a spy for African interests or British interests, because the British had colonized Africa. There's all kinds of things he could have been accused of. And because of that,
especially Kenya.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. So because of that...
That explains where he got his, how there's like that one girl that connected all the U.S. presidents to British royalty. It's like that explains how he got that side.
Interesting.
Yeah.
But of course, it used to be a German colony as well before the Brits, took it as part of World War I, settlement. But such being said, when it comes to Barack Obama, they had him by the balls. So because they had him by the balls, he had to give all the orders for their drone deployments, the drone strikes, to the point where they would refer to them as Obama strikes. And that way they controlled him, but he was like a reluctant and hostile witness, like a hostile witness in court. He was like a reluctant president. He was not doing this because he was some kind of asshole or some mass murderous lunatic. He was doing this because he truly was a dupe and a pawn. But with Trump, he's their man. He's doing what they want. They'll just do anything he says because he's giving them total run of the fucking country. He wants them to steamroller Americans, for Christ's sakes. And that makes them happy too. They'd like nothing more than to kill half of the American population that they feel is liberal, and just have a bunch of brainwashed assholes signing up. Like you say they're doing now. See, get it? So he's their man. So if all this were not enough, what makes Trump's proposal so wildly irrational is that it undermines everything he says he wants to do in the Middle East. Moving 2 million Palestinians out of Gaza and assuming ownership of the area will end any chance of normalization between Saudi Arabia and Israel. Break the Abraham Accords, which is the whole axis of Abraham that's evolving in Southwest Asia, Trump's first-term foreign policy achievement, no less, and undermined the Egypt-Israel and Jordan-Israel peace treaties, which are pillars of American imperial policy in the region, and re-empower Iran at a moment when it is at its most vulnerable. It would also entangle these United States in a regional conflict, an outcome no one wants, especially Trump, or at least that is what he has told his legion of devoted cultists. In his current spasm of megalomania, the president has apparently forgotten that opposition to American imperial adventures abroad was a principal theme of all of his 3 runs for the White House. But such being said, losing my voice here for a moment. Oh, please tell us what you've just entered, dear Brendan, and give my voice a break so I can recover it.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, official. So don't click on the Bitcoin article. They just try to sell you some blockchain shit that bets on the military. So that explains why they're reporting on it.
Thank you.
It's some kind of scheme, some scam. But anyways, the actual article that I found says, officials now say December 2024 was their best year in 15 years, with nearly 350 soldiers enlisted every day that month. Army recruiters shared on X, our recruiters have one of the toughest jobs, inspiring the next generation of #soldiers to serve. Congratulations and keep up the great work. USPS resumes. Oh, I don't know what this happened here.
But that's important too. Read it.
Yeah, USPS resumes accepting packages from China and Hong Kong. So this is like a different article. Maybe it was a link that came in. But to continue the part about the Army, before we get to that, in the fiscal year that ended September 30th, 2024, the Army met its recruitment goal of 55,000 and began to rebuild its delayed entry pool. So that means there's a wait list, essentially.
Yeah.
About 24% of these recruits came from the Future Soldier Prep course. And I didn't put the rest of the article in because it's just pointless.
Thank you.
Yeah. But yeah, so that whole rule of they're going to stop, this is back to the post office thing. They're going to stop Chinese and Hong Kong packages because there's fentanyl in them and shit. And it's like, first of all, most of that stuff is coming from India through Canada. That part's true. The ketamine trail, let's call it. So that whole blocking packages from Hong Kong and China is totally redundant. And on top of that, they still get millions of shipments for all the corporations like Target and Walmart and all these they're all coming from China anyways.
Yeah.
So, which is why they reversed it within 24 hours, the decision to do that.
Thank you.
And it's basically just hurting small businesses. Like, the only people that are going to suffer, it seems, from this point forward is just the middle class.
Yes.
So I don't, the elites don't give a fuck. These corporations don't care. It's really just the normal people that are just doing small business. Like the Jewish tea guy was like pissed off because it makes his business look sketchy because he had to explain his whole logistics line. Yeah. He said, like, look, we have warehouses in the U.S. with the tea in it, but future shipments will be affected. So because his customers were asking him, well, are we going to even be able to get tea? Should we like buy a stockpile or what's going on? So it just makes the businesses look bad, essentially, in America. So it's just not fair to the small business people, which he's supposed to be pumping, right?
Yeah.
Make America powerful.
Oh, they're his most fanatical supporters, even more than the poor folk, is SMB, small and medium businesses, and they're the ones that are going to have it taken out of their ass, so they deserve it. Yeah.
Like anyone that has a restaurant has been decimated because of the eggs, and it sounds cheesy, but I think you mentioned it earlier.
Yeah,
that was the lost leader. You get people, if you have a breakfast restaurant, you get people in for $1 egg, and then they buy all the extra stuff. That's how you make your money. But now they can't do that.
Yeah,
no one's gonna pay $10 for eggs. They can just make it at home or just eat something else. So
thank you.
It's a bad situation.
Yeah, no, it's apocalypse, dude. We're in the fucking apocalypse, and we're under the rule of Antichrist. That's basically what's going on, which I've attempted to explain to people. And just like biblically, the Antichrist gets all the fucking stupid Christians who are folks, false Christians. All the fucking pseudo Christians are the first suckers who wear his MAGA hat, which means, that's the sign upon your forehead, people, right there. That MAGA cap. And MAGA means mage. Right. Tell them MAGA is the word for sorcerer in the ancient languages. Mage, MAGA.
Yeah. Exactly.
And
you notice, I don't know if anyone noticed this, but he changed it. His is black.
Yes.
Pitch black.
Yes.
So,
oh, yeah.
It's not red anymore.
Yeah. There you go. It's true. Yeah. Mm. And he thinks that's much more fashionable because the red was so fucking tacky. But yeah, it's all his followers wearing the red shit. Yeah.
Well, it's whoever. It's actually his that thing. The astrologers, they just told him like, you don't wear red right now because Mars is detriment in Cancer, so it's not a good time to wear red for him. So they told him just wear Saturn color, So
yes, and
I don't doubt that he has some kind of advisor like that.
Oh, indeed. Oh, that goes without saying. He'd have to.
And I don't know if you noticed, but he doesn't look very healthy. And in his chart,
dude, he crapped his pants. Did you not see that?
No, I didn't.
Okay, let me get that up for you.
But in his chart, it shows a heavy detriment that he'll become ruler, but it's only temporary.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like he must know that, or someone must know that.
Yes, thank you. And towel under his pants. Yeah, towel under Trump's pants. Here we are. And they said he audibly crapped his pants, defecated himself when he was in France, D-Day, at the D-Day event. They said he pooped himself after a video showed people at an audience at dinner in France just reacting to him like he shit himself. They're all reacting to the smell. Towel under Trump pants. Here we are. Let's see now. Did anyone notice that Trump is sitting on a towel? So here we are. Basically, Trump knows where his towel is. So here we are. So let me do a screen share here. We're going to do a screen share. And this one is unfortunately on, let's see if we can find this. Wasn't sitting on a towel. Fox and Friends. Here we are. Yeah, they put a black towel under Trump's ass on Fox and Friends because they didn't want him to stain the sofa after he shit his pants. There we are. Yes. There we are. So here we go. On now this is Facebook, and we just take that off. And here he goes. See, there he goes. He's got the black towel underneath his ass, and
yeah, he's the only one sitting on something. That's interesting.
Yeah. And it's like certainly the woman isn't, and but they didn't want him to stain their beautiful white sofa because he crapped his pants. There you go. It takes 30 minutes for his jacket to fold weird like this, and looks like he's sitting on something. Yeah. This is his jacket. You can pull he sits down there and is nothing there. It's not his jacket. In other words, they're saying it's not his jacket. He's definitely sitting on something. Yeah, there you go. At any rate, so and but beyond that, when we go here and I share the screen again, we've got all these headlines that he's been doing this for a while. So here we are from 2024, June 27th, 2024. User clip, C-SPAN. Donald Trump audibly defecates himself. The Republican candidate has audible gastric distress after saying the words "too much money." Credit to Hal Sparks. Donald Trump pooped himself at the D-Day event. Hit with claims. Video showed people in an audience at a dinner in France appearing to react to the stink. Yeah, and there we are. Trump soils himself in public. Yeah, in speech. Sounds like Peter Moon. Yeah, it's Vinnie Barbaric and Trump have a lot in common. No wonder Vinnie Barbaric likes him so much. Yeah.
Yeah, he's older than Pete, I think.
Yeah, and yeah, maybe. Yeah. So here we are. User clip. Trump craps his pants. Trump audibly sharts. Shit farts during a CNN debate. All their mics are off. This clip, title, and description were not created by C-SPAN. So apparently while he was, debating with the senile old fuck, he was shitting himself and he still won the debate.
Yeah, this is some shit, literally.
Yeah, and
but he just like in his face, like I've noticed recently, he doesn't look like he's doing well, in my opinion.
Oh yeah, no, it's but then again, you know, we'll see how long he lasts. He may not make it through the presidency just because of his health. Yeah,
his chart shows that.
Interesting.
Literally.
Interesting.
His astro chart, sidereal. Yeah.
Thank you. And so
but I wouldn't say, like, people would say, I didn't say this, but people would say, oh, that's something to look forward to. I would not bet on that.
For what reason?
If he goes, then we're really under some shit.
Yeah. What you feel Vance is a threat of some sort, or that he's certainly not any more competent? I mean,
it's like there's no real replacement, really. It would just be like
anarchy.
It would just be a shit show, you know. That's what I would say.
Yes, it will be, because he's already fucked up the whole government.
Because then all those people, all those cultists, like, who are they going to listen to? They're not going to listen to anyone.
No, thank you.
Other than him. You know, it's like,
yeah, no, it's true. It's true. The cultists won't listen to anyone. Well, it'll be the beginnings of a civil war, of course, either way.
Yeah.
And they're not just going to go home, all those Trump tards. So they're just going to pull out their guns and say that we're taking it, you know, and then we'll have to give it to them. By that, I mean, give it to them much more than they expected. So, like I said, you know, he's forgotten that opposition to American imperial adventures abroad was the principal theme of his 3 runs for the White House in his current spasm of monomegalomania. And basically, there's good ways to be a so-called disruptor, but this is not it. In just one press conference, Trump undermined American imperial credibility and added more uncertainty and instability to a region that has experienced too much of both. So, welcome to Gaza ceasefire. The bombs may have stopped falling, but Palestinians are anything but safe. And they never will be, so long as they live under the shadow of occupation, no matter whose occupation it is. Reporting from Tel Aviv, an obviously distressed Yasmin Vazoghian of MSNBC stated the feeling on the ground from where she was standing was that Donald Trump's comments about the United States taking control of Gaza could only lead to a new war. So, speaking with co-hosts of MSNBC's Morning Joe, Vazoghian stated, and here I quote as she at length and verbatim, "I think it is important to be frank about the situation here in the Middle East. It feels as if Donald Trump has literally dropped a nuclear bomb. Donald Trump campaigned on getting the United States out of foreign wars. It feels as if, after yesterday evening, standing aside Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu, that Donald Trump may very well have gotten the United States into another war." This is the type of rhetoric that will unite, that can feasibly unite the Middle East. We have heard from MBS Mohammed bin Salman Al Saud of Saudi Arabia denouncing what Donald Trump has said. We have heard, obviously, from Islamic militants, from the Palestinian Authority to Islamic Jihad to Hamas, who have all understandably denounced what Donald Trump has said. So, sooner or later, war will come again. The only way to avoid more bloodshed is a free, independent Palestine. That might feel like a pipe dream for you as an American, even as a Briton in the here and now. But believe it or not, because you're all so goddamn ignorant, fed like mushrooms, kept in the dark, and fed a lot of shit, and that way you all grow for the harvest, none of you fucking know, because you're all just plain ignorant, if not downright stupid, that more than 140 nations on Earth, in other words, the majority of the world's nations on Earth, have already recognized Palestine as a state. Did you know that, motherfuckers? I bet you didn't, because you don't know your ass from a hole in the ground, because you read American history books, which are nothing but Soviet propaganda. Now, others are considering whether to follow in the recognition of Palestine, including major players like the United Kingdom, the Fifth French Republic, and the Empire of Japan. Now we have a precious opportunity to make it count and make this the last war Gaza ever has to face. We've all seen the heartbreaking images of Gazans flooding back to their ruined homes. The future of millions is on the line. We have an incredible chance to shape it for the better. Lasting peace might feel impossible right now, but the whole world can see the status quo is not sustainable. And without freedom, Palestinians will be left at the mercy of those who want to wipe them from the map. It will make more violence inevitable. Getting the United Kingdom, the Fifth French Republic, and the Empire of Japan on board for independence would be a big step towards that peace. They are all members of the powerful G7, and their support would be powerful protection against Trump's conspiracy to ethno-cleanse the Gaza. And momentum is building. The war in Gaza has underlined the need for change, and across Palestine, a unifying vision for the future. Yeah, here we are. Getting in some chuckles from the peanut gallery about, yes, we'll get to this. We'll get to this. Yeah, and we'll talk about that in a moment. I definitely agree with Brendan Zogin on this. There is something that is just absolutely bizarre going on here. It is absolutely bizarre when it comes to something going on in space. But here we are in terms of a unifying vision for the future from the Dietrichonic perspective. Here's what I can tell you. Push key countries to recognize Palestine as a state, showing up in force at the United Nations Conference on Palestine in June. Another point, power a growing liberation movement in Palestine to create a people's charter for a free Palestine. Another point, support Palestinian human rights organizations that are lifelines for community organizing but are struggling to stay afloat. And a final point, supercharge global efforts to suspend all arms deals with Israel. And more. Beyond that, human solidarity has already moved mountains. It has sent trucks of life-saving aid to the Gaza, supported citizen journalists, and funded human rights workers documenting war crimes of the Israelis. And I thank you all for that. Now, before we get back into the madness of it all, yes, by all means, tell us, Brendan Zogin, of course, you've got Musk and promising to rescue these people up in space. The astronaut whose return to Earth keeps getting delayed says she's been trying to remember what it's like to walk. Yes, they sent up the Wicked Witch of the West, astronaut Suni Williams. Yeah, stuck
and
in
some
space.
other overweight bloke
that
they're claiming is stuck in space. I mean, fucking idiots.
Yes.
You should see some of the comments. They're
What are the comments saying? Jesus Christ.
too much time in the G-force machine.
Yeah.
She's got to update her Tinder profile when she comes back down. Blokes aren't gonna recognize her sitting in Starbucks. Like, there's just like, I mean, it's just like it's just a total. I mean, it's a lies. I mean, come on. Like, I don't think they've done an actual proper space mission in like at least 20 years since they retired the space shuttle or whatever.
Thank you.
So, I mean, this is just theater. This is a joke. The people that they're claiming are stuck up there are just like, I mean, it's like beyond offensive. Like, there's no way these people could survive. Like, at least back in the day, they were like,
they look like rock hard.
Dudes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
These
saying, we trained them for 10 years or something, right? Yeah. We trained hard. And now it's like this lady that looks like a freaking college professor that's like way aged out and shit. It's like,
dude, she doesn't look like no college professor. She looks like some fucking hippie bitch. Some hippie bitch who's been doing drugs all of her life. And it has just been...
The picture I sent you was flattering. You want to see the other one?
Oh, God, I can't... go ahead. I mean, we might as well. I mean, yeah. She looks like somebody who's been following the Deadheads around America all her life. And is just like completely spazzed out on every drug imaginable. She's like sketched out and just... It's like a female version of Trappist Nicholson. Oh, God.
Explain
this is hideous. Just hideous. I mean, this woman is like, this is like, it's like she's unbelievable. It's like a caricature. She looks like one of those shrunken apples, those shrunken withered apples that they, yeah.
I mean, it's just, it's so stupid. This is like ridiculous. And then, Musk is going to save them. I mean, how much, like, these people have some real... they really think they're comedians or something.
Yeah, it's and all I can say is she was probably on her way out anyway with some kind of I believe she's probably got some calcium disease anyway, and then they'll just present her with this, whatever kind of horrible congenital defect that she has that's a degenerative condition, and they'll just say her and the other poor reject of a guy, they'll just say that it's from space. Space calls them to be like this, as opposed to whatever, degenerative conditions that they're suffering from.
Yeah, isn't that what they're implying? That, she's having adverse effects and shit. It's like, okay, these pictures were supposedly taken before they went up there, so.
Yeah, supposedly, yeah. And
then
they look bad then. And they look bad then. They didn't even look like they were in shape to go on a shopping expedition, let alone a trip into space.
I remember we brought it up before, and it was like, there's no way these people are like even fit to go to quote unquote space.
That was when we were still dealing with Vinnie Barbaric. Yeah, Vinnie Barbaric was still droning on back in those days. Yeah, but that was after he had, gone to bed or something that we brought it up.
Like, this is insane. I mean,
look at it. Yeah. And so it's like you said, it's offensive. It's offensive to the sensibilities, and it's amazing that people buy into it. But yeah, and then they're gonna bring this stuff up about Trump rescuing them, or excuse me, Musk. Right. And how is he supposed to do this again? He's supposed to send up his supers.
He's gonna blast off on ketamine and Superman up there. Yeah. You forgot he was a space vampire, so he's got this.
Oh, that's right. Tell people about that shit. We got new listeners. Yes, tell them what that motherfucker claims after hearing me. He's been exposed to Douglas Dietrich, so then he's and I wonder if that idiot who says, "Oh, dude's not a vampire," I wonder what he would say if about Musk. He's a vampire. Yeah. Oh, he is a vampire and shit. It's like
yeah. He said he was a. Let me think of the word order. He said a time-traveling space, what was it? Alien vampire. So that was what it was. Time-traveling alien vampire.
Yeah.
That's what he said. So, which was listening to you and Peter Moon, someone told him to say that just for fun,
I don't even think anyone needed to tell him. He probably believed it after enough dope, like you said, once the drugs start kicking in, then he says, I'm all...
Oh, yeah, he hit some, like, DMT and then, like, instantly went to Twitter, I'm a time-traveling alien vampire.
Because he's such a dull, empty, pathetic human being. that the money alone can't, he knows the money doesn't do anything for him, that he is a pathetic, worthless.
That's what I don't understand about these people. It's like him and what's the other guy? Bezos.
Yeah. Bozo.
Like, why? What? Yeah, Bozo. What on earth? Like I would be set for like $1 million. Like, what do you? Why do these people feel like they need to do all this? I don't understand. Maybe I just will never understand it. It's just a different type of situation than mine. But I can't imagine like having that just even a little bit of money and still thinking like that. I mean, it's crazy. Yeah, I don't know how to word it really.
It's just basically, what is wrong with these guys? Why they could have anything they want, but they insist on shoving themselves in our face all day and harassing us all with their issues, which are, profound. They have
it doesn't make sense.
These profound issues, and it's like, and of course there's
like
no
you
sense.
could literally do anything you want in the world, and you're doing this. Like, really?
Yeah. He spends all day tweeting, and or tweeting, as they say now that it's all X instead of tweet. He's tweeting all day long. And this is what you do with all that money and all that time, is just a bullshit with a bunch of people in an echo chamber about your various stupid opinions, your vapid opinions, and make stupid claims that I don't think he's joking at all. I think he really believes that. I think he's out of his fucking mind. He truly believes he's a time-traveling alien vampire, because he has no mystique. He has no real, masculinity. You're talking about somebody whose own son said, "Fuck you, Dad. I hate you so much, I'm going to become a bitch." So it's like, this guy's got nothing to offer.
Right. I saw a video of her come up recently, and like, yeah, they're pretty eccentric, and then people in the comments, like glazing, like basically saying, yeah, I would disown them as well. But no one is in the comments saying, that makes sense why you're like this.
Yeah, thank you. Because they're too dumb. I mean,
I wanted to comment that.
Thank you.
Like, for all you people saying this shit, it's like, do you ever ask why they turned into this person?
Yes, thank you.
Maybe because they grew up in the hellhole of whatever was going on. Like,
thank you. And believe me,
it's always blame the victim. Like, they're sick, they're mentally ill. And it's like, well, you would be too.
Well, beyond that, she's she has far more integrity than any of them, because she gave up billions and billions of dollars just to be herself. Exactly. So none of them have that integrity, you know. They're like,
but they're so crazy. They think that's the detriment. They're like, look how crazy they were. They probably had it good, and they left that. It's really?
Yeah, that's well. There you go. I mean, they would have said that about you and your family, right? It's like,
I'm sure they do.
Yeah, and
like my family still says that we gave them everything.
Oh, Jesus! Like, everything you're still trying to forget. Yeah, that's honestly, it's it's just like they never learn. So here we are. We got great numbers, and I do want to thank you again. But you're welcome to stay all night if you want. Like I said, anytime you feel like interjecting, just go ahead. Honestly, I need the relief at points just to. But if you wind up going to sleep, I understand. You still going to work tomorrow? I mean.
Oh, yeah, unfortunately, yeah.
Oh, God, but you seem in great health. Whatever you had, you got over it. You really did.
Yeah, I'm pretty much better now.
And you'll notice with all the vitamin C, I made certain to take some of that lipospheric C before I saw you. I certainly didn't contract anything, but you were beyond the infectious point anyway. But you remember, we entered that hellhole on the one side. Tell people there was two offices. One was for the plastic surgeon, where it was just basically empty. Then the other was for these people going into actual reconstructive surgery or something. What was that office where it was just loaded?
Yeah, the first one, it was the ear, nose, and throat. So they're all fucked up.
Okay.
They're all like respiratoried out and shit.
Yeah.
But we walked into that one, and I was like, I poked my head in, and I was like, you go.
You go, Doug.
I was like, here, you go in there.
Yeah.
Because there were like old people in walkers, like hacking up storms and shit.
Yeah.
And I was like, I hope that's not it, but here you go. but it turned out to be on the other side where there was like basically nobody.
Yeah,
So,
basically nobody. And you know, plastic surgery, it's like the job of an architect. The blessing of a plastic surgeon, like an architect, is generally your clientele are happy people. You know, people who are hiring an architect have money, they want to build something. You generally have happy clients. Right. You know, same with a plastic surgeon. It's generally you're dealing with people who are just happy to, you know, change their future by changing their, you know, features, as opposed to, you know, of course you might be dealing with some tragedies, like people are reconstructing their face because of extreme injuries or something, but which is originally why I was referred to her. But you know, altogether, it's a much better place to be. And so such being said, yeah, thank you, and I'm glad that you were there to help in your own way.
Yeah, some of those admin people at my school that were telling me, how did you get sick here? And then now they're all coughing and shit. And I'm like, what do you think?
Yeah, those dumb fuck. What a question.
Huge ass events with like no ventilation and thousands of fucking kids in one spot. It's like,
thank you. Thank you. It's the ultimate vector. Yeah.
And they had the nerve to tell me, oh, you got it here? How do you know?
Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. Yeah, what a joke. What a... So it's almost funny if it weren't so upsetting. But at any rate, so with... by the way, Cool Boy, what do you think? Do you think that's Trampus Nicholson in the chat as Cool Boy? Please take a look at the chat and tell me what you think.
Oh, I haven't even looked. Sometimes I don't even go in there. Some nights. I can check.
Yeah, do me a favor, check in there, and I so far he's harmless, but it's like who knows.
He did take your drugs. Let's see. Yeah. Yeah. Let's see. Chinese kid that made Deep Blue is the next richest guy.
It's Deep Seek, dude.
Yeah. That's funny. He took a large amount of shroom dust. Yeah, this is definitely Trampoos. Yeah.
The angel spoke to me.
It was life-changing, you know. I've been taking a lot of acid to be aged. Yeah, that's him. Hi, what's up, Trampus? Yeah.
Mixed with orange juice. Mixed with oranges.
It's Sid, yeah. It's like,
oh my
at this point, it's kind of like, what can you do? You know, what do you do about these people? It's just... it's one of his alters. In a couple minutes, he'll get mad.
Hopefully not. Yeah, if he behaves himself,
he's on a good night. Yeah, he's on a good tonight.
He's on a good.
He's on a good mixture.
Yeah, he's on a good mixture tonight. It sounds a lot more benevolent than the shit he usually is on. You know, ketamine salting all of his, you know, collection of toxins. That.
Yeah.
Okay.
The truffles, I'll still never forget that.
Yeah, how could we? That's unforgettable.
Truffles and shit.
Yeah, skull truffles. Yeah, the sugar skulls and shit. And he
Are you sure you guys don't want any? I'll send you some. Like, dude, they're literal poison.
Yeah. It's like, yeah, you can have those, dude. I don't need that. It's like, and he was inhaling them. He was
getting like packs of them.
Yeah,
and they're like $100, but like,
yeah.
So
but he was getting in a lot of income. The money they were sending him is stipend, and but yeah. So that having been clarified, I do want to remind it is funny. Life for us, I guess, is okay so far. We'll see. Let's just hope it gets better. Yeah, for us at least. Now, in anticipation...
Oh, yeah, there's the response. Yeah. Vitamin C makes the shroom stronger.
I like it the way everything is seen in context of how it helps with the drugs. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. It's, fuck detoxing your liver after all that.
Yeah.
No, it makes the strong.
That's funny as fuck. It's like... it's amusing in its own way, but I certainly wouldn't want to deal with this individual, you know, especially after what they did to my staircase. Yeah, so if that is Trampus. Yeah, but I'm pretty sure it is, just because of the weirdness, the obsession with the drugs. It's like, unless we have seem to be attracting these kinds of people. But at any rate, in anticipation of Trump's return, the world has been packing their go bags and considering how best to prepare. And the Trump misadministration the world has been preparing for, however, may not be the one we're getting. It's becoming increasingly clear how distinctly different Trump's current Weltanschauung, am I saying that correctly? Weltanschauung, worldview, is Weltanschauung.
Yeah.
Okay. His current Weltanschauung, his worldview, is than what came before him, including what he envisioned during his first term, his first midterm. There's differing tactics. Unlike the administration of Joseph Robinette Joe Biden Jr., which leaned heavily on consensus building, non-binding partnerships like the Quadrilateral Security Dialogue and negotiations ad infinitum, Trump's tactics have always been different. The businessman president trades in grievances. He looks for the points of disparity and deploys largely economic tools like tariffs and sanctions to bring his adversaries closer to his preferred position and to advance what he sees as America's best interests. During his first midterm, for instance, Trump walked back a threat to impose tariffs on Mexico's goods only after its government agreed to a deal stemming the flow of migrants along the southwestern border. By the way, I want to thank Brendan for this incredible definition and pronunciation of the term that I often use. Very important.
Weltanschauung.
Weltanschauung. Excellent.
Yeah, you can do that, but there are other pronunciations. So Schauungs and Schauungen are different.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
And Schauungen would be a plural, right?
Schauungen, yes. That's
Okay.
that. One of the plurals there. And yeah, I'm confusing it with a different word, so you're right. Schaung.
Okay.
Weltanschauung.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. And, okay. And thank you for that. Now, from his post-electoral personnel decisions, policy proposals, and posts on Truth Social, it stands clear Trump will continue to deploy these tactics I've already articulated into his second midterm. But what is also emerging is a Trump foreign policy that's radically different from Trump 1.0. Then America First focused on immigration, bringing the jobs and manufacturing home, with a significant focus on reorienting global supply chains. With the exception of the January 2020 assassination of Qasem Soleimani, Trump largely avoided telegraphed security operations. But now we have an aspirational agenda. Now Trump has seemingly set his sights on a much more ambitious set of priorities. In 2025, Trump is speaking of the dawn of the golden age of America. Making America great again looks less like an isolationist story and more like a no stone uncovered one. As Trump scans the horizon, looking for the angles, he has put his neighborhood, Europe, and the world on notice that almost nowhere will go unconsidered. Okay, so show us what was the, yes, the connection made here.
I don't know. Yeah, something happened where I was like saying Schaum means scum or froth, like foam.
Yeah.
So I was saying like the world's scum was like coming to the top and shit. I don't know. It was funny. It was just funny. But every time you said that word, I switched it in my head by mistake to world scum.
Yeah,
It's almost fitting that all the scum's rising to the top.
Yes, that's what I was going to say. That was your brain's connection. Was that like a bowl of soup? All the scum rises to the top, and so that's what you were thinking of with worldview. Yes. Okay, got it. Got it.
Like we're seeing a lot of scum to the top. That's for sure.
Oh, we're seeing it now. That's
when you say Weltanschauung, that's like something that's high philosophical, spirited. This is not the case anymore. The world's flowing into the sewer and shit.
Yes.
But anyway,
they're taking it into the gutter, and we'll have to dig it out from there. But at least they're giving us the opportunity to do so. So such being said, to the north, Trump's December announcement that he would impose 25% tariffs on Canada set off a chain reaction that ultimately led to an already fragile Prime Minister Justin Pierre James Trudeau's resignation. Trump's repeated barbs about Canada becoming the 51st United States state in union, and musings about removing the artificial line separating the 12 countries that comprise North America have continued to destabilize the political landscape. Canadian officials are reportedly drawing up their own list of American products to tariff should Trump make his maneuver. To the south, Mexico has also been forced to respond to Trump's tariffs and border vows after he demanded renaming the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America. El Presidente's Claudia Sheinbaum Pardo went tit for tat with Trump, proposing to call the United States America Mexicanoa. Amongst the surprises in President Trump's political blitzkrieg, renaming the Gulf of Mexico stands out. It's the kind of grandstanding extravagance for which he criticized the Biden administration. No one asked for it. It's nakedly political. It's expensive, and it will be reversed by the next Democratic president, rendering it an exercise in futility. At any rate, across the Atlantic Ocean, headline-grabbing claims about acquiring Grönland initially generated chuckles in Europe. His threat to tariff Denmark at a very high level to open the door for negotiations over Grönland is Trump 1.0. His articulated vision of needing Grönland for national security purposes and ultimately access to the Arctic's resources, while refusing to rule out the abuse of military coercion, are hallmarks of the emerging new Trump foreign policy. Oh, before we return to that, yeah. So, oh my God, is that what he's doing? Brendan says that the dude in the chat is praising Michael Aquino.
He's been active this whole time, but he says, Michael Aquino, I want to be as bad as him, to be honest. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah, so he's hyping the train. He's on the train.
Yeah. I'm making really good music. If I'm doing really good music right now,
it's like a hybrid of like Ian and that other, what's his name, Trampoose.
Yeah, it's like Ian West and Trappist Nicholson had a love child, and
that's good.
That's why I started out with Waffle House tonight. I started off by talking about the eggs at Waffle House.
He did say something interesting. He said QAnon came from an AI created by Lockheed Martin. It's like, as if they needed to put that much freaking info into it.
Yeah, no shit. Yeah, well, he would know, wouldn't he? It's like turning out to be that way. Well, do me a favor, before you decide to retreat into slumber, just take a look, and if you feel he's getting out of control, just axe him. You've got the you've got the wrench.
And, true.
Yeah, just twist that wrench before you go to sleep if you feel he's getting out of control, because he looks like he's set to start bigfooting, as Jack Starr called it. Looks like he's set to start bigfooting the chat, which is what Trappist used to do. So
Yeah, this is like one of his alters or something.
Yeah.
Like, who knows?
Or Ian's. Either one of his or Ian's. I could easily imagine it being Ian.
Well, I think Ian doesn't have the what's it called, like the wherewithal.
True.
Like once we fully rejected him, he's like off to do another shenanigan.
He was broken. He was broken.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like he doesn't, to his credit, I guess, he doesn't really seem like the type to just hate on you and keep coming back, you know?
Yeah.
Like
well,
those people.
He certainly did his bit by, literally hypnotizing Brooke Gibson, who I don't know if anyone noticed. She apparently tried to start a call after the episode was over. So see if you can get
what
that
was up
right.
with that? Yeah, what was
Okay,
up with
so
that?
you did notice that. Okay, so I don't know. Hopefully we'll find
It
out.
was like 3 a.m. or something.
Yes.
Trying to call Alpha. Like,
Yes. Hopefully she's not in jail. At any rate, try and get
well,
back.
she fucked up her last call. Huh? That's the case.
Yeah. True enough. That's but hopefully, all prayers out to her. In Trump 2.
True.
Yeah, thank you. In Trump 2.0.
And this dude's probably gonna go rogue, so I'll be dealing with this maybe soon.
Okay. Yeah, just keep an
He
eye
said,
on it. Yeah.
I am set to Stargate, dude.
He says, "Why would you make fun of me? I'm nice." They all say that. They all say that. When they start going wild, they all say that. Like, "Oh, what's wrong?"
How could you? It's like you're acting like a crazy motherfucker.
That's right. Yeah. It's so long as you
I
don't.
would expect people to do that to me too if I was going.
Thank you.
haywire.
If I was going off, if I was just going off saying goofy shit, in somebody's chat.
I love that shit. Yeah.
So,
anyways,
thank you. Yeah, but at any rate, you sound good. You sound like you're really still pretty energetic, considering what a day you had, and the fact that most guys, they look like shit by the time they get home or feel like shit. You don't seem like you're feeling like shit. You seem like you feel okay.
yeah. Well, I'm on supplements and different addendums, but I should sleep at any rate.
Got it. Yes. So
usually I chat as much.
Yeah. So then, just before you go to bed, then use the wrench if you feel like it, and you've got my permission. And as I was saying, in Trump 2.0, anywhere is up for grabs. A real estate deal, essentially, and economic tools of national security will be backed up by more traditional force posturing. The lesson of the moment appears to be that the best countries can hope for is to stay out of Trump's crosshairs. America's European Union allies, for their part, have responded by taking Trump's ideas increasingly seriously. The United German Chancellor Olaf Scholz and France's Foreign Minister Jean-Noël Barrot issued reminders of the inviolability of European borders, but European capitals, they're rattled. In his news conference, but the week before last, Trump speculated that since we won the election, the whole perception of the whole world is different. That's hardly what I would call deep, philosophical, inspiring, or even coherent, but it's not just the case that the United States and its voters may see themselves differently since Trump's re-election, but that the world has somehow been changed thereby. In other words, the observer effect. The world is now observed by an expansionist aggressor state, the American Empire. The American Empire as an imperializing power. Still, according to Trump, big problems remain that need to be settled. The then president-elect, at that time that he said this, spent the post-election period throwing up dozens of foreign policy trial balloons to clarify how he would like to see these problems settled. As the clock wound down to his inauguration, Trump's more grandiose foreign policy vision would soon move many targets into the eye of the storm. It is here and now that J.P. Morgan Chase's Jamie Dimon became the latest that I'm aware of to weigh in on Trump tariffs, certainly in the forewarning sense. The CEO of the largest U.S. bank said they can be a useful tool, tariffs, to address unfair competition and national security concerns if used properly, noting that Donald Trump is a negotiator who uses tough tactics. Canada's outgoing Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau, chimed in, saying his country was ready with counter tariffs if needed. Thus it was that in his inaugural address, Monday before last, Trump promised to drill, baby, drill. And then there was the other repetitive statement, tariff, 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 tariff.
Yeah, what's up with the fucking repetition?
Yeah, it's... Well,
it's like drill, baby, drill. Come on, that was like so old. That was already out of style for years. Come on.
Thank you. What was her name? Sarah Palin. Sarah Palin.
Yeah.
Yes.
Come on, really? You know?
Yeah, she disappeared, didn't she? Oh my God, there was some scandal with her, and that took her down.
Yeah, totally washed up. I mean, come on, these people are.
They're
like clown level at this point. It's, even Trump, honestly, so like, it's getting really ridiculous.
Yes. Well, he always was a clown. He's just an extraordinarily dangerous clown. It's like we elected the Joker for president, except the Joker is more intelligent and smarter and more charismatic. And, yeah, and more attractive, actually, to tell you the truth. Yeah.
True.
Yeah, but you have to ask if tariffs are all the Canadians talk about these days because of these threats. Well, no, but it's definitely in the top. Well, I'd say it would be in the top two topics of conversation. What with Donald Trump days? Well, he was then, at the time, days away from taking office and putting his tariff threat in place, I mean to say, not to mention with the premiers and Prime Minister Justin Trudeau having convened in Ottawa about a week ago to presumably come up with a genius plan to avert tariff disaster. They would have had to have moved quickly, which they did not, since we all heard on Monday opening the work week before last that Trump was planning to launch an ERS as opposed to an IRS. In other words, IRS is the acronym for Internal Revenue Service. Trump was threatening to launch an ERS, or an External Revenue Service, to open last work week. Go on. Yeah.
He like bluffing, like he doesn't understand that the other country doesn't pay the tariff. Like I don't.
He really doesn't.
It's like basic economics. Like what's happening?
I think it's because he truly.
Like there has to be someone in there that's telling them like, look, dude, that's not how it works.
I think he truly simply wants to bring everything down. He wants to bring it all down. He knows he's going to bring it all down. Does that make sense? That's the only thing that makes sense.
Yeah, he knows that, but how can he just like straight up say shit that's just not right? I mean, like you make a whole department, a redundant department, and then what do they say? Like after they're all hired, like after their 6 months is up and they're like vested, they're like, by the way, this is not how this works. We have all of our books are zeros because that's not how tariffs work.
Thank you. What? I mean,
talk about efficient.
The horror is they're going to try. They're going to try, and they will force a kind of a tax on external parties, but it's going to lead to, of course, the other parties retaliating. Go on.
Isn't that called? It has a different name. It's not a tariff. It's
highway brigandage. Yeah.
Highwaymen.
Yeah, highway robbery, highway brigandage, piracy.
Let me look up the term so I don't confuse it. Just a second here.
But it was supposed to open last work week that will collect tariffs and duties from foreign sources. It asked Canadians, among others. This would be the duty of the External Revenue Service. Was supposed to open last work week. Whenever it opens, it will collect tariffs and duties from foreign sources. We used to call that customs and duties. But it's we're in for.
Right.
Yeah, certainly my mother's father was a customs official. And so Felix Sanchez says, Golden Dawn, yeah, for sure. I get Welschmersh from it all. The babies will haze a field day of Schadenfreude. Baddies, the baddies. Thank you. And then Cool Boy 52 says, Canadians are gay. The French are the best ones, to be honest. Whatever. So,
Yeah, don't do drugs, kids.
yeah, don't do drugs, kids. It's like, look what happens. Then you wind
It's
up.
almost
in
like
chat
you gotta
rooms.
leave them up as an example of why drugs are bad.
Almost, but we probably won't. It's like at least
Like that South Park character.
yeah, at least another person got a word in edgewise. So that's important.
Yeah, a levy and an excise tax.
Thank you. Levy and
A
excise.
duty. It's called a duty. There we go.
Yes. Yeah, that's what the ERS, External Revenue Service, is supposed to be established to collect duties and customs and duties on all of our people we're trading with, but basically a highwayman's tax. That's what it would be.
Yes.
Yeah, just the highwayman takes his cut that you cross the highway. And it's something that is obscene. It's a form of piracy. Thank you. Now, one Canadian leader has revealed his plan to fight back against Trump. Hit him back twice as hard. So here's a painful statistic and an even more painful proposition. Canada sends around 4 million barrels per day to the United States. Canada could actually cut off oil to these United States. Could it be done? Yes. Would it be a good idea? Probably not. But then, neither are the tariffs. Now, as Canadian politicians try to come up with a response to Donald Trump's tariff threat, a sticking point has emerged over a significant Canadian retaliatory option.
Okay, this makes sense.
Okay.
The countries with the highest tariffs on earth.
Yeah.
This is where he's getting his investment advice from these Cayman Island his cronies. Highest tariffs on earth: Bermuda, the Solomon Islands, and the Cayman Islands.
Jesus fucking Christ.
So he's getting his ideas from like his lawyer that's been hiding all his money for like 50 years. Like, just do what we do. Just do what we do.
These are like non-economies whose entire foundation is offshore accounts.
Yeah, it's based off people hiding their money. And then the other two we have to look forward to: Congo and Equatorial Guinea.
Good
Guinea.
God. Yeah.
So we're going to fall. We're falling like a fucking stone.
Rock. Like a rock. Yeah. Think of, okay.
Do you guys really want to be on that level?
Okay, you want an analogy, a parallel would be a helicopter. When a helicopter suddenly has its engine die, and at that point, the pilot attempts to auto-rotate. And what that means is he's going to try and use the momentum of the helicopter's spin to now use the body of the helicopter instead of the blades to swing around as fast as possible so that the helicopter, with its remaining momentum, begins to crash land, but in a manner that enables the higher potential for survival. Now, to the helicopter pilot and to an aerodynamic engineer, the helicopter still has momentum. It does not immediately assume the momentum of a falling rock, for instance. It's got some movement left in it that will carry it forward to a degree, so you try and exploit that. to try and crash land in a manner that will be softer than it would be otherwise. But to any passengers or crew in that helicopter, as far as they're concerned, that helicopter is falling out of the sky. And Trump,
Yes.
let's just put it this way, as our helicopter pilot, Trump does not know how to auto-rotate, okay?
No.
So when those helicopter blades stop spinning because he stopped the engine, then we're going to assume the momentum of a falling rock. And we're going to fall out of the sky. And the world economy is going to crash. So here we are, global map of countries. Thank you. I'm downloading this. This is...
Yeah, look at these countries. Algeria.
Oh, my God. That's communist. And
Ethiopia.
Venezuela. These are all communists. Australia,
Yeah.
excuse me, I'm sorry, Venezuela, Algeria, Venezuela, even Ethiopia. Yeah, it's still suffering from Afro-communism, the after effects thereof.
Looks like, I think that's Congo, you know.
No, that's not Congo, that's Angola.
Angola, oh great.
I
So
think,
we're on our way to this shit. Madagascar,
Yeah.
Mali.
Oh, my
These
God.
are the highest tariff rates on earth.
Yeah, Brazil, they've been under a stupid government for a while.
What is that, Bangladesh or something?
Yeah,
Like Bhutan? What is that? Nepal
That's
and
Bangladesh.
Bhutan?
Bangladesh and
Yeah,
Nepal.
Bangladesh.
Bangladesh and Nepal. Probably Bhutan. It's hard to tell.
This is his we're
Role
gonna
models.
become great again formula.
Yeah. What a joke. What a
And
fucking...
of course you can't see all the island ones, but we already listed those.
Yeah.
Bahamas,
Yeah.
Cayman Islands, and the Solomon Islands, 30% tariffs. They're doing great, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah. I mean, who would want to live on those shitholes? Yeah. Yeah, that's
I think this is more telling than what any of these economists have been crying
Thank
about.
you.
It's like,
Thank you.
holy shit.
Yeah, the economists have been trying to do the jobs and they're town criers, but this goes it one better. I mean, this
Says it all.
It says it all. He wants to become like those shithole countries. He's constantly... Yeah, by the way, Felix Sanchez says, nice analogy. Thank you. Yeah. And I appreciate that. It's so there's easier ways to commit suicide than to try to auto-rotate a helicopter. So let's put it that way. And it's just look at what we're dealing with, and now we're going to have to deal with the technicalities of the details of how people are going to fight back, how other countries are going to strike back, because they will. And okay, thank you for taking care of Cool Boy 52. Appreciate that, dear Brendan. That means, yeah, that wasn't you?
No, so someone else must have.
Wow, whoever did that. Deleted by El Nemo. Oh, thank you, El Nemo. Thank you,
Oh,
El
Nemo got fed up with it.
Yeah, thank you, El Nemo. You're welcome to join us on the call, by the way, El Nemo. Appreciate that. And, good man. Nemo's our man. Yeah, Amy Como's been on the call this whole time. I think she fell asleep with it on, and that's understandable. That's cute. And
Yeah, like being in civilization, she can actually charge her phone.
Yeah, there you go. And that's cool. She's got to stay where she's at rather than what's this bullshit about going back. Even she said Vermont's only livable for 3 months. So fuck that. I mean,
She's like in heaven compared to where she was. She was like, the parents like her. She gets, there's like a 3-story house with plenty of room. It's like, yeah, fuck going back to that shit.
Thank you. And it's like, so in terms of the Canadian politicians, with their attempts to come up with any response to Donald Trump's tariff threat, there's a sticking point that has emerged over at least one significant Canadian retaliatory option, and that would be limiting exports of Canadian oil and gas to these United States. Now, the majority of Canada's oil exports, largely produced in Alberta, goes to these United States. And the Alberta Premieress Danielle Smith has flatly refused to even entertain the option of cutting off that supply to American refineries if Trump slaps a 25% tariff on all Canadian goods, including gas and oil. So,
I guess the question would be why? Why not just sell to someone else?
Thank you. So, just to...
I don't understand.
Yeah, it's like perhaps they can't find another client that needs that much oil. That's understandable.
Well, other than the infrastructure, there's probably a lot of investment there, but...
Yeah. And so on Thursday of the week before last, on learning this, Trump upped the ante just to slap her in the face. And speaking at the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland, the U.S. president said, "We don't need Canada's oil and gas. We have more than anybody." So there be 12 ways Canada could respond tit for tat on oil and gas. The first would be a full-on oil embargo against these United States. The second would be some sort of export tax. But what if Canada did turn off the tap? What would it look like? Would such a maneuver, as Premier Smith and others have warned, also restrict supplies to Ontario and Quebec? Which would be, okay, so she's afraid of impacting other Canadians. But first off, how much of Canada's crude oil exports goes to these United States? 97%. So, a lot.
Oh.
87% of Alberta oil goes to these United States. All told, that's around 4 million barrels per day, which is a significant percentage of daily American imports. The United States...
What do we use it for? I mean, we don't produce things, so maybe this is most of our, like, fuel?
Yeah, pretty much. Well, we use it so that we can extract the oil we're taking from our fracking. We need their oil so that we can extract our oil.
Talk about government efficiency. There you go.
There you go. Yeah. Yeah.
Stupid.
Yeah. And so...
I wonder why that is. Maybe because Canada has a low population. They don't really need it, per se. So
pretty
they
much.
Make money off of it.
Pretty much. Yeah. Yeah. These United States imports about 6.5 million barrels per day of crude oil, 4 million of which come from Canada. So that's the majority of our fucking import. So,
Wow.
But then you heard what Trump said, and that begs...
And what are they doing with all that Texas oil?
Yeah, no shit. No shit.
Something's not adding up here.
Basically, well, I would dare say that they used it all up in World War II, and there's very little fucking left. Even the Texans have got the second longest fucking conveyor belt in the world now. They call it the dune roller or some shit, and that's so that they can bring over, the fucking sand they need for their own fracking or some shit. So everybody's fracking, essentially, which means they're at the bottom of the fucking, they're slant drilling, essentially, just to get the last of the milkshake, as they say in There Will Be Blood, the movie.
Yes.
But basically, like Trump claimed, does the United States have enough oil to be able to refuse Canada's? Well, sort of. The American empire does have a lot of oil, which is what Brendan just brought up. The catch is that the oil that comes from Canada is different from the oil that the United States produces domestically. That means that many refineries in these United States, particularly in the Midwest and around the Gulf Coast, are set up only to process Canadian crude. Even if the U.S. energy sector could ramp up production, it wouldn't solve the problem for those refineries, because they're simply not configured to take the type of oil that's produced in these United States. So our own machines cannot run on our own oil. Additionally, some of the pipelines run north to south, feeding American refineries exclusively with Canadian oil. They would need to be reversed and perhaps run heavy crude from Venezuela or Saudi Arabia from tankers docking on the Gulf Coast. Far less efficient, far more costly, and coming in piecemeal, comparatively speaking. The refineries on the West Coast would have to source it from South America or perhaps Iraq instead of Canada, which means we'd go back to potentially occupying Iraq. Which might
I don't know why we ever left.
Thank you.
No idea.
Thank you. Which means that might explain Trump trying to grab a piece of real estate in the Levantine, because then we've got a foothold from which to go back to Iraq. Makes sense, right?
Yes.
Now, how many pipelines are there between Canada and these United States? Well, I know there's lots. The big one is Enbridge's mainline network, comprised of several pipelines that run from Edmonton, Alberta, to southern Manitoba. There, it connects with the United States Lakehead system before carrying on back into Canada via, I think it's Line 5, and onto Montreal via Line 9. Now, the original Keystone Pipeline runs from Hardisty, Alberta, to southern Manitoba, where it crosses the border. And it carries about 14% of Western Canadian crude oil to American refineries. The Trans Mountain Pipeline runs to I think it's called Burnaby or Burnaby, British Columbia, and supplies oil to refineries in California and Washington State. And finally, the Express Pipeline goes directly south from Hardisty to Wildhorse, Alberta. These are, well, there's several others, including the Aurora and Milk River Pipeline, that are not massively long, but integrate the Canadian network with the American network. As to who regulates these pipelines, pipelines that cross provincial borders or international borders are governed by the Canada Energy Regulator. That accounts for the vast majority of Canadian pipelines. Those within a province are regulated provincially. Now, given that, the federal government could presumably order pipelines to shut down. First off, yes, pipelines can be shut down, strictly from a technical standpoint. It happens most obviously in the case of oil spills, when the oil flow upstream needs to be shut down. This does have a cascading series of effects, however. Oil needs to be reversed out of the pipeline and then perhaps into tank farms to hold it. So could the federal government of Canada order a shutdown? The hunch among experts seems to be yes, perhaps via legislation in Parliament or a cabinet order. Pipelines require an export permit from the Canada Energy Regulator, which could, in theory, be revoked. None of that deals with the other question here, which is whether that would be a good idea in the first place, and some have argued that it's not. But if it happens, what would it look like? This is a maybe where things get complicated, not just from the standpoint of having to find a place to hold all that oil while things aren't flowing, although that would be a big deal. There would be a pile of contractual issues. The way pipelines work is that a refinery in these United States, for example, buys a batch of oil, and pays for it to be shipped through the pipeline. Any shutdown would lead to a contractual battle, almost certainly. Indeed, that batch of oil purchased by Refinery X might be parceled off and sold even while it's in transit, so there would be a cascade of contractual issues. Per the former CEO of the now defunct Canadian Energy Pipeline Association, Chris Bloomer, it would be horrendous. It creates commercial chaos that's going to have major ripple effects. So, like I said, a cascade of contractual issues. As an Americano myself, I can only speculate that there may yet be some sort of force majeure clause in those contracts that would indemnify Canadian companies because of government action. The other issue, and this has been central to the argument that some politicians have been making, being that if they shut off oil going into these United States, they also shut off the flow that heads back into Canada. And, of course, why does that even matter? If they were to stop all flow through Enbridge's mainline system, they would empty Line 5, that's taking oil to 10 refineries in Sarnia, Ontario region, and Line 9, that takes oil to Montreal, in its proper French pronunciation. I'm just thinking of Amy Como here. It might be possible to cut off the flow to these United States while still maintaining the flow back to Canada, but then the United States government could simply do the same thing and plug their sections of pipe, cutting off the flow back to Ontario and Quebec. But what would it do to American refineries? Well, simply put, they'd run out of the oil needed to run refineries, and this would increase costs as they sourced new supply. There would also be a longer-term cost associated with retrofitting crude oil refineries to process lighter American oil or reversing pipelines. And this would, in turn, devastate the Canadian oil industry. If these United States really stopped needing their oil, then the export markets, remember, 97% of Canadian crude oil goes south, would dry up. So what about an export tax or something like that? It would increase costs for everybody. This in turn could cause production to stall or drop off, leading to layoffs and a decline in royalty revenues in Alberta. South of the border, it would increase costs, potentially beginning the same series of effects: increased gasoline prices, the hunt for new oil sources that an export ban would lead to. Alberta could order production curtailment. It's been done before to try to reduce supply to boost price, which in turn squeezes the Americans, but it reduces royalty revenues and would certainly have some financial consequences in Canada as well. So in the end, bad news? Per the University of Alberta economist and law professor Andrew Leach, you're talking about a massive quantity of oil and you're talking about limited storage at different points. And so at some point then, production either gets curtailed on this side of the border, like we just don't have enough storage to not ship to the United States. So you're backing up into our production, you're moving crude onto rail to wherever, but there's just nowhere to go. It's corporate profits, it's taxes, it's royalties. And then there's huge consequences on the other side of the border and potentially in southern Ontario, depending on what happens, where you end up with substantial, in very short order, shortages of gasoline, diesel, and jet fuel. It would also hurt Americans. And so, at some point, if or when Americans impose a tariff, the Canadians will potentially do nothing other than just let them hurt for a bit. The former Alberta Energy Ministress, Sonia Savage concludes, I can't imagine that Trump would allow, if we had an oil embargo, that Trump would allow any oil out of the United States going into Canada. You'd see production shut in because we don't have places to store it. You'd see unemployment surge. You'd see like foreclosures again. You'd see the kind of destruction out of the NEP, the National Energy Program, and it would be extremely hard to recover. It's going to be very painful, but it will self-correct because the damage to the United States is going to be severe. So I think it'll self-correct. I don't know how long it would take to self-correct, and it could be painful, but it will self-correct. And while the Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau was the face of Canadian opposition to President Donald Trump in his first term, that role now appears to belong to the brother of the late former Toronto Mayor Rob Ford, the 60-year-old Ontarian Premier Doug Ford. In a lengthy interview with Politico magazine, Ford made it clear that while he hoped for good relations between Canada and the United States over the next 4 years, he wouldn't hesitate to be combative with Trump should the second-term president antagonize the United States' northern neighbor. Politico magazine's Alexander Burns noted that Ford often sports a blue hat with the same serif-style font seen on MAGA hats that reads, Canada is not for sale. After Trump threatened to impose a 25% on goods imported from Canada, Ford said he was ready to strike back with strict trade measures. This includes banning American liquor from Ontario's shelves, cutting power transmission from Canada to American homes and businesses just across the border. Don't forget that Windsor, Ontario is adjacent to Detroit, Michigan. Though, of course, I don't know if Detroit, Michigan has any lights left burning at all. Do they, Brendan? And even what Burns called dollar-for-dollar retaliation against red states.
Oh, it's Rust Belt.
Yeah, it's Rust Belt.
It's Rust Belt.
Oh, well, the people would all freeze.
Was...
I'm sorry, go on.
Exactly.
Yeah,
they have something. They have something going on. But I didn't understand what Amy was saying earlier because I was told by someone that went to, I think it was some part of Michigan, and his mom, they just drove across the Canadian border, and she didn't even have her ID with her. They just were like, as long as you come back today, you can go, just do whatever and come back. She didn't even need ID.
I think Amy's on a watch list. I think Amy's on a fucking watch list.
Okay.
That's what's going on. I mean, does that surprise you? I mean, just take a look.
Well, imagine. Yeah. Well, let's not talk too much crap. I mean, I gotta stop myself here. It might be shocking seeing some guy with a pickup truck that has like a crane on it and shit.
Yeah, no shit.
I can imagine.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
So maybe that's why they're like, maybe you shouldn't go over there. Yeah.
Of course, we're just talking shit because that guy never got it out of the fucking shop.
Yeah.
I mean, it went straight from the lot to the shop, and it's been there.
And now
since.
it's gone. They're like not even in the same county.
Yeah. They just abandoned their whole life. That not that it was a life. They abandoned the non-life they had. In Vermont. For something better, as far as I'm concerned. They'd be fools to go back. But
check this out. This is the latest from basically talk about a concentration camp. The whole country is.
Jesus, what's this? Tell me what's going on. Australia's hate crime law.
Hate crime law gives Nazi salutes, quote unquote, mandatory jail.
Jesus.
Anti-hate crime law.
Oh my God. Yeah.
Anti-Semitism.
This is what a load of shit.
Holy shit! 12 months mandatory minimum sentence. Woo!
Oh my God! Yeah.
6 years, up to 6 years for terrorism. How is that terrorism?
Oh my God, that's outrageous. That's like
It's a miracle you made it out of Australia.
Thank you.
Oh my God.
No, it's you know, Australia is hell on earth. There's yeah, like you said, well, believe me, it wasn't for their lack of trying to keep me there forever. You know that, or have me
Oh, yeah.
deported.
They were gonna lock you up and throw away the key. And
Oh
shit.
yeah. It was like, yeah, I'm never going back. That's for sure. Except
I can't imagine. Yeah, I don't even want to. I never had the desire to go there, and I don't think I'll ever end up trying.
Thank you. Yeah. You don't
Is it worth it? Doesn't
no,
sound like
no,
it.
no. You don't want to do that to yourself. No, no. Stay out of Australia, people. No, it's no place to go. It's yeah. It's you know. I hate to say it. I love the many of the people there were wonderful, but honestly, no. It's just like the experience was so horrific. Like I said, I had better times in combat. But it's neck and neck with what happened down there in, Phoenix, Arizona, or wherever the fuck it was, but Tucson, thank you, Tucson, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, that's another place I won't ever touch again. That was horrible.
Thank you, yeah, Jesus Christ, and you've been there, you've been through there, you saw the Kon-Tiki, yeah.
Yeah, I saw the Kon-Tiki. That was almost like the nice part of town or something.
Yeah.
I went to this other side of town. It was like literally a ghost town. It was weird. Yeah, it was a weird place.
Yeah.
Not my style, let's say.
Yeah. And thank goodness that you got out of there alive. And so Felix Sanchez says, and we thought the Dems were commies. Houston, we have a problem. Yes, in Alaska, but not to be touched. Water could be their main export source. Why didn't the Russians think of it? Why blowing it? There we are. Thank you, Felix. You're speaking with some wit, at least, as opposed to, the other person was just going wild. Poor person. At any rate, I like what this Ontarian who wants to fight Donald Trump is talking about dollar for dollar retaliation against red states exclusively. He knows who the enemy is. He knows it's not us Democrats. And he likens himself to a brawler with a reflex for combat. So Doug Ford accepts comparisons of his political style to professional wrestling, himself so saying, I'm a street fighter in politics. If someone throws a punch at me, I'm going to hit him back twice as hard. We're standing up for the people and the establishment and all the mucky mucks. They think differently. For the blue collar, hardworking families out there, they have a voice with the Ford family. Because his brother was also a Politico, but at least they're populists who understand populism as opposed to populist elitists like Donald Trump, who claims to be a populist but works only with the fucking elitists. And now that Trudeau is stepping down and not seeing another term as prime minister, Ford has called for new elections in his province, seeking to claim another term in office to cement his leadership throughout the second Trump administration. He recently made an entreaty to the new U.S. president in a Wall Street Journal op-ed, arguing that a tighter United States-Canada alliance would be the best counter to the communist Chinese empire's economic influence. But that, of course, would just make too much fucking sense. Oh, tell us about this. U.S. military plane flies back deported migrants to India. They're finally getting rid of some of their Indians. Oh my God! By that I mean Asian Indians.
Right,
tell us about this.
Right, yeah, Asian Indians. Right before Modi comes to visit. There you go.
Oh my God, that'll make him happy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, what a joke.
Well, Modi was all for it. He said something about. Let's see what he says. He says, Delhi says it has no objections to porting its citizens.
What?
Saying that it sees a connection between undocumented migration and organized crime.
Wow.
Yeah, there you go.
Wow. There you go. Well, he's sucking up to Trump. He and Trump they share pantyhose with each other.
Oh yeah. Yeah, then there's a picture of them kissing in this article.
Oh, disgusting. That's
when he went the first or the last time, I should say. most recent time when Modi was there, they were like hugging and shit in Texas when they did that Texas rally shit.
Yeah.
I don't know if you remember that.
I try to forget. I'm just going to scroll
Yeah, it
down
says
to
Modi
see.
and Trump have a warm relationship and once held a massive rally in Texas in 2019 called Howdy Modi. Yeah, we were making fun of it back then. Yeah, it was just
Oh my
crazy.
God. That's
Just so much has happened in a few years that it's almost like a different world or something.
it is. It is. It's
But
like
I don't understand if he's that chummy with them. What's with the BRICS thing? It's like I don't get it. They're just playing both sides or what?
I wouldn't trust India as far as I could kick a turd. They only
Yeah.
are that all they are looking out for is number one themselves. That's it.
Of course,
You
of
know,
course.
that they're trying to walk the line between China and America and everybody they
They are
fucking
the
can.
number one scammers on
Yeah,
Earth. Like
Yeah. Mm.
it's like scam calling countries.
It's
I will work with you. I
yeah,
will work with you.
it's like the Filipinos were all fucked over by the Americans and they're just scarred and traumatized forever. That's how the Indians were by the British. The British left them so fucking traumatized. You know, this
Oh, yeah.
intergenerational trauma that it'll take centuries for them to get over it. It's like all they can think of now
Yeah,
is
perhaps not ever unless they make it to the Vedic knowledge again.
yes,
Who knows?
yeah, and
Yeah, and also a factor with the Greenland thing and all that is like, is there oil there too? Is that like his stupid fucking plan or?
it's more the minerals than the oil, but I'll get to that.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah, but thank you. Yeah. So on the day of Trump's second inauguration, Ford, the guy in Canada who wants to fight him, wrote, "America will need allies, and Canada can help. Our country offers a deeply integrated supply chains across strategically significant sectors. We have an abundant supply of critical minerals, oil and gas, and nuclear energy. We boast a highly trained workforce and a long legacy of partnership with American allies to confront global threats and fight tyranny." He may as well be talking to a wall. I mean, all the logic that he's throwing at Trump, it's like you're talking to a gorilla. If Trump follows through on his tariff threat, it will cause severe economic consequences for many Americans. And given the billions of dollars in Canadian goods Americans depend on every day, Jonathan Wilkinson, who is Canada's Natural Resources Minister, recently warned that gas prices for some customers in the Midwest will soar by as much as 75 cents per gallon, given that the United States imports millions of barrels of oil from Canada every day. Now, the prospect of a trade war has some Americans scrambling to make significant purchases sooner than they expected, in anticipation of higher prices. This includes both Canadian-made goods as well as products made in communist China on the Asian mainland, which could be hit with a 10% tariff. I believe it already has been. And Estados Unidos Mexicanos, which Trump has threatened with a 25% tariff. The United Mexicano States in particular exports billions of dollars in grocery items ranging from meat to dairy products, confectionery items, and produce, among others. You see, Trump's trade wars are already starting. About a third of budget vehicles for the United States market are built in Mexico. And as the dream of an affordable car is dying, tariffs will only make it even worse. If you're in the market for a cheap new car, it might feel like automakers have given up on the affordable vehicle market in these United States. While a recent Edmunds survey found nearly half of new car shoppers are looking to spend $35,000 or less, per Kelley Blue Book estimates, the average price of a new vehicle transaction in 2024 was around $48,000, more than 100% above where it was a decade ago. There are almost no options left under $20,000, and those hoping for a cheaper electric vehicle got jolted when Elon Musk declared late last year that developing a $25,000 EV, or electric vehicle, was silly. Plus, the new batch of Trump tariffs will only make the budget car shopper's road even rougher. Musk's blunt dismissal of a budget EV appeared to be a reverse course on years of promises that just such a car was in the works. But he is now promising a $25,000 robo-taxi by 2026. Though there's plenty of skepticism about Tesla hitting that timetable, there's lots of agreement about the lack of appeal of the U.S. budget market for EVs, or electric vehicles. Basically, no one seems to want to make them so that people can afford them. That's our man Brendan is giving us an image at this point. Let's check in on this. Oh, yes, tell us about this.
Yeah, it says it all. Magazine advertisement from 1996.
Jesus
Burger
Christ.
and fries could cost you $16, a vacation $12,500, and a basic car $65,000. No problem. You'll eat in, you won't drive, and you won't go anywhere. So this is
I'm downloading this.
Eerily correct.
Yes, eerily pressing. Where did you get this?
It's been going around on the socials for a couple of years now, but it's like now it's real.
Yes, it's definitely real. Yeah.
Yeah, this company was saying, protect your assets because the future's fucked, and it's like, well, they were a little too right.
Yeah. Too bad. So our man Felix Sanchez says, that's a good one. Send the U.S. Indians to India. They have the same name. Trump could get the Indian reservoir casinos for free. A swell idea. Yeah, Trump would think like that.
What was up with that? They were saying they're going to deport the natives because they're like, what, mixed with Mexicans? Or what's their reasoning?
All I can say is I'll have to look into that. It was something so revolting, I just turned away. Sometimes all we can do is just turn away, where there's only so much we can handle. At any rate...
well, what I know when I dealt with some of these... when I worked for the casino, I literally worked for a casino on an Indian reservation, one of my early jobs. And the girl that was part of the tribe, she told me that they wouldn't fully acknowledge her as a member because one of her parents was Mexican.
Mm.
So maybe are they insinuating that that's how these foreigners got in or something? Yeah, that was my guess.
I do know that obviously the Native Americans have a lot of racism toward each other, like who's more pure-blooded, etc. And it's very tragic, but I can understand it. They're trying to maintain themselves after all. So you're trying not to have too much of a mixed bloodline in the tribe, right? So, but at the same time, it leads to some morbid inbreeding. You can see that in the Indians that are more purebred look more morbidly inbred.
That's here.
Yeah.
First Nations tribal members were harassed by immigration agents. Holy shit.
Well, hopefully they sue for that.
It's probably just because they can't tell the difference. They're all like these old white guys.
Oh, of course. Yeah.
Look, it looks like one of them.
Oh. Don't even get me started. Don't even get me started. I mean, these are people, they're just so fucking, that they'll just, they all look ethnic, right? In the end, all ethnics look alike. Yeah. That's why they call them mud people, remember? That's why they say, look, the mud people.
That's fucked up. Did you hear about the guy I think this was actually before Trump got in. It was way before. But this guy tried to renew his passport. And then instead of giving them a passport, they sent him a letter that said, "We have revoked your green card." And he was like, was like, I was born here, and he sent them the birth certificate. And then they said, well, this is an immigration matter. And then he went to the immigration office, and they said, well, since you were born here, we don't have any documents that has to do with you. So they basically left this poor guy in like limbo. And he's like never going to get his passport back.
Jesus fucking Christ.
And it was like literally like that. It was like his name was white-ish, but then his photo was like he was brown. So it was like someone fucked him over somewhere.
Yeah, all they have to do is, fuck you over in the system. Incredible. Incredible.
Stuck between two of the worst, talk about red tape. It was just like double red tape. Fuck.
That's a sad story. And I feel for that guy. That's awful. But thank you for sharing that. That's how bad it's going to get for a lot of people. And so at any rate, Peter Rawlinson, the chief executive of Lucid Motors, maker of $90,000 electric SUV, a sports utility vehicle model, named the Gravity, told the Wall Street Journal, that market, meaning the budget market for EVs, that market sucks. His words. In short, the argument so goes, achieving even thin margins on budget vehicles requires a mass scale that the current market cannot deliver. In addition, the Trump administration is expected to end or at the least curtail the $7,500 federal tax credit designed to help bring EVs within reach of more consumers. That will inescapably be a hit to already slowing EV sales, especially among the budget conscious, thereby further eroding the capacity to sell EVs. So it's a self-destructive cycle that will see, probably the death of the EV effort in our lifetime for a while. And all that's going on, at least in the United States, that is. It's worth noting that Chinese EV makers such as BYD, which has lately caught and even passed Tesla in unit sales volume globally, sells plenty of budget and EVs and hybrids in communist China on the Asian mainland, as well as the European market and elsewhere. One of the BYD's popular models sells for around $12,000 in mainland China. These are effectively kept out of the American market to date by tariffs and other regulatory policies to help Trump's man Musk, and maintain his monopoly. President Biden has accused Chi-Com EV makers of unfair trade practices, and it's not entirely clear to what extent Hongzhonghua, or Red China's government backing, has aided its EV industry. But I can tell you, obviously, it's aided stupendously. Nevertheless, it's clear, regardless of that fact, that it's found a global market of budget buyers. The car industry in these United States, beyond EVs, has become steadily less focused on budget vehicles in general. The portion of new vehicles purchased in the United States that are priced at $25,000 or less has fallen from 40% to around 10% in the past 10 years alone. That's significant. And now some of the most popular, cheaper cars may be affected by threatened 25% tariffs on vehicles manufactured in Canada or Estados Unidos Mexicanos. About a third of budget vehicles for the American market are built in the United Mexicano states. And tariffs will most certainly drive prices beyond the reach of many target customers. Honda Civic sedans, now priced just under $25,000, are made in Canada. Kia manufactures its Forte and K4 cars, about $20,000 and $22,000 respectively, in Mexico. Plus, there are parts made in those countries that get assembled into vehicles in these United States. Most of those costs will be passed on to consumers, inevitably or eventually adding $3,000 to the cost of new vehicles by the most conservative of estimates. And again, that boost will be toughest for budget-constrained shoppers, already squeezed by higher prices for cars and most everything else since the pandemic. Of course, the professed goal of tariffs is to incentivize new domestic production, but much like Tesla's promised robo-car, that will take time if it ever actually happens. Until then, the already squeezed makers of both EVs and conventional cars may, like many other consumer goods companies, simply shift the focus on more well-off consumers, rich customers, to keep driving profits. So you see, the automobile industry will look a lot like the airline industry if manufacturers don't rethink their offerings. There be trois important characteristics of the airlines industry. And we're getting some photos from our man Brendan here. Thank you. He's supporting us to make certain we don't get taken down. Now, Brendan, I do want you to know you might want to review this later because I'm going to move to the Volkswagen, and my idea for emulating my biological father's Volkswagen idea for the 21st century, because we're wiping out the car industry for the common man. So I'm meandering towards mobilizing a Nazi industry. So, as I said, yes.
Yeah, and you notice these fuckers don't give any kind of solution.
Thank you. They don't.
Why doesn't, if he's so concerned about making us great again or whatever bullshit, it's like fucking make some trains or something. Like, I didn't hear, supposedly Elon had that company that was going to make underground railroads. It's like,
that's a joke.
What the fuck is all this shit?
Oh, that's a joke. That's a joke. Only Ian West believes that. So yeah, but hang on for just a few more minutes, because I'm definitely gonna start into the Volkswagen. At that point, if you do fall asleep, just listen to it later, review it later. But at least you'll know when where to look. I'm sorry.
I said indeed, and good night as well.
Thank you. Thank you. Love you dearly, and of course, blessed dreams. But yeah, stay on for a few more minutes, and as I go into this, we're going to dive into it head first. I'll speed up my narrative a little bit in terms of my pace here. So as I said, there be trois important characteristics of the airline industry. Just trois manufacturers produce 99% of the world's airplanes for airlines. And everyday passengers have a hard time telling those aerocraft apart, and mostly don't care anyway. Weirdly enough, however, these characteristics are important to the future of cars. Why? Because the present of Boeing and Airbus could be the future of the automotive industry. By the way, looking at the mystical ref panel, Protectio, thank you. We need it. With the enemies out there that we have. See, there are already indications that automotive is following aviation's path toward a future in which there are fewer brands and models. The exteriors of many autonomous vehicle prototypes are similarly shaped mobile boxes. See examples from Muji, Ali, Transdev, and yes, Teague. The interiors of autonomous vehicles. Concepts. Autonomous vehicular concepts, they're also very uniform. Evident in examples from the likes of Audi, Mercedes, and Volvo, with these lie-flat seats and tables for working and meeting among the common characteristics. This uniformity inside and out points toward a future of mobility that is based on utility, which is very different than our history of using cars as transportation, as well as expensive expressions of our personalities. There is, after all, no logical reason to own a Lamborghini. Retrospect, then and now, upon the Nazi car we came to love. Mine own biological father's own conception and design of the Volkswagen. Hitler dreamt of a people's car to boost Nazi Germany's national pride, and the idea that sourced from Hitler would become the best-selling car of all time. Porsche's 1930s design laid the groundwork for a people's car, or Volkswagen, that would captivate millions, offering a durable, an economical car with excellent performances. In February of 1938, Hitler unveiled the prototype at the Berlin Auto Show, the VW Beetle. And that is what inspires me with my own advisements. But first, of course, as a historian, the history is inescapable. In 1945, a rare and curious Volkswagen car was shipped from its bomb-damaged German factory to England. And there, on that island, a commission of leading British motor manufacturers, chaired by Sir William Rootes, inspected this small, streamlined saloon. Said commission reported that it would be quite unattractive to the average motor car buyer. It is too ugly and noisy, while to build the car commercially would be a completely uneconomic enterprise. This damning judgment proved as ill-founded as that of Decca record bosses, who in 1962 declared, "The Beatles have no future in show business," and turned the mop-tops down. Since then, global sales of highly lucrative Beatles' albums have topped 2 billion. The Volkswagen Beetle, meanwhile, with its friendly styling by the Austrian designer Erwin Kommender and innovative engineering by Ferdinand Porsche, became the best-selling car of all time. Production of the Beetle outstripped that of Henry Ford's Model T, when the, 15,007,034th car rolled off the line at Wolfsburg in 1972. The very last Beetles were made in Mexico in 2003, by when more than 21.5 million had been built worldwide. As its name made clear, the Volkswagen was truly a people's car. And although many modifications were made between 1945 and 2003, the first and last Beetles were clearly peas in the same mechanical pod. Now, that brings us to giving credit to Carl Benz, the pioneer behind the first gasoline-powered car. Mechanization was reshaping the industry in 19th century Great Britain, France, and Germany. In this climate of innovation, Carl Benz, a skilled engineer, found himself at the heart of a region booming with entrepreneurship and heavy manufacturing. When Benz created his patent Motorwagen in 1885, he could not have foreseen that it would mark a turning point in history. After years of working on fuel-powered engines, this was the first time he successfully integrated one into a vehicle capable of transporting people independently. Interestingly, the funding for his groundbreaking work is said to have come from his wife Bertha Benz's dowry. A pioneer in her own right, Bertha undertook a bold 194-mile journey in 1888, the year before my biological father Adolf Hitler was born, driving the Motorwagen No. 3 from their home in Mannheim to Pforzheim to visit her mother. Completing the trip without Karl's knowledge, she demonstrated the viability of the automobile. Her ride, undertaken in a slightly modified version of Karl's original vehicle, remains a defining moment in automotive history, proving that Benz Motorwagen was not merely an invention, but the dawn of the future. In the book titled The People's Car, which I read before tonight, subtitled A Global History of the Volkswagen Beetle, the historian and author Bernhard Rieger notes, when Karl Benz died in 1929 at the age of 85, a German car journal celebrated him as a genius who had given the civilized world a means to conquer time and space. So we've got a star vehicle. The remarkable thing about the Beetle is not just the sheer number of sales, but the fact that a car developed from an idea of my biological father Adolf Hitler's was to become as loved by Californian surf dudes, college kids, and free-loving hippies as it was desired by fervent Nazis. Herbie, the anthropomorphic star of 6 Hollywood movies, beginning with Herbie the Love Bug, or simply The Love Bug in 1968, was the same car German families had saved up for before my father's invasion of Poland dashed their hopes. This brings us to the interwar period of the 1920s to the 1940s. During the period between the two world wars, America's dominance in the automotive industry became clear. By 1927, Americans owned 80% of the world's cars, and Detroit in Michigan set global standards in manufacturing, design, and marketing. German visitors to America in the 1920s saw a stark contrast between the United States and the Weimar Republic's automotive industries. After the 1929 economic collapse, which left 6 million unemployed in Germany, only a national revolution was seen as a solution. The Nazis, led by Adolf Hitler, aimed to replace Marxism, liberalism, and capitalism, which they had proven prioritized class interests over the nation's unity. To strengthen Germany economically and militarily, the Nazis enlisted experts in various fields, emphasizing the need for industrial productivity. They promoted a modern lifestyle, epitomized by Hitler's own use of cars and aeroplanes. This is where we come to Hitler and the birth of the people's car. In the 1930s, Hitler oversaw the construction of Germany's iconic motorways, using them as job creation projects to instill national pride and dignity in a country still scarred by the war. He also tasked engineer Ferdinand Porsche with designing a car for the masses, a true people's car, or Volkswagen, Volks meaning people and Wagen meaning car. Porsche's 1930s design laid the groundwork for a vehicle that would captivate millions, offering a durable, economical car with excellent driving performance. At the 1934 Berlin Auto Show, Hitler, having been in power for about a year, called for Germany's automotive sector to expand dramatically to match Great Britain and these United States. He promised affordable products like the People's Car, People's Fridge, People's Television, and People's Tractor to bring a new era of technological progress and prosperity to Germany. In February of 1938, as he unveiled the prototype of an affordable family vehicle at the Berlin Auto Show, my father Hitler predicted, "This model will open up the automobile to millions of new customers on low incomes." There was little joy, however, in rival engineering camps. The Czech car company, Tatra, claimed that Porsche had infringed several design patents, notably those by Hans Ledwinka, an Austrian engineer much admired by Hitler himself. Tatra took legal action, but Hitler invaded Austria, seized its factory, and banned Ledwinka's VW-like prototypes from public show. In 1961, however, VW made a substantial payment to Tatra through an out-of-court settlement. By then, of course, Volkswagen had conquered the world. Ultimately, the sheer quality, along with the affordability, reliability, economy, and distinct look and feel of the Beetle ensured its success. It had, however, been touch and go for Volkswagen in 1945. Although the car had been on the drawing board since 1934, following a meeting between Hitler and Porsche, the Volkswagen failed to get into production before the war. The idea had been for a small saloon that could carry a German family of 5 flat out at 100 kilometers per hour along the country's new autobahns. It was to have cost 990 Reichsmarks, which represented 31 weeks' pay for the average German worker in 1936, making it cheaper than the £100 sterling Fords being made in England. 31 weeks' pay for the average British worker in 19